And good morning. I'm I'm not hearing anything come back through this.
You may be good.
The 2023 Forest Scholastic Sweep Championships at beautiful Nathan Benderson Park. Looks like this morning's weather is going to be beautiful. We are flat calm here, and have a beautiful picture from our overhead drone. Set you up for the first heat of the girls' varsity 8. The top in the red boat is Tampa Prep. Lake Brantley is in lane 1. Orlando Oars is in lane 2. Winter Park is in lane 3. The Academy of the Holy Names is in lane 4. Pinecrest is in lane 5. And Team Tampa is in the black boat closest to us, or on the left-hand side of your picture looking at the Jumbotron. And we're getting ready for our first race, which is due to start shortly. Beautiful day right now. We're expected to have quite a bit of weather going on, and because of that, as you all know, our racing has been compressed from 2 days down to 1. We do not have a start line camera this time. Our camera is located 500 meters into the race course, and it looks like our coxswains are getting ready. Nice shot from our drone overhead. And if we can, we'll go ahead and have Kyle go and zoom in on the starter, on the start platform, which is that big one, or we could use our drone to go over there. And I'm Joe Dobson. I'm joined by the famous David Wyatt here today at Nathan Benderson Park, and we're looking forward to giving you an action-packed day of racing for the Florida Sweep Championships. These are different than the sculling championships we had 2 weeks ago. In sculling, each of the rowers has 2 oars. In the sweep championship, you're rowing with one big oar, which is about 3 feet longer. So we're going to have some really interesting racing. We can see the first heat on the starting blocks right now, and we can see the boats for the second heat behind the starting platform getting ready to go. So, good morning to you, David.
Good morning, Joe. It's really exciting to start with these fastest boats we are going to see all day long, the Varsity 8, starting with the girls and then the boys. It's a good way to kick off the day. As you said, we may get some wind later on, but man, is it nice now. And it should be a great morning of racing this beautiful flat water. We're going to have some really fast times this morning. And the progression in the Varsity 8 is top 4 will go to the final. So you've got to be top 4 in these heats in order to go to the final, which I believe is later on this morning. And just love these drone shots because you can see all these boats. You see all the colors, particularly on the girls' side. The uniforms typically are very colorful as well. A lot of times wearing the same colored hats, which helps us out as commentators when we're looking at each of these boats. But you can look, it's almost like a crayon box.
So we have 7 boats in this particular heat, as well as the one afterwards. Here at Nathan Benderson Park, we can put almost 8 and sometimes even 9 lanes on the water, and our organizing committee has done a great job of scheduling things so that we can get all this racing in early. And there's a nice picture of one of our judge referee boats as our drone pilots flying around in order to get over by the westernmost crew, which is Tampa Prep in the bright red boat. So there's going to, as David said, the top 4 is going to go to the finals, which means the finals are going to use all 8 lanes. And this is one of the only places in the United States and indeed in the world where you're going to be able to see as many boats lined up in an albano course. An albano course are those white buoys that you see right there. And that will allow us to really have people in a nice straight line. Today, because the wind, right now, because the wind is so light, it is really challenging getting our crews pointed right down the course. Later on in the day, as the wind speed increases, the wind's going to start coming in from the southeast, which means that it'll be blowing the boats off that point, or off the aim point, going directly down the course. So our rowers are going to have be able to go ahead and have the 2-person reach behind them and grab the bow person's oar in a normally rigged boat in order to keep them pointed the way they want to. If you start off not pointed the way you're supposed to, you can have some rather dubious racing. I personally experienced this a couple of weeks ago up at the Oars Regatta. So here we go, getting ready to go. If we look behind the boats that are on the starting blocks, you can see the starting platform. It's a big pontoon boat. And then up there you'll see the judge referees. The starter will raise the flag, and when they drop it, off they go. So here we go, David, our first race. Why did they put them in there?
They come. This is the first race of our 2023 FSRA Sweep Championships. It's the girls varsity 8. The progression, just to repeat, top 4 are going to go straight to the grand final. We're eliminating any sort of semifinal races or interim races, which could make this even more exciting, Joe, quite frankly, because straight from the heat, we're going to have the top 4 boats from each of these 2 heats go straight into the final. And really only rowing twice and rowing in the span of, let's say, 4 hours could really open it up to potentially some boats that may not have done as well if there was more of a progression. So you never really know what we're going to see, and you never know what's going to happen. This is an outdoor sport, and with weather, oftentimes we have to adjust our schedule and adjust what we're doing. But here we are, and I'll tell you, this is as good as the water will ever get anywhere, and especially here at Nathan Benderson Park. As you can see, your early leader is Winter Park High School in lane 3. They already have quite a bit of open water on second place oars.
Yeah, the way that the lanes are assigned is that the top-seeded boats get the middle lanes, and that is apparently really holding true because Winter Park was right in the middle of the race course, and then the crews on either side of them, Oars and Academy of Holy Names, have really started to move out over our outside lower ranked or lower seated crews, and that would be Tampa Prep, Pinecrest, and Team Tampa. So with our overhead shot, you can see right now that they are about 750 meters into the race. And we can see that Winter Park continues to have what's called a starboard stroke boat, like they did when they were over at Henley last year. And that means that the stroke person, instead of normally being on the port side of the boat, is on starboard.
Yeah, that's a coach's decision. That's typically, it comes down to who you think the best athlete would be for that seat. And if that happens to be an athlete that rows on the starboard side, then the whole boat gets reformatted for that purpose. You can see Winter Park way out in front of the field. It does look like Oars is still in second place. The other blue boat there, the boat from Pinecrest on the other side of Winter Park, appears to be connected with Oars. And then it's a little hard to call for fourth place. Again, you got to be top 4 to go to the A final in this girls varsity 8 event. Winter Park showing their pedigree. They have a long history of sweep rowing in the state of Florida, of winning many trophies, many medals, going on and winning medals at national championships. As Joe said, they took their women to Henley last year, and they are showing that they still have a lot of speed this year.
One of the things that we can note on the Jumbotron, or if you're watching the live feed on YouTube, is you can see when the stroke person puts their oar in the water, it is on the bow side or about 5 feet past the puddle of the person who is in 2. So that's called run. That's a measure of the effectiveness or efficiency of the rowers. I got them at around 32 or so. And it looks like they're getting about 4 to 5 feet of run. So they are well into the last 15 strokes.
Very clinical rowing. They've taken it up now, Joe, to about 38 strokes a minute. It looks like that's how they're going to finish across the line. You see all the blades going in together. You're seeing the bodies move together. That is just a very well-coached, very well-rowed boat in this Heat 1 of the girls' varsity 8. It's Winter Park by 50 meters of open water ahead of their Orlando rivals. Oars will come across the line a couple boat lengths of open water ahead of Pinecrest. Academy of the Holy Names. So I messed that up early. It's Academy of the Holy Names that is sitting in the 3rd place position. They're going to move through to the A final, as will the boat, it looks like, from Lake Brantley that is up there in lane 1. So we've got 3 boats from the Orlando area and a boat from the Tampa area that are going to move through to that A final in the girls varsity 8. But we're going to remember this first race of the day, Winter Park winning by 50 open meters, Joe. We're going to remember that for the final. We'll see what this second heat can do.
Exactly. Now on the second, as far as the second heat goes, we have Vero Beach, the Bowles School, Plant High School, Sarasota Crew, St. Thomas Aquinas High School, Treasure Coast, and First Coast.
Somehow we had a lot of the Orlando boats in the first heat. Now we've got a lot of the boats from teams on the east coast of Florida in this one. And then in lane 3, the familiar hometown Sarasota Crew. I'm sure wearing the pink hats. We don't have a picture yet. But as Joe said, the lanes 2 through 4 being the fastest seated boats. And what that means is the coaches and other individuals who have votes coming into this regatta as to how the boat should be ranked in terms of speed. They have ranked, at least in this heat, Sarasota Crew, Plant High School, and St. Thomas Aquinas as the fastest 3 boats. So we'll see if that holds up. It looks like we have a start. Really no excuses in this type of water not to have a great start, Joe, especially at the varsity 8 level. You know that all of these athletes not only probably have a fair amount of experience from prior years, but they also have a lot of experience in practicing these starts, figuring out how to get the boat to go from dead stop to as fast as possible, as quickly as possible, and then trying to find a pace that's maintainable for the majority of the race until they get down into these red buoys in front of us.
Yeah, exactly. What happens is when the boats first start off, they're at dead stop, so you don't want to go as crazy and push as hard as you can because you'll actually make the boat go backwards. So the first stroke is when they place the blades in the water, and they're going to just move what's called a pry, and where they move the boat, and then for every single stroke after that, for about the next 30, they're going to try to keep on accelerating the boat. So the boat keeps on going faster and faster and faster. And then they are in what's called their anaerobic energy systems. This is where you're using glucose from your muscles, and it's not sustainable at this level in order to maintain that high rating. Then what happens is they're going to shift down from let's say a 41 or 44 strokes a minute down to what is considered their base, and their base is what they can sustain throughout the whole 1,500 meters. So it looks like the seeding has worked, at least for Sarasota crew, but it looks like some people did not get the message that they're not supposed to be going so fast, because it looks like our second place crew may be out in lane 6, which is First Coast.
Yeah, it looks like First Coast, maybe slightly ahead of St. Thomas Aquinas. You can see those 3 boats on the left side of your screen if you're watching on YouTube or down here on the Jumbotron at the beach. You've got those 3 boats, and then you've got the one in the lane just to the west of Sarasota Crew, which is Plant High School. They are all in the mix, are those 4 boats, for only 3 spots in the final up for grabs. So as they come into and approach the last 500 meters, we do have a similar sort of blowout situation with your leader as we saw in Heat 1 with Sarasota Crew in this one. So that could really set up quite the grudge match with Winter Park in the final. But behind Sarasota Crew, look at this, 5 boats connected, Joe. And only 3 of those boats are going to make the grand final. So this is where guts come into play. It's going to come into these last 500 meters to figure out who's going to move through and have a chance to go for medals at the state championship.
Yeah, and as a coxswain, you know that you can be the difference. You can tell your crew, now it's time to go. We're overlapped. We need to walk on them. And you energize your crew and tell them what's going on and get them ready for it, and have an idea of the last 500 meters, because they're passing that platform right now. They probably have about 75 strokes, and you as the coxswain are in charge. Can you motivate? Can you have them reach down in the pain, as they say in Henley, when their hand is in the fire and they're burning? Can you make them go? So it's decision time right now between First Coast, Treasure Coast, St. Thomas Aquinas, and Plant High School and the Bowl School. As David said, you're looking at it right now. It looks like right now that First Coast is making their stamp on the market, but then it is definitely in doubt. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We've got ourselves a great race coming down here to the finish line to see who's who in the zoo here at Nathan Benderson Park.
Here they come. The only thing we really know is Sarasota Crew's out in front, and I'm watching them. They haven't even taken the stroke rating up yet. They are only at about 30, 31 strokes a minute. They're going to come across the line in about 10 strokes to win Heat 2, but here comes the rest. It's First Coast sitting in second place. And then it's Plant High School with a big push in the last 250. It looks like Plant High School has now gotten past Treasure Coast that was sitting in a qualifying position. Is Plant High School even going to maybe track down First Coast? They probably don't have the water to do it as Sarasota Crew comes across the line. It's going to be Sarasota Crew, First Coast, Plant High School, and then it looks like just hanging on to that 4th place qualifying position is St. Thomas Aquinas. They'll do it just ahead of Treasure Coast and the Bowls School. So quite the race, very competitive for those 7-8s. Only 4 of them unofficially going to move through to the A final to go for a trophy and some medals in the girls varsity 8 boat class. And we're already on the water now with the boys' first heat of the varsity 8. Let me set the field for you. Furthest from the camera that will be on the beach side, in lane 1 is Capital City, in lane 2 is the Bowls School, in lane 3 is Sarasota Crew, lane 4 is Winter Park High School, lane 5 is Plant High School, lane 6 is Tampa Prep. And there have been quite a few over the years grudge match races between Sarasota Crew and Winter Park High School, not only on the girls' side, which it looks like is set up in that final that we're going to see later on this morning, but also on the boys' side, two programs really, really showing a lot of speed pretty much year in and year out. So it does look like early as I look down the race course, it does look like Sarasota Crew and Winter Park are out from the rest of the field just a little bit. Even though there's only 6 boats in this race, the progression is still the same as the girls' version. So its top 4 are going to go to the final, and then the remaining 2 boats will go to the B final. And again, on our schedule, at least the way that it's set up currently, that race will be sort of just before the lunch hour. So later on this morning, we're going to see these boats out here again. These are the fastest boats you're going to see at the entire regatta. So if you can't get excited for this, even before 8 a.m. here at Nathan Benderson Park, you should come down to the beach and you should watch these boats because, again, they are the fastest ones that will be put on the water all day long. Does look like to my eye as they come through the halfway point roughly that it is Winter Park and Sarasota. Hard to kind of tell which one of the two is in front of the other. It looks like it's kind of holding up like a chevron or like an arrow shape, which would mean that the seating is holding up in this heat. In that Plant High School and the Bowles School are pushed out a bit from Tampa Prep and Capital City. So again, top 4 is what we need. As they come down, you're going to see Winter Park in the black and orange and white, and Sarasota Crew looks like they're in a yellow boat, but they definitely have white blades. Their unisuit tops are white. They've got a navy blue S on the chest. And those 2 boats kind of seem deadlocked in sort of a back and forth battle up front. They do look connected. Maybe Sarasota Crew a slight advantage. Kind of hard to tell from our angle. Now as you see the overhead shot, you can see Sarasota Crew is just slightly ahead of Winter Park. So Sarasota Crew kind of in the driver's seat and can play defense. And then you're looking at it, interestingly, the 2 boats at the top of the race course on the west side. So the Bowles School and Capital City appear to be the ones that are in the other 2 qualifying positions at the moment. So you've got the Bowles School sitting in 3rd place, Capital City sitting in 4th place. So those 4 boats that are in the picture right now are your 4 boats that are in the qualifying positions as Sarasota moves away just a little bit from Winter Park, Joe.
Yeah, the only crew that really has a chance of breaking into top 4 might be Plant High School in the yellow boat, but I agree with you. It looks like it is Capital City is going to have to fight off Plant High School, but it looks like they've got about a length. But Plant has a history of going hard and fast. We'll see whether or not they can move into it.
So I've got Sarasota Crew at 33 strokes a minute. I've got Winter Park High School at 38 strokes a minute. So Sarasota maybe not showing all of their speed relative to what we're going to see in the final, but it does look like they're going to cruise to almost a full-length win in Heat 1 of the boys' Varsity 8, about 3/4 of a length ahead of Winter Park. Winter Park will finish 2 boat lengths of open water ahead of the boat from the Bowles School, who will also move through unofficially to the A final. And going with them is going to be Capital City from Tallahassee up there out of lane 1. They will finish ahead of Plant High School and then Tampa Prep. And we're already on the race course with Heat 2 of the boys Varsity 8 if you want to set it up, Joe.
Thank you, David. On the right-hand side on our viewing picture on the Jumbotron is Team Tampa. Next to them in the white unis and the black hull is the Orlando Area Rowing Society, or OARS. In the middle is our top seed, which is Berlin Jesuit Prep. Miami Rowing Club, and also in a yellow boat, looks like an Empacher, is really being challenged by Pinecrest School, and First Coast is trailing the field. So right now it looks like it's very clear by open water who our first 4 crews are, with Berlin being challenged very heavily by Miami and Pinecrest.
Yeah, so Belen Jesuit School, small boys school in South Florida, in Miami, and they have, I think they started their program, I want to say, maybe around 10 years ago, roughly. I think this is my 12th year out here doing the FSRA championships. And I think the first year or two, they may not have been here. If they were, it was just some small boats. But they have gotten themselves to the point where they are competitive in all of the boys' boat classes. And you can see as Miami continues to sort of press Belen that they're just staying out in front. They're in that driver's seat position. If I'm that coxswain in the Belen boat, I'm looking back periodically and I'm saying, look, maybe they've gotten a seat closer, so let's take that seat back. And you want to give your rowers some momentum in their heads to know that they've got enough speed not only to stay ahead but also to pull away if they need to.
Yeah, so the question becomes, what is the situational awareness of those crews out there? Right now, it appears that our outside crews were properly seated. First Coast and Team Tampa are trailing the field by probably about 4 or 5 lengths of open water. And then Orlando Oars is in the 4th position. So because they're going to have to race again fairly soon, couple hours, how hard do you go? How much energy do you use, or how much of you put yourself in a position in order to relax and be able to recover and not have to go so hard that you got to overcome a lot of lactic acid buildup? So here they come in the last 500 meters right now. We can get a sense of how Belen has just moved out just a little bit on Miami, but it appears that all 4 of our lead crews are just cruising down. I don't think they're going to go for much of a press. Do you, David?
Well, Belen is at 36, so that's their settle stroke rating. Excuse me. You saw Sarasota crew quite a bit lower than that, even at the finish line in Heat 1. But this is trademark of Belen. They do typically row a little bit higher from a strike rate, or how many strokes they're taking per minute, than other teams. And it doesn't necessarily mean anything. It could be a similar effort, as I'm going to say that Sarasota crew may not have been at quite 100%, maybe 95% effort, going around 30 strokes a minute across the line, or 32. Belen Jesuits 36 may be similar to Sarasota crew's 30-32, as both of these boats from the Miami area start to wind it up even more. In fact, I had Miami Rowing Club at about 40 strokes a minute, so they're definitely going after it as Miami. My thought here is that Belen has a fair amount more speed than Miami, because not only have they kept the stroke rating lower than Miami, Miami seems to be really going after it in this heat. So it's Belen Jesuit, couple seats of open water ahead of Miami. Miami with about a length of open water ahead of Pinecrest. And then the 4th boat to qualify is going to be Oars out of lane 2. And then it's going to be Team Tampa and First Coast, likely in that order, finishing up Heat 2 of the boys varsity 8 and setting themselves up for that grand final and the petite final that we will see later on this morning. And we're going to shift now, as you see the overhead shot, the drone shot. I'll set the field for you. The next boat class, it's a new boat class that we're watching, is the girls varsity 4. So these boats do have coxswains, but there are 4 rowers. Heat 1. So the red boat far on your right is SCR.
No, it's
excuse me. It's a scratch. So it's Edgewater.
Right.
And then in lane 2, it's Gainesville. Lane 3 is Miami Beach. Lane 4 is Bowles School. Lane 5 is Capital City. And in lane 6, so furthest to the left, is the Pinecrest School. And you can see, Joe, the 8s, the level of speed in the 8 is higher than in the 4. So sometimes it takes a little bit longer for the 4s to really shake themselves out in a race, and for the leaders to really get out in front. You're typically not going to see a situation like we did, particularly with the girls varsity 8s, where you've got a boat that's got open water after 200 or 300 meters. It just doesn't really happen in the 4s. Right now, it looks like your leader is Gainesville out of lane 2. just about a half a length ahead of that boat, just to the left on the screen, which is Miami Beach.
Exactly. And also worthy of note is that all of these boats are what are called connected. So in other words, there's no open water between the stern of one boat and the bow of any other boats. So everybody is still in the mix as far as being part of the top 4 places to the finals. Again, our modus operandi here is they use all 8 lanes, and we're going to have them used by 4 from one heat and then 4 from the next. Pinecrest School is punching above their weight right now. They're supposed to be one of the slower crews, but you can see on the left-hand side that white hull boat. I think they probably have their green unis on. They are solidly in 3rd place, and then that 4th place position is definitely in doubt, where we have Capital City, Bowl School, and Edgewater fighting it out for that last place.
So again, it's top 4, just like the varsity 8s, these varsity 4s, you got to be top 4 in this heat to go to the grand final, to row for medals and a trophy in this boat class of the women's varsity 4. Now, a couple things I'd like to point out. The first is that typically, not always, but typically, and what you're seeing in all 6 of these boats is, I did say there was a coxswain. Well, you may not really see the coxswain unless you're looking hard. That's because the coxswain is laying down in the bow of the boat. So really you're only going to see their heads, maybe their shoulders just a little bit. Looks like the coxswain from Pinecrest sitting up maybe a little bit more than if I was coaching I would care to see. But they're still in a qualifying position. In fact, they're really challenging, it looks like, Miami Beach for 2nd place in this heat. But regardless, laying down in the bow of a boat as a coxswain is very exhilarating. Your eye level, if you're actually laying down and you're using the headrest, is only a couple of inches off the water, so you feel like you're going a million miles an hour because you're just so low down to the water. Think about it like if you were on a pontoon boat and you put your face down on just the very top of the pontoon and then you hit the gas. That's basically what it feels like. The coxswain still has a rudder and a rudder mechanism, and it's much easier, as you might imagine, to keep the boat right in the center of the lane. There's really no excuses, especially in water like we have this morning, for the boat to be doing anything other than going straight down the lane, because the coxswain has every advantage to see right down that lane all the way. So anyway, it's still Gainesville out in front. Really, really good close race between Miami Beach and the boat from Pinecrest, Joe.
Yeah, exactly. And the crew that really has to watch what's going on is that 4th place crew, which is Capital City. Their coxswain has got to look around and look to her left to make sure that that other crews aren't moving in to take that treasured 4th place slot.
Yep, so it's a little spaced out up front. It's Gainesville. They've got a bit of open water. We'll see exactly how much it is when they hit the finish line. Does look like they're going to win Heat 1 of the girls' varsity 4. Will Gainesville ahead of Miami Beach, and then it still is close and connected is Pinecrest School with Miami Beach. And then it does look like Capital City is going to hang on to that 4th place position, which will put them in the A final unofficially.
Here we go. We want to thank our producer Chase and our start line cameraman Kyle for relocating the cameras so we get this shot, which is the most popular shot in racing of the crews as they line up. And I'll go ahead and I'll set that up for you. Up in the top in the blue boat, it's just starting right now, is North Palm, followed by Berkeley. Mel High is there in their white. Episcopal School of Jacksonville in their red. Ransom Everglades in white. South Orlando probably have, yes, they have the bright yellow hats. NSU University School, and then Hillsbury High School. So we have all 8 lanes in use.
Yep, it's 8 boats across, and again, the progression's the same. So I think we had, 6 in the first heat, but we have 8 in this heat, Joe, and only 4 are going to move through to the A final. So it is these 8 boats, and again, the only place in America you're going to see 8 boats across is Nathan Benderson Park. You're going to see it a bunch today because all of the finals are going to be, as long as there are enough boats that have entered for a particular event, are going to be covered. We're going to have 8 across in almost all the grand finals. Look at this, Joe. Out of lane 0, North Palm Beach is your leader all the way up there on the west side in lane 0 early on.
It certainly is. And also, David, I want to note that our glassy conditions are gone. We are now starting to see the wind change and start to pick up, and it's starting to come from the south, which is the projection. And it looks like, as you said, North Palm in that bright blue boat has really walked out on the field. The next 2 boats, which are Berkeley Prep and Mel High, have really dropped off the pace, as has the crew closest to us from Hillsborough. So right now, as you can see, we have 1 leader, which is North Palm, and they are possibly almost open water back to the Episcopal School, but then there's overlap between Episcopal, Ransom Everglades, and South Orlando, and NSU.
Another thing to point out while we have this overhead shot and we can see these boats, that dark black boat for Episcopal has what's called a bucket rig. And we may talk about it a few times today, but what does that mean? It means that at some point in consecutive seats, there are rowers on the same side of the boat, or their oars are on the same side of the boat. So you can see, if you're looking at that dark boat, it's top right of your screen underneath the blue one, which, by the way, is starting to get tracked down a little bit, that blue boat from North Palm Beach, Joe. But the Episcopal boat has a bucket on the starboard side. You can see those 2 oars are very close to one another as they drop into the water. You do see that a lot more in a 4 because of the sort of matchups of power and the technique of the rowing between the rowers. Sometimes it's a necessity to keep the boat going straight, or to make sure that the coxswain doesn't have to be on the rudder every single stroke. If, for instance, you've got a really powerful person in one of the seats and they're throwing off the point of the boat. So you can see just how close it's getting up front. It's still North Palm Beach. You see them at the very top of the screen. But you've got really 4 boats that are contending here for the other 3 spots in the grand final. And Episcopal has now been sort of tracked down by Ransom Everglades in the white boat just below them on the screen. And then you see these 2 connected boats. It's a white boat and a blue boat. It's South Orlando and University School that are sort of really trading punches as they approach the last 400 or so meters.
Yeah, it looks like the University School has really made a big move coming into the 500 meters. They were down about a deck behind South Orlando, but are really starting to show a little bit more aggressiveness than South Orlando, overstroking them by about 2 beats and making their boat go faster. So here we are coming down into the last 500 meters right now, and we can see that North Palm has been kind of tracked down by Episcopal and Ransom Everglades.
Yeah, kind of as soon as I thought that, they started to move away a little bit too. So it does look like they still have it pretty well in hand as North Palm Beach. But these races that are kind of going on within the race are the ones that are a little bit more exciting at the moment, especially because there are qualifying positions up for grabs. So you've had Episcopal sitting in second place pretty much the entire time. They've now been passed by Ransom Everglades School in the adjacent lane. And then the green hats here from South Orlando are trying to fight with University School. University School in the blue boat seems to be holding off South Orlando pretty well, but here comes South Orlando. They're definitely going to put everything they can into the last 25 strokes to try to get themselves into the A final in the girls varsity 4. This is heat 2. Top 4 are going to move through. It does look like North Palm Beach out of lane 0 is going to go start to finish, and they will put themselves in one of the favored lanes for our final unofficially. And it does look like Ransom Everglades did get past Episcopal School. Episcopal School of Jacksonville. And those are going to be your top three. And then just hanging on in the blue boat with a nice row is going to be University School. They'll hang on to about a half a length victory ahead of South Orlando, who will find themselves, unfortunately, in the B final. Although, Joe, just thinking about the fact that there were only 6 boats in the previous previous heat, South Orlando, I don't want to, tell anybody what to do, but you may see South Orlando in the final potentially.
Well, that's something that Bryce and the other members, Mike and Bryce, who are the local organizing committee, will make that decision. But I'm pretty sure that they
probably not. It's probably just going to be top 4.
Yeah, they have their progression. They'll stay with it. All right, so here we have the money shot of the cruise right down there at start. Now, if you ever have a chance, please consider going down and becoming a stake boat person. You can see our volunteers laying down on the starting platforms, holding on to the sterns. They are all connected to a person that's called the aligner, and they have wireless headsets. And the aligner is going to be telling them to move that boat out or pull it back and have everybody perfect. And there's a good start. And closest to us in the bright green uniform is rowing organization at Citrus County. And they went off. They smoked that start.
Yeah, always interesting to see what the strategies are, especially if you're really trying to come off the block, so to speak, hot, and try to get yourself a lead. A lot of times in rowing, if you get an early lead, you're going to be able to hang on to it, or at least you're probably going to progress through, largely because of the psychological factor that's involved with the rowers being out in front of the rest of the rowers on the race course. So they can self-motivate just as much as they can listen to the coxswain, who's telling them exactly where they stand relative to the other boats. The rowers can also, out of the corners of their eyes or out of the fronts of their eyes, if they're looking around, actually see the other boats and the other athletes. So, early on here, as they come through about 350 meters, it looks like Miami Beach in lane 1 in that blue boat, bottom right-hand corner of the screen. If you're watching at home on YouTube or out here on the Jumbotron, they do have a lead, and in fact, it may now even be a slight amount of open water. Looks like second place is the boat just next to them, just to the left of them in the picture, which is the University School, also in a blue boat. And then third place, to me, looks like the red boat of Edgewater High School in lane 4. So those are your top 3 at the moment as they get past 500 meters in the boys' first varsity for Heat 1. Again, top 4 is what we are looking for, or what these athletes are looking for as a result to try to get into the A final. So it still is Miami Beach. They're still out in front. In fact, maybe a little bit more open water. It looks like Edgewater has closed the gap just a bit on the University School. And then fourth place is quite a race, but it looks like fourth place currently is South Orlando, just to the left of the red boat from Edgewater High School. And then if you look all the way to the left, that's Rocks on the outside, rowing organization of Citrus County, and they are there. They're connected with the fourth place boat, which is currently South Orlando. So within striking distance, Joe, of a qualifying position is Rocks. But this is where really the coxswain comes into play, because as I was saying before, Rocks is physically on the race course behind those other boats, so the athletes aren't going to see the other boats other than the 3 that are trailing the field pretty considerably. So the coxswain's going to have to really motivate those boys in the Rocks boat to try to find a little bit more speed, to try to start closing the gap. if I was a coxswain, and what I used to do is, you would ask for a power move or some sort of shift to find a little bit more speed, and then if it worked, you tell the athletes exactly how it worked. Oh, you took a power 10 here and you got one seat back. So you have the speed. We've got to keep finding that speed and keep chipping away to try to get into the mix. It's easier said than done, but that's what I'd be doing if I was sitting in that rocks boat within striking distance of a qualifying position, but not in one at the moment. Right now, look at that battle for second place. It's basically deadlocked.
It certainly is. It's Edgewater and the University School really, really close. The blue boat and the red boat. Now, I noted that Rocks Rowing Organization in Citrus County went off really, really hard at the start. The question becomes did they use up all of their energy, and are they in a deficit? Rowing in a 4 with coxswain is a pretty heavy row in that it weighs a lot. So the question is, did they use up too much, or do they have anything left? It looks like that the crew from South Orlando is going to hold on off the valiant try by the crew from Rowing Organization in Citrus County, Rocks.
Yeah, quite a finish there. Edgewater really came back on the boat from University School, but it is going to be Miami Beach winning Heat 1 of the boys varsity 4, going to the grand final along with Edgewater, University School, and then hanging on. It looks like it's going to be South Orlando just hanging on by about a length over Rocks. This is an announcement for the venue, so please listen up. This is a very important announcement. If you are driving a Nissan Rogue and the license plate is BMX Gram, Gram, you need to immediately move that SUV. Otherwise, you will be towed because you are blocking in our medical team here at Nathan Benderson Park. So again, one more time. If you are driving a Nissan Rogue, license plate BMX GRAM, please move your car.
All right, now we have our starting line camera down there at the boys varsity 4 heat number 2. Looks like we don't have all of the crews there quite yet. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're supposed to have 8 crews, probably waiting for more crews to come in. What we're going to do now is we're going to use our camera to kind of pan around to the left, and then we'll be able to see what is called the starting platform. And up there on that starting platform, you can see they have big speakers, but we have our judge referees up there, and they are instructing the individuals as far as coming up into their lanes and be ready to go. They use those microphones in order to communicate to the people on the starting line. Now, they will also use a big red flag in which they will raise, and then the individuals, which are normally the strokes, will look up and see that red flag, and at the same time as that red flag drops, they will be telling the crews via the PA system to move or go, be attention go or some variation there. So we can see our really wonderful judge referees up there on that starting platform with the speakers, and a great shot from our finish line, our starting line cameraman Kyle. Thank you, Kyle, and again, thanks Chase for setting that up for us. So it looks like right now, David, that we have a few crews that haven't quite gotten to the start line yet. It looks like lane 7 is not there, and that's supposed to be Team Tampa.
And lane 0 is not there yet. That's Seminole County area rowing. So hopefully we'll get all 8 boats across. This is going to be Tampa Prep. is not there. So this is going to be heat 2.
So what happens if you're late? When I coached at Navy, I had a racing against Princeton. I had my team get there on time, and Princeton showed up late. Now, this can be a benefit to the people that show up late because they're still warm, whereas your crews may be sitting there and their muscles get cold and you can't respond. So it looks like this is going to be a 7-boat race, vice 8. And our early leader...
6-boat race, looks like.
Okay, 6-boat race. Thank you.
There is a 7th boat that just missed the start. You can see they're actually coming through at the very top of the screen, but it's 6 boats. So it looks like it's Berkeley Prep, far right, then Treasure Coast, Episcopal School of Jacksonville, Vero Beach, Hillsborough High School, and Melbourne High School. As you can see there, Tampa Prep is going to have to just sort of row exhibition down lane 0 because they just didn't make it to the line on time. So this is heat 2 of the boys varsity 4. Top 4 are going to move through. To some extent, maybe an advantage that 2 boats didn't show up because you've only got to beat 2 to make the A final. The other thing I want to point out on the schedule, Joe, is that we're actually going to have grand finals after this. So we've condensed some of the events that didn't have enough entries for it to make sense to have a progression. We're just going straight to a final. So after this one, we're gonna have a trophy race. But look at this race up front. This is the best race for leading any of these heats that we have had so far. And it looks like it's Episcopal School of Jacksonville and Vero Beach that are trading punches.
It certainly does. Now, what's really interesting, if you can see past the logo here, that we have 2 bucket rigs. So on the crew, which is on the right-hand side of our picture, Episcopal School, they have their 2-person and 3-person rowing right beside each other. And the same thing goes with the crew from Vero Beach. And again, as David indicated, you want to be able to match up the power so that the coxswain does not use the rudder. Now, why is that, David? Why is using the rudder such a bad thing?
Well, it slows the boat down. If the rudder is not dead straight within the skeg of the boat, it slows the boat down is the easy answer. So you want to be off of the rudder to the extent possible. Now, minor adjustments probably aren't going to affect the speed a whole heck of a lot, but obviously the coaches that put together these 2 4s that are leading the field right now felt like they needed to set their boats up this way. The other sort of reason why sometimes you might set up a boat this way is not just to make sure that it's going straight, but also sometimes you will have a reason. One rower needs sort of kind of a push on their side. 2 of the rowers are very, very evenly matched in terms of body type. There are a couple of other reasons why you might do it, but typically, and especially in a 4, it's usually to try to keep the boat straight. As they come into the last 500 meters, we're looking for top 4. Again, there's only 6 boats in this heat, and you can see it's very spaced out. It does look like the top 4 are pretty well established at this point. But up front, who is going to decide to win this heat? Is it going to be Vero Beach? Is it going to be Episcopal School of Jacksonville? They just really are going back and forth. It looks like, each one is sort of taking a move, taking a slight lead, and then the other one is taking it back. So this is quite a race, and they're certainly going to remember that they have similar speeds to one another when the final comes around later this morning.
Yeah, it certainly does look that. We're seeing a little bit of difference in technique. The crew from Episcopal School, which is on the right-hand side of our camera, is kind of really striding out, more of a reach out over their bodies, whereas the Vero Beach crew is a little bit lower stroke rate.
Episcopal just took it up to my eye, and they're about 38 strokes a minute.
Yeah, and Vero Beach is staying relatively close to them, which is a good thing for them because that means if they have that additional rating that they can go up to, they might be a little bit faster. So Julio is probably fairly happy with this crew from Vero Beach hanging with the Episcopal School in this, our Heat 2 of the boys Varsity 4.
Yeah, it does look like they're going to finish with an overlap. It's going to be Episcopal School of Jacksonville winning Heat 2 of the boys Varsity 4, 3/4 of a length ahead of Vero Beach. As you noted, Joe, Vero Beach not taking up the stroke rating like Episcopal School of Jacksonville did, so maybe a little gamesmanship there. Looks like Treasure Coast is going to come across and finish in 3rd place and move into the A final, as will the boat from Melbourne High School right in front of us here in lane 6 in their sort of trademark dark green and white. And then behind Melbourne High School, it's going to be Hillsborough High School going to the petite final, along with the boat from Berkeley Prep.
Well, now we're set up for, our, as you said, David, our first final of the day for our girls' second varsity 8s. We're going to be using all 8 lanes, and it looks like everybody's there. Team Tampa is at the top of our picture. Treasure Coast, the Academy of Holy Names. Our top-seeded crew is Sarasota crew, but then right beside them is the crew from Winter Park, our perennial strengths. Plant High School, Oars, and St. Thomas Aquinas finish out the field.
I love this shot because you can see the names on the bows of a lot of these boats. So one of the other things we haven't mentioned so far this morning that happens at the start line is that there is an aligner that actually stands on the wave attenuator and makes sure that the bows of the boats are nice and even, so nobody's getting an advantage off the line of, even a few inches. They try to get it as close as they possibly can. The other thing that you're seeing is you see that sign. It says 500 meters. Why does it say 500 meters? Well, this is a 2,000-meter race course here at Nathan Benderson Park. But these races, these scholastic races that we are watching here at the 2023 FSRA Sweep Championships are only 1,500 meters. So these boats are starting at 500 meters into the 2,000-meter race course, and they're rowing 1,500 meters for this championship. Again, this is the grand final of the girls' second varsity 8, and it's 8 boats across, but it's for medals and a trophy, or 2 trophies even, because I think most of these events, if you're a scholastic high school, meaning you're just a plain old high school like Winter Park High School, and even if you finish in 2nd place, if it's to a club team such as Sarasota Crew that's made up of all of the high schools in this area, Winter Park's still going to win the Scholastic Championship for the state of Florida. So a lot of moving parts, but right now it looks like we're seeking alignment. The water's still very nice, it looks like, out there. Joe, maybe just starting to see the wind slightly. Down here at the finish line, it's kind of swirling a little bit, but the water is nice and flat. So we're going to see fast times in these 8s finals, and the water really shouldn't be an issue. All the lanes look like they're nice and even all the way across.
Yeah, looking at our flags in the venue here, it looks like it's pretty much of a tailwind. They're still making some adjustments to make sure they're pointed where they want to be. We saw the 2-person, the 3-person from Sarasota Crew just hand her oar back to the 2-person. And up in the top, you can see the 3-person from Tampa, Team Tampa, handing her oar back. So what happens is that the starter is watching all of these rowers, and he or she does not want them to start until they've stopped. The coxswain, who's sitting in the stern, if they feel they're not ready, will raise their hands, and the starter will recognize whether or not hands are up or hands down.
And the other thing about the alignment is that usually the way it works out here is that the stake boat holders actually have headphones, and the aligner is telling them to physically push out or pull in the boat that they are holding so that we can get them nice and aligned all the way down.
All right. So looks like they're pretty much getting ready. And you don't want to sit here all day waiting for it. And there's a nice overhead shot from the drone giving us an idea of how the wind is. And they are off.
Here they come, 8 boats across again. Only place in America that you're going to have 8 boats across, especially for a championship race. Nathan Benderson Park. Good start by Winter Park. Was trying to see if I could get a stroke rating on them. They're the boat that has pushed out from the rest of the field. 44 strokes a minute for Winter Park early on. And those 44 strokes a minute are going to try to get the boat again from a dead stop to full speed, so to speak. And then at some point, typically 20 to 30 strokes into the race, they're going to start to settle out, which means they're going to slow down the amount of times that they're striking the water with the oar and find a more manageable pace. But early on, I mean, that is a huge lead this early for Winter Park. It's already a length over Sarasota Crew.
Yeah, there's a balance that you have to strike. If you go out as hard as you can and just use up all of your energy in the first 25, 35 strokes, you won't have it left over. You'll lose your wind and you'll just really start hurting and won't be able to maintain your speed. The most important strokes, I feel, is the strokes immediately after your starting sequence. Starting sequence is normally short strokes, and you get longer and longer, normally 5. And then you do what's called a high 20 or high 25, where you are up there at that 44 or whatever that David was talking about, and you try to really get the boat up to high top speed. But then on when you do the settle or the shift, I like to use the idea of the word shift, because settle means to me like you're settling down into a barca lounger or something. Anyway, you do that shift, and what you're trying to do is you're lengthening out, making your stroke a lot longer, and you're trying to maintain that boat speed that you have generated in that first 25 to 30 strokes. And wow, Winter Park has just put it down on this cruise. It's just 2 lengths of open water at the very least.
Yeah, it's about a length and a half, but I mean that is a commanding lead. Winter Park's at 36 strokes a minute. One of the things that I've noticed about Winter Park, they're very much in tune with the fact that they row mostly 1,500-meter races. And what do I mean by that? Well, what I mean by that is that typically they're going to be a beat or two higher than the rest of the field because they're more comfortable with this 1,500-meter distance, which, as I talked about earlier, is 500 meters less than the world distance of 2,000 meters, also the youth national championship distance of 2,000 meters. But it doesn't really matter because this boat now, Joe, definitely 2 boats of open water Winter Park has on Sarasota Crew. I mean, at this point, this is such a commanding lead that they're not going to be caught unless there's some sort of disaster that happens in that boat. 500 meters left, 2.5 boat lengths of open water. That is typically a completely insurmountable lead, especially when the boat looks as powerful as that Winter Park boat does. Every time they drop in the water, it looks like there's plenty of power pushing that boat down the race course. Here comes Sarasota Crew. They are starting to push a little bit. It looks like at maybe 450 they decided to either rate shift or power shift, and maybe they've closed the gap slightly, but that gap is just so big. And as I talked about earlier, when you are sitting in a position like that as one of these 9 athletes or 8 rowers that are looking back and you can see the entire field way behind you, man, that is where you want to be, because as sometimes Lindsay Shoup, my partner for Youth Nationals, will say, when you get to the finish line, it doesn't even feel like your teeth have fallen out because you haven't necessarily even been pushed as hard as you probably could have gone. This is just a commanding win, it looks like, by Winter Park. Sarasota Crew definitely in second place. They've got open water. It looks like Third place, bronze medal right now is Academy of the Holy Names, trying to hold off Orlando Area Rowing Society oars. Those are your top four.
Very, very nicely rowed. One of the things I thought was interesting is I was watching the blade depth of the rowers from Sarasota Crew. They are definitely covering their blades, getting a really good purchase at the front end, which means a good connection in order to move the boat past the oars. Other crews don't quite have their oars get as covered, so that's a really good technical thing from Sarasota Crew, moving into second place behind Winter Park.
Winter Park start to finish for a state championship in the girls varsity second 8 boat class. Your top 3, Winter Park, Sarasota Crew, Academy of the Holy Names. Then it's oars finishing 4th. Then it's going to be Treasure Coast finishing ahead of Plant High School. And it looks like St. Thomas Aquinas will finish ahead of Team Tampa in that order. So that was your championship race in the girls' second varsity 8 for our 2023 FSRA sweep championships from Nathan Benderson Park. An absolutely dominant row by Winter Park High School.
So on our starting line right now, and again, this is what's called the money shot of rowing. You'll see this on all the ads and pictures from World Rowing, Row 2K, and other places. You can see all of our crews lined up, and it's interesting here that they have their own race numbers, and it's alphanumeric system. So it really makes it nice. You can see that this is race number Juliet, okay? And the numbers alphanumerically, Juliet 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It really makes it nice. And it's quite often what you'll see at major regattas, and they do this at the head of the Charles. You get a different color or you get a different alphanumeric designation.
Here they come. Let me set the field. Furthest from this start line camera is Plant High School. Now on the drone, that they're all the way on the right side is Plant High School in lane 0. Lane 1 is Pinecrest. Lane 2, Belen Jesuit Prep. Lane 3, Sarasota Crew. Lane 4, Winter Park. Lane 5, Bowles. Lane 6, Oars. And in lane 7 is Team Tampa. A very good start from Oars all the way on the left side of the screen. So they've decided they want to have a nice start. Typically, what we always see is a good start from Belen Jesuit. They're also out there in that yellow boat with yellow blades on the right side of the screen. And then just trailing the boat from Belen Jesuit is Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew starting to move away just a little bit from Winter Park High School. But you can see these 4 boats, Joe, already at 350 meters into this 1,500-meter race course. These 4 boats for 3 medals in the boys' second varsity 8 are all connected. So this is should be a good race all the way down the line, especially now as Sarasota Crew brings it to almost even with Belen Jesuit.
Yeah, very, very controlled and methodical racing is probably the hallmark of what I've seen here at Sarasota Crew throughout the number of years I've been here. It's almost as if they have a speed coach or something there, and they expect to hit a particular split, and they manage their power and manage their energy very well, and have a tendency to just kind of not get frantic, not worry about things, but just maintain their pressure and try to grind through the field. And that's appears to be what's happening, as right now Oars has relinquished their early lead, and it is now Sarasota Crew has taken the lead, and Belen is back about a deck, and in third place is really up in the air between Oars and Winter Park. But very, very controlled, smooth. They've obviously practiced at this rating. They are very comfortable with it, and they're just continuing to press their advantage as they come into halfway through, 750 down, 750 to go.
Yeah, Sarasota Crew is actually at 38 strokes a minute. So that's a very controlled looking 38 strokes a minute. Belen Jesuit, I had about 36, 37. So Sarasota Crew is using the stroke rating. We don't always see that from Sarasota Crew. We don't always see them necessarily out there overstroking everyone else. But this crew in particular, this boys' second varsity 8, as you said, they look very, very used to a stroke rating like this, and it's working for them because every time they drop in the water, they seem to be moving away a little bit from both Belen Jesuit and Winter Park, who has now taken over second place from Belen. And still in the mix here is Oars. Oars is still within striking distance, definitely has an overlap on both Belen and Winter Park. Does look like the boat that's fading just a little bit relative to the others is the boat from Belen Jesuit. Is Oars going to be able to get into the medals? It's Sarasota Crew out in front. That's the only thing that's really very settled because you have 3 boats connected behind them coming into the last 250.
And one of the things that's worthy of note, if you watch, is you get an idea of how much core strength these athletes have. As you get more and more tired and you're trying to push harder, your ability to control your body starts wavering, and you'll start seeing people move their bodies left and right and whatever. Okay, there we go. There goes Belen Jesuit. Belen Jesuit has really put the pedal to the metal. They're trying to go through Winter Park, falling off the back of his oars. There goes Belen. They are the fastest crew on the water. They're starting to move back into Sarasota Crew, asserting their place. And here on the outside, here comes Oars. It's Oars in Winter Park. Winter Park has about a deck. Great racing here at their boys' second varsity A final.
Unofficially, it's going to be Sarasota Crew by a length ahead of Belen Jesuit, who had a blazing fast last 250. To my eye, it looked like they may have possibly even slipped to 4th place before they started finding that speed at the end. They're going to take the silver medal. They're going to win the Scholastic Trophy ahead of Winter Park High School, who finishes in 3rd place ahead of their Orlando rivals in Oars. Coming across the line there in lane 5 is the Bowl School. They'll finish in 4th place ahead of Plant High School and Pinecrest School, who will finish ahead of Team Tampa. That was your championship A final of the boys' second varsity 8. The next race that we're going to see is another A final, Joe, and this time it's the girls' freshman 8.
Well, this really speaks to the strength of rowing here in Florida, that we can put 9 boats on the water in this girls' freshman 8. So you just do the math. 9 times 9 is 81. That means we have 81, at least 81 freshmen out there or less on the water. I know quite often you end up having a really good middle school girl that might be in 7th or 8th grade who might be rowing up into the freshman 9th grade boat.
Yeah, without question. It's basically it sort of is a cap, so to speak. You got to be a freshman or younger in order to compete in the freshman boat class. Always hotly contested, and again, amazing that we can have 9 boats across 9 fair lanes. Really, we could have, quite frankly, 11 or maybe even 12 if we really wanted to here at Nathan Benderson Park, as the aligner is gonna look for alignment. Looks like that boat in lane 4 from Miami Beach is going to need to come back just a little bit, and then we're going to be pretty close. So let's set the field for you. Furthest from the camera, lane 0 is Pinecrest. Lane 1 is Winter Park High School. Lane 2 is Oars. Lane 3 is Sarasota Crew. Lane 4 is Miami Beach. Lane 5 is the Episcopal School of Jacksonville. Lane 6 is Team Tampa. Lane 7 is South Orlando in those bright sort of Volt-colored hats, and in lane 8 is Berkeley Prep School, right in front of the camera there.
As you speak, you can see that they're pulling lane 4 back in, inching it back, and looks like we have almost perfect alignment. May have to move lane 5 out a little bit, but the aligner is sitting right underneath where our camera is, and when he or she feels that everything's aligned, they will raise a white flag, which will signal the starter that we're we have them aligned, and he can go into his starting sequence. The starter really can't see if all of our bows are even, but as soon as they get the signal from the aligner, they will go ahead and get ready. And it looks like everybody's ready, and there we go.
Here we go. This is the
bow person on lane 5 caught a crab and jumped her seat.
Yeah, hopefully she can get that back. I mean, that's not necessarily fatal if you can. And it looks like they're not terribly off the pace there, Joe. That boat in lane 5 from Episcopal School of Jacksonville. So it looks like, and we see it at the freshman level. We see it at every level of rowing that occasionally something like that happens. And I know from experience that when something like that does happen, a lot of times there's an increased amount of adrenaline in all the athletes that are sitting in that boat because they know that there was a bit of a problem and that they slowed down for a few strokes. And a lot of times they'll get right back into the mix because of that additional adrenaline. But look at this, 9 boats across, everybody going pretty straight here down the lanes, nice flat water. Really, maybe the early lead is oars, but it's so close up front. You can see those 4 boats kind of from the center of the screen to the right side of the screen, probably separated by a half a length total. So it's oars in the dark boat that maybe is slightly out ahead of Winter Park High School, as well as Miami Beach and Episcopal School, Sarasota Crew and Miami Beach.
Right. Yeah, the issue with jumping your seat or catching a crab, you can get all that adrenaline, but again, that uses up energy. And if you use that energy earlier, it can put you at an energy debt, DBT, and it does not serve you well. Those crews that had a little bit more of a controlled start and are able to manage things have used less energy and therefore have more to burn. But again, it goes back to what's been your winter train. How hard have you been doing the ergs? If you do those time 5 or 6K pieces that really provide that baseline aerobic capability. So we have got ourselves a boat race, as you indicated. It's Winter Park on the right-hand side, oars right there along with Miami Beach, and Sarasota Crew right in the middle. It looks like our crew from Episcopal is having some steering issues, and they have stopped rowing.
Yeah, they may have an equipment issue or something, but they have stopped dead. It does look like oars their lead is dwindling here as Sarasota Crew puts on a push. Looks like Sarasota Crew might have been in 4th place, and now they are in 1st place. So big push there from Sarasota Crew at the halfway point, Joe. Has them in the lead for the first time. But you can see, I mean, this lead is surmountable. This is not a lead that they should feel comfortable about, as Miami Beach also pushes in the slightly lighter colored blue boat just below them on the screen.
Yeah, it looks like Winter Park, their freshmen, have started to drop off the pace somewhat. And our crew from Team Tampa is doing a very nice job trying to get back into the top 4. So based upon this position, it looks like you can put Sarasota Crew and Miami Beach definitely way out on their competition as Orr starts dropping off the pace.
Yeah, and you're right. Team Tampa has gotten themselves in possibly a medal picture if they can continue the momentum. Orr's hanging on to 3rd place, but they look a little bit vulnerable, at least based upon how much Sarasota Crew and Miami Beach seem to be sort of moving away every stroke they take. 350 meters left in the girls' freshman 8 grand final at the 2023 FSRA Sweep Championships from Nathan Benderson Park. Right now you can see it's Sarasota Crew in the lead. They didn't take that lead until the halfway point. They put some sort of move on at halfway that got them the advantage. They're going to try to hang on to it. They're being pressed by Miami Beach. Looks like Oars is coming back with some speed, Joe. Looks like they are solidly in 3rd place still. And then it's Team Tampa, and then just above Orlando on the race course is Winter Park. Those are your top 5 for sure, as Sarasota Crew now starts to move away from the field.
Yeah, I agree completely. This is a really amazing rowing. These are ninth grade kids. These are 14, 15 years old at the very most, and they are rowing this well. This is just fantastic rowing that you know, I would all sometimes only see at the college level. So well done to you coaches. You guys are really doing a great job working with your crews, rowing together in the water, out of the water
Here
together.
comes the oars, Joe. Here comes oars trying to take the silver medal away from Miami Beach. I don't think they're going to have enough water to do it, but oars is moving slightly faster than Miami Beach as Sarasota Crew wins the state championship in the girls freshman 8. Miami Beach is going to hang on to about a half a length silver medal ahead of oars. Oars with about a length of open water. Back to Winter Park High School. Winter Park High School with a little bit, about a half a length of open water ahead of Team Tampa. And then it looks like it's going to be Pinecrest finishing just ahead of South Orlando. And South Orlando is going to finish ahead of Episcopal School of Jacksonville, who looked like they had maybe a couple of equipment issues down the race course. And then Berkeley Prep. 9 boats across. Unofficially, state championship being won by Sarasota Crew ahead of Miami Beach and Oars. Those were your top 3 unofficially, finishing that girls' freshman 8 grand final.
Our next race will be the boys' freshman 8. And because of the number of entries, we're going to have 2 heats. Goes back to top 4 of each heat will go directly to the final, and the remaining boats will go to the petite or B final. Participating in this race are Halifax, Team Tampa, Treasure Coast, Sarasota Crew, Miami Beach, the Bowl School, and Oars.
Really nice picture from just in front of these 8s getting ready to go. As Joe called out, 7 boats for 4 places in the A final up for grabs in this Heat 1 of the boys' freshman 8. And once they find alignment, you're not seeing these athletes sitting ready, meaning they're not up at the front of their seats with their blades buried behind them yet in a couple of the boats, and you can see some minor adjustments happening to the points. So a little bit of wind coming sort of diagonally behind the boats is requiring them to make some adjustments to just make sure that that boat is looking straight down the lane, which is the way they want it to be. Looks like Treasure Coast and Sarasota Crew have the wrong bow markers. They've traded bow markers, but they're in the right lanes. So we should be okay calling it the way that it looks on our sheet as they come down. But beautiful shot of the 7 boats that are going to contest this boys freshman 8 Heat 1.
I want to note the styling apparently from Treasure Coast or Sarasota Crew, depending upon, I believe it's Treasure Coast. Their freshman 8, all of their rowers are suitably attired in what it looks like pink hats. So that's really cool to watch. There we see them. It looks like, yeah, it's lane. Okay, as you said, yeah, it looks like that's Treasure Coast because they do have that yellow stripe. Love those hats. Okay, so they're getting excited. These are freshmen. Or less. Some of these kids might be even small, much smaller.
Yeah, what's interesting about those hats, Joe, is that typically you see more athletic-looking hats, kind of your typical hat with a brim. Those look like fedoras, so they're really showing some style, is Treasure Coast, in this heat of the boys' freshman 8. We'll see who wants to lead early. Again, these boats are seated based upon the voters that have votes and where they think the speed is in each of these boats. And it's holding up a little bit better in this race than some of the ones that we have seen so far, as you see Sarasota Crew moving out to a lead.
Yeah, Sarasota Crew, as you say, David, and again, this shows that the seating was exactly right. The point of the spear is Sarasota Crew, and then Treasure Coast on their port side is in third, and Miami Beach is in second. But the Bowl School maybe didn't get the memo. They are right up there with
Bowl
Miami
School might
Beach
even
and
be in
Treasure
second
Coast.
place, yeah.
Bowl School is really rowing very nicely. Look at their blades go into the water. And uniform depth, very, very efficient. And they're not throwing a lot of water. Really good rowing. When you first put the blade in the water, there's not a lot of bubbles or wash coming out because the blade is deep enough. And they are really doing very nicely, the Bowl School. I shouldn't sound so surprised, but they were not ranked to be this fast. And they are moving nicely, maybe even starting to move up on Sarasota Crew.
Yeah, the real difference you can tell between those two boats is the stroke rating. It's about 5 beats higher for the Bowl School. And the Bowl School, not only are they striking the water faster than Sarasota Crew, but it looks like their stroke is slightly shorter. If you look at the Sarasota Crew boat, you can really see how the boys in that boat are letting it run out, and they're making sure that they're getting every inch of water when they drop their blade in to push again. But the Bowl School right there, Bowls maybe now has been passed by Treasure Coast in those fedoras. And again, top 4 is what we're looking for out of this heat are going to go to the A final in the boys freshman 8. And right now there's open water separating the top 4 from the rest of the field. So it's Sarasota Crew, it's Treasure Coast, it is the Bowl School, and it is Miami Beach that are those 4 that are sitting in qualifying positions.
Now, if I were the coach of Sarasota Crew, I would be extremely happy the way that they are managing this race because they are really just kind of relaxing on the recovery, which is when the oars are out of the water, and really allowing the boat to run in between strokes. It's almost like they're stopping the oars at the release to let the boat run out. And looking from my view up here, just some beautiful blade work of all these crews because there's no break in the technique. Everybody is rowing very well together. You don't see one oar lower than the other. You don't see a lot of splashing in our top crews, and they're just really moving along very, very nicely.
Yeah, Sarasota Crew well in control. They have not had to take the stroke rating up. They're at about 30 strokes a minute. Maybe they just made a slight shift, but they're in the driver's seat position to put themselves in the A final and doing it slightly differently than the crews around them. The other crews having to go a little bit higher. And it just looks like, I'm not saying that this is the case, but it looks like when you look at Sarasota Crew versus either Treasure Coast or the Bowl School, the 2 boats that are right behind them, that Sarasota Crew is just not having to put in the energy that those other 2 crews are having to put in, given the strike rates that are happening in those other 2 boats. It's going to be pretty close here at the finish line behind Sarasota Crew. It does look like the Bowl School is probably going to pull off second place just ahead of Treasure Coast. But that's actually one of the closer finishes we have had all morning long, of about only a deck for the Bowl School, second place ahead of third place Treasure Coast. And then looks like moving through in fourth place is going to be Miami Beach. They will do it ahead of Team Tampa, then Halifax, and the boat from Oars.
Our next race is still on the line. I'll set it up for everybody. At the top is Vero Beach. Then we have Mel High School, Plant High School, Berlin Jesuit Prep, Winter Park, uh, Miami Rowing Club, and then Capital City. So it's worthy of note that we've got a combination of clubs and Scholastic here. And as you watch, we're starting to see that the wind is starting to shift more to the east. And we can see this with that crew from Berlin in the yellow boat. You can see the two-man of that boat has the oar that belongs to the bow person and is using it in order to tap around in order to get the boat pointed, because the wind is going to push that boat away from the wind, and they want to be able to keep on pointing down the course. You don't want to start where you're not pointed correctly. This is going to be a trend this afternoon, I believe, as the wind continues to haul around or move from the south to the southeast. Oh, what a wonderful shot here from our drone pilot, giving us some perspective. And our drone pilot today is Jake. Jake is flying around and giving us a view of right over the bow of these crews. And you can see all the crews for the next heat all lined up behind the starting platform in their lanes, and we have a start.
All right, 7 boats for 4 places in the grand final. The boys' first freshman 8 boat class. And some traditional, very fast Scholastic teams here. And then a couple of clubs. You got Winter Park, you got Belen Jesuit, you got Plant High School, Melbourne High School, and Miami Capital City and Vero Beach all being clubs. And it looks like early on, Belen Jesuit has decided to take the lead. Not a huge surprise. They're always pretty fast out of the gate, so to speak. And then second place at the moment is a boat just to the left of them on the screen. That's Winter Park High School. Again, these are freshmen.
That's
so
amazing rowing for freshmen. Look at that spacing. Look how far beyond that puddle that stroke oar is going in. That's tremendous body control, or they may be pulling themselves into the catch to pull the boat underneath them. But they're really carrying a lot of speed.
Yeah, Belen now already with some open water on Winter Park High School. Again, top 4 is where you need to be. Bottom 3 are going to be in the petite final later on today. But right now, Belen is going to decide. They've decided they want to go start to finish to win this heat. So we'll see if they can do so. And they just continue to move away from Winter Park. Winter Park also continues to move away from Plant High School. So your top 3 are pretty spaced out. Again, you got to be top 4. It looks like 4th place at the moment, if I had to guess, is Miami Rowing Club. And Miami Rowing Club, it looks like there's 2 boats that may have some overlap with them. Both Capital City and the boat from Melbourne High School may have some overlap with Miami.
So, David, have you ever been in this situation where your coach may have said, okay, establish your position, let's say in the first 500 or 750, then look around and make a decision as to how hard you want to go, or maybe even practice certain moves, but then basically shut it down to maintain more of your energy reserves?
That's not typically what the coach is going to say, in my experience. Now, that doesn't mean that the coxswain's not going to say that. That doesn't mean that I've never said that as a coxswain. In terms of certainly if you're in this position like Belen is in right now, you're almost at this for the last 500 meters here in a position where you can test out speed, you can test out stroke rating if you want to, or you can just maintain and come across the line using as little energy as you need to use. What typically happens in my experience is that if you get a lead like Belen Jesuit has, even if you don't start doing things like rating shifts and start striking the water more often, you're usually going to continue to move away. So any of the times that I have ever told a crew, hey, you're in a really good position here. We don't need to press it. Let's save some energy. Even if those rowers are saving energy because they're so far out in front, I've always found that they will continue to move out. And maybe that's just my own experience, but it's not usual. And kind of what we're seeing here with Belen Jesuit is they are continuing to just move away from Winter Park High School, and they're not necessarily doing it with stroke rating. They look pretty much the same that they did, for the bulk of this race.
Yeah. All right, so now we've got ourselves a boat race for the last qualifying position. Closest to us is Capital City with their with their neon green hats, and they are trying to move into Miami. Meanwhile, Plant High School is probably just a little bit of Miami. So the crew that's really got to put the pedal to the metal in this last 250 meters is Capital City. But they're down a length. It may be very, very hard for them to qualify for this last position.
Belen Jesuit winning Heat 2 of the boys freshman 8, putting themselves in the grand final. You're going to do it about 30 open meters ahead of Winter Park High School. Winter Park High School finishing in second place. They also unofficially will move through to the A final in the boys freshman 8. And they'll do it about 35 open meters ahead of Plant High School. And Plant High School will hang on to third place, just a couple of seats of open water ahead of Miami Rowing Club, who will finish with about the same distance ahead of fifth place Capital City, who will find themselves in the petite final. And then across the line, it looks like Melbourne High School will finish ahead of Vero Beach. So that was Heat 2 of the freshman 8 for the boys. And the next race that we have on the race course, the next two races are grand finals. They're going to be the girls junior 8, which you can see on the line right now looking for alignment. And then it's going to be the boys junior 8. The requirements for the junior boat classes is similar to the freshmen. You have to be a junior or younger in high school in order to qualify for these junior boat classes, is the easiest way for me to explain it. And back in the olden days, they sometimes used to call this the JV. There wasn't necessarily a second 8 either, although the JV back in those days could include seniors. So this is kind of a whole new category where the athletes are not seniors, but they can be from any other grade level. And what do we have? We have 9 boats across again. So we have a 9-boat final. We're going to have both the girls and the boys. They're going to be 9-boat finals. Let me set the field for you. All the way up there in lane 0 in that white boat is Lake Brantley High School. In lane 1 lane closer, to the camera is Miami Rowing Club. Lane 2 is Oars. Lane 3 is Sarasota Crew. Lane 4 is Treasure Coast. Lane 5 is Miami Beach. Lane 6, St. Thomas Aquinas. Lane 7 is Halifax. And in lane 8, in that bright red boat closest to the camera, is Lake Brantley High School, their A boat. So Lake Brantley actually has 2 boats, one in lane 0 in a white boat, and one in lane 8, which is their A boat in that bright red boat. Looks like we have alignment, Joe, so we should be getting started shortly. 9 boats across. This is the grand final of the Girls Junior 8. This is for medals and a trophy at the 2023 FSRA Sweep Championships.
So I have a question, David, if I can. Which boat would be faster boat, the second varsity or the junior 8?
That probably depends on the team, Joe, quite frankly, because you could have a lot of underclass, so quote unquote underclassmen or juniors or younger that may end up being faster than whoever is in the sort of open age second 8, so to speak, which could include seniors. So I think it really varies depending on the program. But I think that if you look at historical times, the second 8 typically is slightly faster than the junior 8. But again, year over year, it just depends, and you never really know until these races go down here at the state championships, and you can sort of start to compare times because there can be very fast junior 8s. Also, the Scholastic National Championships has this event, the junior 8. So for the scholastic teams, the plain old high schools, as I called them before, the non-club rowing teams, this is a very hotly contested event.
No kidding. Well, this is very interesting because the seeding did not work that well. It looks like our early leaders are Lake Brantley and St. Thomas Aquinas in lanes 8 and 6 respectively.
Yeah, and then Treasure Coast is there maybe in third place, but look how competitive this race is early on, and as they come through the first 500 meters of our 1,500-meter race. St. Thomas Aquinas, they decided to get the lead early. Can they hang on to it? Lake Brantley in that red boat far left is starting, it looks like, to close the gap. It's very close up front now. And Treasure Coast still fighting and just staying right there. But look at all the boats that are connected with Treasure Coast. This is quite the race at 500 meters.
It certainly is. This is going to be extremely interesting. The only two crews that appear to be falling off the pace somewhat are Halifax and Lake Brantley B. But everybody else is what's called connected, so they are still in the mix. It looks like our early leader is St. Thomas Aquinas, and then two lanes over is Lake Brantley on the outside, and then Treasure Coast. Wow, this is going to be a lot of fun. Question is, how hard did they go out? And did they do what's called a fly and die, use up too much energy on the start? Or did the more measured start of some of our other crews pay them dividends when you go into the pain cave, which is the middle 500 meters of this race?
Yeah, the middle 500 usually tells us quite a bit about what's going to happen in the race. Aquinas is maintaining their speed. The boat of the two that went out, real hard to try to get out to the lead that's falling back a little bit is a boat from Lake Brantley, the A boat in lane 8, just relative to Treasure Coast. But as soon as I said that, they started to move back as Treasure Coast had brought it to maybe even with Lake Brantley. Now Lake Brantley is moving back into even St. Thomas Aquinas as they approach. They come through halfway and they approach the last 500 meters. So this is a championship race. This is the girls' junior 8 A final. It's been St. Thomas Aquinas all the way, and Lake Brantley is really starting to press them now. And they have closed the gap a little bit, but it's still St. Thomas Aquinas out in front. I don't recall, Joe, St. Thomas Aquinas having their own team until this season. I don't recall seeing them on the schedule as St. Thomas Aquinas. Doesn't mean that these rowers are rowing for the first time this year. They could have been on a club team.
Yeah, I think based upon their boats and their oars, this used to be the Hollywood Rowing Club with the gold oars and blue, and has maybe become a scholastic program rather than a club team.
Well, they have moved out now. They have open water. So St. Thomas Aquinas in the last 350 meters is going to try to hang on to a state championship. And I'm looking at their stroke rating. It's still relatively low. It doesn't look like they've had to really take it up yet. So you would think there's another gear there if they start getting challenged. It's only 32 strokes a minute right now for St. Thomas Aquinas in this girls' junior 8, and they are leading the field. Look at this race going on between Lake Brantley and Treasure Coast. The other boat that's really in the mix for the medals is the boat just above Treasure Coast on the screen, and that is Sarasota Crew. So we'll see what happens in these red buoys. But St. Thomas Aquinas right now with a stranglehold on this race. Are they going to, I think in their first year as a scholastic program, they're going to win a state championship in this girls' junior 8?
Yeah, what I'm seeing I like about St. Thomas Aquinas' technique is they are really using their backs. They're pushing with their legs, and then they're swinging their backs in order to really maintain that connection with the water in the last part of the drive. And they all are finishing together. Beautiful rowing from St. Thomas Aquinas High School.
As a sports nerd, I know that they've always had a very strong football team. Guess what? They now have a state championship in the girls' junior 8. They will win it here at the 2023 FSRA State Sweep Championships.
And it looks like Sarasota Crew is going to hang on for third. A big, solid, grind-em-up thing that Sarasota Crew has demonstrated again and again.
Yep, Sarasota Crew getting past Lake Brantley for the bronze medal. The silver medal going to Treasure Coast. So that was quite the race. In the A final, the grand final, the girls' junior 8. The boys' junior 8 is the next race that we're going to see. Also a grand final, also 9 boats across. So it should be very exciting. It's going to be very fast. We still have nice flat water. Again, maybe even just a little bit of tailwind. As you see the boats, they are off. Let me set the field for you quickly. Furthest from the start line camera in lane 0 is Pinecrest. In lane 1 is Sarasota Crew. Lane 2 is Lake Brantley High School. Lane 3, Vero Beach. Lane 4, Plant High School. Lane 5, Gainesville. Lane 6, North Orlando. Lane 7, Ransom Everglades School. And in lane 8 is the NSU University School. And shot out like a cannon out of lane 0, Joe, is Pinecrest. Going with Pinecrest in lane 2 is the boat from, in lane 3 is the boat from Vero Beach. And then between them, there, Lake Brantley High School looks to be in third place. But you can see, look, the only boat off the pace is Sarasota Crew in lane 1, Joe. Everybody else in the mix early. Nobody really getting such a hole shot that they're going to be hard to track down, as it looks like Pinecrest really starting to try to move back on Vero Beach. Vero Beach took the lead away from Pinecrest. Looks like Pinecrest had it for the first 25 strokes. Vero Beach now maybe with a couple of seats on Pinecrest. And then the only boat connected with those two as the medals start to kind of push away, or the 3 boats start to push away from the field, is that boat from Lake Brantley High School.
Yeah, exactly. The other crew that is any kind of overlap is the University School that is over here in lane 8. So this is going to be quite a challenge for these coxswains, because not only do they need to look at their crew and call things, but they need to look over their left shoulder and they need to look over their right shoulder and get an idea of where the other crews are. But right now, as you indicated, it is Vero Beach continuing to walk out on the field and walk out aggressively.
Yeah, Vero Beach finding a lot of speed in the last 250 or so meters as they come through halfway here at our 1,500-meter race course at Nathan Benderson Park for these championships. And you can see they've got open water now. But look at the bunch up down at the bottom of your screen, Joe. Looks like really 5 boats basically connected. They are not necessarily in the medals right now, although that boat from the University School and the bright blue boat closest to the drone camera does appear to be the one that is the closest. They may have an overlap there with third place Lake Brantley High School. So I think the medals, at least the bronze medal, very much up for grabs. You can see the signs at the top of the race course. 500 meters to go for a state championship for Vero Beach. They now have more than a length of open water on the rest of the field. Second place continues to be Pinecrest. They were your early leader. They're hanging on to silver. And then it's Lake Brantley High School that's going to try to stay ahead of these other 5 boats. We'll see if these 5 boats can really push enough and find enough speed to try to get into the mix.
Yeah, there's our drone pilot, Jake, and our our producer, Chase, flying around to give us this view from beyond or behind the crews. Gives us a true idea of what we're seeing of these crews as they come down past Regatta Island on the right-hand side. Beautiful picture of these crews of the boys' Junior 8 final.
So it's Vero Beach. That's what we know. They are way out in front of the field. It continues to be Pinecrest. And then looks like it continues to be Lake Brantley holding off the university school closest to the beach. But this is a race that even though these 5 boats are going to be out of the medals, they're going to remember this race. All these boys are going to remember this race because it's very competitive. I mean, for these boats to be this close at 1,500 meters is tremendous. But it's going to be Vero Beach doing it in style, really letting that boat slide out underneath them. They're going to win a state championship in the boys junior 8 boat class category. They're going to do it ahead of Pinecrest. Pinecrest is going to finish almost a full length of open water ahead of third place Lake Brantley. And then photo finish is here to finish up our boys junior 8 grand final.
Wow, that was really exciting, and a really nice finish line picture from our camera person, Tori, up on the fifth floor above us. So thank you, Tori, for that. Now we're going to move down to one of our heats of the girls junior 4. And this one is interesting in that it's going to be the top 3 goes from the heats to the finals.
Which means we're going to have a 9-boat final, Joe, because it's 3 from each of 3 heats.
Right. So we're going to use the whole race course. And this is a really great shot. This gives us an idea of how these coxswains actually lay down in the boat. And you can see how they actually have a headrest.
It's not luxurious, let me tell you.
Oh, come on. I thought you had padding and Bluetooth audio or something.
Yeah, the pad is about a quarter of an inch thick.
So, as David has indicated, and I concur completely, you want to have your coxswain stay down there and provide as little wind resistance as possible. We went from what's called a stern cox boats, like you would have an 8, into these bow cox boats, so that the weight distribution is a little bit better. And on top of that, you have a situation where there's less wind resistance. So there they go.
So 5 boats for 3 spots in the grand final. This is heat 1 of the girls junior 4 with coxswain. Again, another one of these events that exists at the even at the Scholastic Rowing Championships, the national championship for Scholastic boats. And we'll see how they shape up in the first 500 meters. If we have a commanding lead by anyone or if everybody is sort of still there. These 4s obviously don't go as fast as 8s. But that also means that typically if there is some sort of move being put on, either using the stroke cadence or power or both, that it can be a little bit more effective relative to the other boats than sometimes you see in an 8. So it's always interesting for me to see strategically how the 4s go down the race course and whether they have any of those sort of moves, or if somebody holds something up their sleeve to try to get into a qualifying position late in the race. But we have Vero Beach, second race in a row here out in front of the field. And then you can see the other 4 boats still connected. Maybe second place is boat just above Vero Beach on the picture, which is First Coast. But everybody there for top 3 at the moment. Even Vero Beach's lead is not insurmountable. It is not open water. You can see that sign at the top of the race course. That's the 1,000-meter sign of our 2,000-meter race course, or 500 meters into our 1,500-meter race.
One of the things that I want you to watch as we see here is how much splashing and how much water is being thrown around on these racers. If after the oars come out of the water, they do not hit the water, that allows the boat to accelerate. Anytime which you have any drag at all, particularly in a boat like this 4, it really can really put the stops on it. If you row what's called cleanly and you're not splashing or dragging your oars on the water, you can carry a lot more speed and more importantly, maintain a lot of energy. If you have to fight your way to get the oar back up to when you place it in the water, it uses up a lot of energy.
So you can see Vero Beach continuing to be out in front, going with them and still connected, not letting them break free is First Coast. But those two boats have broken free from the rest. The sign that they're just passing now is 1250, so that's a halfway point in the 1,500-meter race that they are rowing here at the 2023 FSRA Sweep Championships. Maybe even closing the gap slightly as First Coast, but those two boats, as I said, with a fair amount of open water, back to third place, which looks like North Palm Beach at the top of the race course, who is about a length ahead of Boone High School. Boone High School with about a length and a half of open water ahead of the Ransom Everglades School. Those are your 5 boats. Again, top 3 are going to move through to a 9-boat A final later on today. And right now, you've got places 1 and 2 pretty well settled. But then third place, North Palm Beach, they are definitely in a good position to hang on to that qualifying spot. We'll see if Boone High School has some magic up their sleeve in the last 500.
Here you can see a nice drone shot of the judge referees that are following the race. Want to make sure that everybody is safe. And one of the things that they want to do is they want to make sure that their wake coming off of their boat does not inhibit any racing. But sometimes you have a situation where there's so much spacing between the lead crews and the trailing crews that this becomes difficult to achieve. But again, this is our judge referees and our volunteer drivers that have passed the safety course here at Nathan Benderson Park, providing the invaluable service of making sure that the race is not only fair but also safe.
That's right. I mean, that's the number one goal of all these judge referees is to make sure that the races are safe and that they are fair. And really, any of the technical stuff that's in the rule book is secondary to safety. As you see these 3 boats really in these qualifying positions, it's going to be hard to track down now for Boone High School. That boat from North Palm Beach continues to be Vero Beach, basically looks like going to go start to finish to win Heat 1 of the girls' Junior 4 with Coxon. And they'll do it, it looks like, ahead of First Coast, although First Coast making it very interesting, Joe. Definitely doesn't even look like they're doing it with stroke rating, maybe just a little bit more power, just trying to empty the tank a little bit as First Coast. Show Vero Beach that they've got some speed because those 2 boats will see each other in the A final.
Now, it's interesting to see whether or not those crews keep their eyes in the boat. If they look out of the boat, they could put themselves in jeopardy of catching a crab. That means when the oar gets stuck in the water. Very, very nicely rowed by our 2 lead crews, Vero Beach and First Coast.
So it's Vero Beach and First Coast finishing 1-2. And then it looks like the other qualifying boat's going to be North Palm Beach.
All right, we have our second heat of the girls' Junior 4 on the water. And it looks like our early leader is Sebastian River High School. And then in second place is St. Thomas Aquinas. Again, it is 3 places directly to the final. If you're 4th, that's too bad. And we've got ourselves a battle royale between Cape Coral, Hillsborough, and the Academy of the Holy Names, fighting it out for that last qualifying position, as Sebastian River and St. Thomas Aquinas has opened out at least 2 lengths of open water on the field. Yep, definitely like those oars and the blue boats from St. Thomas Aquinas that I believe, again, maybe we can get a clarification, but I believe that's the former Hollywood rowing club.
Yeah, the only thing that throws me off about that, Joe, because I think you're totally right about the equipment, is that I'm almost positive, and again, I could be totally off base here, but I thought that St. Thomas Aquinas High School was in Fort Lauderdale. That's not exactly that close to Hollywood. But either way, you've got Aquinas out, and you've got the boat from Sebastian River out, and we're looking for 3. The third place boat at the moment is Hillsborough High School, and they're going to try to hold off these other 2 boats that are connected with them, which are Cape Coral and Academy of the Holy Names. But you can see as they come through the halfway sign just how far out in front these 2 boats are.
It definitely, a great drone shot from overhead gives us some perspective. But again, watch the water as the oars leave the water. Are they dragging? Every time those oars bounce off the water, there's a little bit of drag. And in a heavy boat like this, where you're pulling a coxswain, it really can weigh on you after a while. And for the crews that are able to row cleanly, in other words, get those oars out of the water and really press their hands down in order to get the blades up in the air and let the boat glide, that makes a big difference, particularly in a long race like this, where these rowers, these crews may only be getting around 7 meters, maybe 7.5 meters per stroke. That means there's going to be a lot more strokes in this race than there would be in the 8 race, where they're doing 9 or 10 meters per stroke.
So St. Thomas Aquinas, Sebastian River, those are your top 2, and they're just so far out from the field, even from behind. You can tell just how much open water there is there, 30, 40, maybe even 50 open meters. And then the real question is what's going to happen for third place. It does look like there's a bit of a battle going on between Hillsborough and now Cape Coral all the way up there in lane 1. Does Cape Coral have something special in the last 500 meters to try to see if they can get into the mix? Do any of these other boats, Academy of the Holy Names, Berkeley Prep, I would say that Cape Coral, Academy of the Holy Names, and Berkeley Prep are all connected behind Hillsborough. Is Hillsborough going to get tracked down, or are they just going to move through to the A final?
Exactly. And again, what I'm seeing is with the St. Thomas Aquinas crew, they are really using their backs. They push with their legs, and then they hold on to the pressure on the front end of the oar by using their backs in order to do what's called layback. It gives them a little bit longer stroke and standing them in good stead as they're going to qualify, barring unforeseen circumstances, and for the final of the girls' Junior 4.
Yeah, are they gonna maybe even get tracked down by Sebastian River? It might be a win by Sebastian River that happened really only in the last 250. It does look like Sebastian River is going to win this heat of the girls' Junior 4, just ahead of St. Thomas Aquinas, but obviously both boats are going to move through to the A final. It does look like Hillsborough High School is going to hang on to the third spot in that A final, that 9-boat A final that we're going to see. We're already on the race course with the next heat, so we might as well set it up for you from the drone picture here. Right to left is how I'm going to set it up. Far right is Rocks in lane 1. In lane 2 is Pinecrest. Lane 3 is Plant High School. Lane 4 is Capital City. Lane 5 is Miami Rowing Club. And in lane 6 is Sarasota Scullers.
It looks like our early leader over there in lane 5 is MRC, or Miami Rowing Club. And this is the girls' Junior 4, heat number 3.
So it's the final heat of this girls' Junior 4. The progression, again, remaining the same. Top three are going to move through. You're right, MRC is well out in front. In fact, open water. 4 boats connected behind them. Looks like second place right now is Pinecrest. Just ahead of Rocks. Right with Rocks appears to be Capital City and Plant. And then in 6th place at the moment is Sarasota Scullers. As MRC is motoring away from the field, Joe, I mean, I looked back over, and they went from about a half a length of open water to like 25 open meters now.
Yeah, they are really putting the pedal to the metal. What I really like, what I'm seeing from the Miami Rowing Club crew, is they are extremely long at the catch, which means that the angle that their oar is almost parallel to the side of the boat, and that length is allowing them a longer impulse, which means that because of that, they're able to really accelerate the boat over a longer impulse than, let's say, a crew that is shorter, maybe not getting the same angle at the catch. So they are really doing a very nice job staying very long. It's harder to row out there long because you've got that pressure on your body for a much longer time, but it's incredibly efficient, and that I think is really standing them in good stead compared to the other crews that may not be able to row the same arc or the big angle through the pin as our crew from Miami Rowing Club.
Plant High School sitting in second place. Joe, you asked me earlier, has any coach ever sort of given you the game plan going out on the water, that if you're well out into the lead, maybe you save some energy, or you try some things out, but you don't necessarily push it, 100%. It might be time for Miami to start thinking about not pushing it 100% anymore. As they come through and they approach 500 meters to go, they are so far out in front of the field. It may be a very comfortable stroke rating, though, and it may be they really like how the boat speed feels, and maybe they feel good. But at this point, they may want to consider conserving some energy with about a 40 or 50 open meter lead on the entire rest of the field. Plant High School is still sitting in second place in the gold. And then we still do have a pretty good race going on behind Plant High School. The boat that's really challenging Plant looks like the boat from Rocks. And so some iteration of Plant High School and Rocks are sitting in second and third place because they're pretty close to one another. And then the boat that's sitting in fourth place, it's really got to find something special in the last 500 meters, is the boat from Capital City.
Exactly. Our drone pilot, Jake, has put us in a position where we're going to be up a little bit higher, be able to look down. He'll be right on top of that coaching or that safety launch. This really gives you a perspective that we wouldn't get otherwise. And you can see what in this water conditions, you can see how straight the wakes are. That's that smooth water, the glassy water that's still coming off the back of a boat. Every time the coxswain uses their rudder, it slows the boat down. But if you can just kind of sit on it and just let the rowers decide where the boat's going to go, it just makes it whole and efficient. Oh, man, what a lead by Miami Rowing Club. Once you get out that far, and I've only had this a few times in my rowing career, but once you get out that far, you just find energy. It's like everybody being so far behind you gives you that energy. You can just live off of that. And they are doing a fabulous job.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was alluding to earlier, Joe. I mean, it's the same thing that I was saying, just a different way, which is when you're that far out in front, for whatever reason, it seems like you not only do you stay, and it's one of those things. It's like if you go to the gym by yourself, and you don't have some sort of coach pushing you, and you're self-motivating, except that in this situation, you're motivating off of these other boats that you're so far out in front of. And you just know that you are really beating them badly. And for whatever reason, that just gives you some sort of reserve of energy that you may not have been able to even tap into if you were fighting with them and they were side by side. Looks like Plant High School is going to finish in second place behind MRC, and Rocks is going to be that third place boat that's going to move through to the A final of the girls Junior 4. Again, all the results that we're giving you are unofficial, but they are from the finish line tower as we look straight down the finish line itself here at Nathan Benderson Park. Capital City is going to come across in fourth place ahead of Pinecrest and Sarasota Scullers. And that was the girls Junior 4 Heat 3. The next event that we're going to have is the boys Junior 4, and it's going to be the same progression of 3 heats. Looks like we're going to have about 6 boats in each heat, but top 3 are going to move through to the A final, and then the bottom 3 in each of the heats will be in the B final. Does look like we don't have boats or stake boat holders, so we'll probably take a quick break here and then resume the action as we have new stake boat holder volunteers and we have the boats ready to go. Again, it's going to be the boys Junior 4 as the next event we're going to watch here at the 2023 FSRA Sweep Championships from Nathan Benderson Park. A few reminders. Even though there's some nice cloud cover today, make sure that you're wearing sunscreen. Make sure that you are drinking water. Obviously, I'm telling a bunch of Floridians this, but it can sneak up on you. So don't forget to be hydrating and to be wearing sunscreen, even though the sun may not be actually beating down on your necks at the moment. Also, check out all of our great vendors here, both food and apparel, that are just south of our finish line tower. And do me a favor, if you see volunteers out here today, please thank them. We cannot run these regattas as well as we do without the volunteer help that we get. And make sure that you pick up after yourselves is the last message. Let's keep our park beautiful. We'll be back shortly, and when we come back, it will be the boys Junior 4 boat class. Welcome back. We're on the race course again. This is the boys junior 4 heat 1. As with the girls junior 4 boat class, top 3 are going to move to the A final. We have 6 boats in the race, right to left, as if we were reading Hebrew. In lane 1 is Capital City, lane 2 is Episcopal School of Jacksonville, lane 3 is Tampa Prep, lane 4 Lake Brantley, lane 5 Halifax, and in lane 6, furthest to the left, in the gold is Plant High School. So early on, Tampa Prep taking a lead out of lane 3 in that red boat. Top 3 is what you need to be in order to move through to the A final in this well-attended boys junior 4 with Coxon boat class event. Already open water now for Tampa Prep. Second place, too close to call between Episcopal School of Jacksonville and Halifax at the moment. Maybe it's just slightly Halifax. Fourth place does look like the boat from Lake Brantley. Lake Brantley trying to move away from Plant High School, and they do have about a length on Plant for fourth place. So we'll see how this thing shapes up, but what we know and what we've seen in a lot of these fours races so far this morning is that Tampa Prep is our commanding leader. We have another commanding leader in one of these heats, and this time it's Tampa Prep. Second place very clearly now is Halifax in lane 5. Halifax with about a length on Episcopal School of Jacksonville, who has about a length on Lake Brantley High School. So it's starting to space out a little bit as they come through 500 meters and approach the halfway point of our 1,500 meter race course. But Tampa Prep in one of these positions where they're so far out in front, they may at some point want to consider some energy conservation if they haven't already, because winning their heat is going to put them in a favored lane regardless of what the time says when they come across the line. You can see Tampa Prep's lead is about 25 open meters on second place Halifax, and Halifax has really moved away from the other boats. We do have quite a race going on between Lake Brantley and Episcopal School of Jacksonville for that third spot, the coveted third spot that would get them into the A final in this boys junior 4 boat class. Approaching the last 500 meters for your leader continues to be Tampa Prep. And you can see they just got to that sign that says 1,500 meters. Those the 3 blue signs surrounding the gold and black sign, which is 500 meters to go. And at this point, just making sure that the rowing feels good, that the boat feels good, and that there are no mistakes for Tampa Prep. And then they will just find themselves moving through to the A final in this boys junior 4. Still have connection between really the race that's going on is Lake Brantley and Episcopal School of Jacksonville. Looks to my eye like Episcopal is slightly ahead of Lake Brantley. Maybe even a full length, maybe even a little bit of open water, but we'll see if Lake Brantley has some magic in the last 350. Otherwise, it looks pretty well settled that it's going to be Tampa Prep, Halifax, and Episcopal School of Jacksonville that are going to move through. Very spaced out field. But Tampa Prep start to finish. Really nice row over 1,500 meters by Tampa Prep. You can see down at the finish line here, almost a straight tailwind. So what is that doing? It's pushing the boats along. Tailwind, when it's heavy, does make the boat a little bit less stable typically, but it's not so heavy that I think it's making much of a difference as Tampa Prep puts on a finish and moves away from the field and finishes about 50 open meters ahead of the rest of the field. It's going to be Halifax in second place. It does look like Episcopal School of Jacksonville is going to hang on to third place.
Excuse me. Our next race is already on the water, about 500 meters in. And participating are Ransom Everglades, Palm River, Sebastian River, Miami Rowing Club, First Coast, and Tampa Catholic. And it looks like we've got really good seating on this one, where our lead crew are Sebastian River and Miami Rowing Club. Here's a wonderful shot from our drone pilot, Jake. We can look down and see these crews coming through us. The advent of his drone coverage has really made a big difference in our coverage of rowing. It gives us some perspective that is just really wonderful. We can see the top-down view of the rowers and how they all move together. You want to see a crew that's not going very well or having issues. What you'll see is you'll see a break in the technique of rowers. Either somebody will be starting to throw their body left or right, or be in a position where the distance between their chest and the back of the person in front of them varies. But what they're doing right now is moving the boat very, very nicely, particularly our lead crew. And you can see how there is no acceleration of any bodies any faster than anybody else. And when you all move together and you pull the boat underneath you, you can really get some tremendous run or distance of travel gliding between strokes. And that's certainly what we're seeing in our two lead crews, which is Sebastian River and Miami Rowing Club. Again, it's a shot. The drone is right over the end of the island with 350 meters to go. And we can see how Miami Rowing Club is continuing to move out. They're really swinging along very nicely. The other thing is the wind is from the south, or actually moving around to the southeast, and you can actually use your oar blades as sails. If you watch that crew from Miami Rowing Club, you'll see that they turn their blades vertical or squared and actually provide an opportunity for the wind to catch it. Every little bit helps. And Miami Rowing Club is understroking Sebastian River. Oh, they both went together. There they go. Decide to throw it down. Oh, MRC says, okay, here we go. That's the end of this nonsense. And they show on a big power 20 up to the finish line, and beautiful rowing as they move away a half a length in 10 strokes. Miami Rowing Club really enjoying that final burst and qualifying for first in this, the boys Junior 4 heat number 2. Crossing the line in third qualifying position is unofficially Palm River. It's very hard as a rower to maintain your posture if you don't have a lot of core strength. All right, we've now had a start in our last of our boys Junior 4 heats. I'll run through the crews as we're out on the field or out on the water right now. South Orlando is on the far right-hand side. Pinecrest crew is right there in the white boat. Hillsborough in the red boat. Two trailing crews off the pace are Gainesville and Berkeley, and Vero Beach in the blue boat has the lead. So we're in a situation right now where it looks like things are pretty well set so far, with Vero Beach in the lead, possibly about half a length over Hillsborough High School. And then Pinecrest has open water back to the trailing crews of South Orlando, Gainesville, and Berkeley Prep. We hope that you guys are all enjoying our broadcast and the different video shots that we're providing you today. If any of you have watched online the Henley Royal Regatta from Henley on Thames, England, you'll notice that they provide a lot of overhead drone shots, and we're just happy to present this technology to you. And even more important to you, the hundreds of you that are sitting underneath the tower and the ability to watch what we see from our producer, Chase, on the Jumbotron, which is owned by Nathan Benderson Park. And Nathan Benderson Park continues to strive to give you the state-of-the-art coverage for our events here at the lake and to give you some perspective that other venues just cannot provide. The other thing to note is that these broadcasts are on YouTube, and they stay on YouTube for years, much to the chagrin of announcers that make mistakes. But it's something that these rowers and your families and everything, you guys can sit around the Christmas dinner and say, hey, we're going to watch Uncle Bill row in the Florida State Championships in 10 years before. So this is something that we're very, very proud to provide you here at Nathan Benderson Park, and a wonderful decision by our local organizing committee to arrange for all this technical support, and we hope that you're enjoying it today.
So these two red uniformed crews out in front, Hillsborough High School and Vero Beach, have pretty well cemented themselves in final positions, as the top three are going to move through to the final in this Heat 3 of the Boys Junior 4. The third place boat, who does have a considerable lead on fourth place, is the boat from Pinecrest School. So it looks like those are going to be your three that do move through very likely as they get into the last 15, 20 strokes of the race. So we've seen Vero Beach be very fast, Joe, particularly in these junior boat classes. And they're doing it again, as is the boat from Hillsborough High School, who looks like they're going to end up winning this heat, just ahead of Vero Beach. And not having to take up the stroke rating, it doesn't look like, for Hillsborough High School. So doing it in style, a length ahead of Vero Beach. Vero Beach about 25 open meters ahead of Pinecrest. Those are your three that will move through in the third heat of the Boys Junior 4. Now, on the race course is a championship race, and it's coming through 500 meters. It is the girls' lightweight 4 grand final. It's 4 boats, and so only one of these boats will be left out of medals. Although, again, we're talking about scholastic and youth programs, so maybe all these boats will get medals, as you have 4 boats. You've got the Pinecrest School, you've got Miami Rowing Club, Miami Beach Rowing Club, and Plant High School. So 2 high schools in Pinecrest and Plant in lanes 2 and 5. And then you've got these big clubs out of Miami that have always obviously been rivals, Miami Rowing Club and Miami Beach Rowing Club. It does look like your leader is, to my eye, Miami Rowing Club, as you see a shot of the start line, but that's the next race. That is the boys lightweight 4 grand final. The girls' version is past halfway and approaching the last 500 meters. Now there's a drone shot, and look at these two boats from Miami. These two rivals, Miami Rowing Club and Miami Beach, Joe, and they are trading punches for a state championship in the girls' lightweight 4. Wow, what a race. To this point, with 500 meters left, maybe the race of the day so far.
What's also interesting is that they are matching each other stroke for stroke. It's almost like the coxswains say, okay, let's go to a 30. And we're seeing them just kind of cruise along. And this can be really helpful, because if you're out on the water and you have a crew along beside you, it always turns into a little bit of a piece or a race. I know my experience in growing up in Philadelphia and rowing on the Schuylkill River, that you'd be just rowing along, and then here comes another crew up beside you, and it provides a little impetus to get it moving.
So Miami Beach decided to take a big punch there at 500 to go, and they've taken the lead from Miami Rowing Club. You can see on the right side of the screen the blue boat. The bright blue boat is Miami Beach. The white boat is Miami Rowing Club. They're sitting in places 1 and 2. Third place is the boat from Pinecrest. You can see very far off the pace that these two are setting up front. And then in fourth place is Plant High School. Is Miami Beach going to be able to hang on? Does Miami Rowing Club have something up their sleeve to try to take back that lead that they had? It's going to be hard to get Miami Beach now for Miami Rowing Club, because I think they let them slip away a little bit, maybe too far. But I wouldn't count anything out. They're in the last 20 strokes of this race. Girls Lightweight 4 Grand Final at the 2023 FSRA Sweep Championships.
Yeah, it's very interesting to my eye that the crew from Miami Beach appears to be holding on to the pressure on their oar a little bit longer into their bodies. And that is paying some dividends, because they're starting to stride away to a possible open water win over Miami Rowing Club.
And it is going to be a little bit of open water at the finish line. State championship to Miami Beach. 2 seats of open water ahead of Miami Rowing Club. Miami Beach was just too much for Miami Rowing Club in the last 500 meters. When that drone gave us that first shot, Joe, they were dead even. And that was just before 500 meters to go. So you can see what Miami Beach did in those last 500 meters. A bronze medal, or third place across the line, is going to be Pinecrest, and they will finish ahead of Plant High School. So that was the girls lightweight 4 grand final. The boys lightweight 4 grand final just started, and we've got this great overhead shot. Joe, why don't you set the field?
On the left-hand side of on the right-hand side of your screen is the Sarasota Scullers. One of our early leaders is the Pinecrest crew in the white boat. Back about a length is First Coast, Hillsborough High School, Tampa Prep, Seminole County, and then Boone High School on the outside. So it looks like our early leaders are Boone and Pinecrest.
So yeah, everybody's still in it early. So these lightweight events, they've got to weigh in, and they have to be under a certain weight in order to qualify. So that's what makes this lightweight boat class. Far left of the screen is the boat from Boone High School. They appear that they might have a couple of feet, maybe, on Pinecrest. And then look at the race behind them, Joe. I mean, maybe 5 feet separating the other 5 boats. So extremely competitive as we look down the race course, and they're about to approach the halfway point in this 1,500-meter race course. Again, this is the grand final. This is for medals and trophies. Boys lightweight 4. And Boone High School maybe even starting to move away a little bit with those orange blades. And as you've talked about, perhaps they didn't get the memo on the seating for this event, sitting out there in lane 6 and really dominating the field now. I mean, whatever they just did in the last 200 meters got them about a length and a half on the rest of the field.
As we had that shot of our drone that was on the bow looking back towards these crews, we could see their wakes. And this coxswain from Boone High School is laser straight. It's like the wake is so damn straight, it's unbelievable. And what that means is his crew doesn't have to row any further. They are taking the straightest distance between 2 points. And the other thing is that there is no resistance on those boats gliding away. They're going to go as fast as they can. Boone High School is also rowing very cleanly. There's no drag on the water, which means that that boat is staying very, very level. And when you do that, there's also no resistance from what's called a skeg, which is that fin, which is stationary in the back of the boat. Every time the boat goes from left to right or heels from one side to the other, that creates resistance. But if you have a crew, like Boone is doing right now, that is really setting the boat by keeping their bodies in the middle of the boat, and the coxswain is not using that rudder, they're in a position where they're going to maximize their effectiveness on every single stroke, and it's really starting to pay dividends for them.
So Boone High School in control of the boys' lightweight 4 grand final. And it does look like still in control of the silver medal is the Pinecrest School. And then it's quite a battle. It looks like Seminole County is sitting in third place. And they're getting pushed by First Coast. But Seminole County with a decent lead on First Coast for third place. So we'll see what happens here. Do we hear the drum?
Yep, there's a drum from Boone.
It's going to be Boone High School. They are 12 strokes from the line to win a state championship in the boys' lightweight 4 for the year 2023. And they are going to do it in style. Whatever they did in the middle of this race for about 250 meters won them the race. And it was a tremendous move as the coxswain's hand goes up. They will win the state championship while Boone High School. Pinecrest will finish in second place. We may have a photo finish between First Coast and Seminole County. Oh, and Seminole County, just a half crab there, is going to push them back to fourth place. So it's going to be First Coast finishing ahead of Seminole County. Seminole County then ahead of, looks like Hillsborough High School, and then Sarasota Scullers and Tampa Prep.
Yeah, this is very, very indicative of lightweight rowing. When everybody weighs the same, it turns at, and as a former lightweight coach, I can address this. When everybody weighs the same, and you all are basically the same size, it goes down to how tough are you, how much training you have, how much technique you're able to carry throughout the whole race, and just all these makes things very, 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 very similar. And in that situation, we had all 4 boats finish within 40 meters of each other, or all 6 boats. So anyway, it was just a wonderful race, and we're very, very happy to present that to you. Our next race is the girls' freshman 4, and this is 4 places from the heats to the finals, which means there are 2 heats. And I'll set it up for you. Up on the top in the black and yellow is Plant High School. And also black is the Academy of Holy Names. The blue and gray of First Coast. Edgewater High School in their red and black and white. Pinecrest in green and checkered. And then Vero Beach with red, white, and black. So it's a beautiful picture here of all these different uniforms, different color boats, and getting ready for a race of our Heat 1 of the girls' freshman 4. Now, one of the things that these crews want to make sure is that when they take that first stroke, they want to make sure that their blade is completely covered. That means that blade is at a depth so that no part of the blade is visible. One of the worst things that can happen is for your blade to not be covered and you do what's called a washout, which means that you pull but the blade just goes skimming across the top of the water, which would then cause the boat to move sideways. Okay, it's a great shot there from our drone pilot, Jake, and we've got to start in this race.
So this is heat 1 of 2 heats of the girls' freshman 4. Top 4 is the progression to the A final later on today. Nobody really with a huge lead early, like we've seen in many of the races so far this morning. Maybe the lead just a little bit to Plant High School all the way on the left side of the screen as the drone is behind these boats as they come down the race course. And then just so close behind them. But there are 4 boats that kind of have pushed out. The only, it does look like Vero Beach still has an overlap with maybe one of those top 4 boats, the one that's just adjacent to them in Pinecrest. But maybe it's spacing out for the qualifying positions. We'll see. There's plenty of race left, only a minute in. But it is Plant High School who's decided to get the lead. Will they be able to maintain the lead? Will they be able to maintain a top 4 position? That's really what you're looking for at a minimum out of this heat.
Again, these freshmen, which are 9th grade and younger, are rowing in a boat. It's 4 width, which is going to be kind of feel really heavy. And not only that, though, the smaller the boat, the more difficult it is to what's called set up or row perfectly level. What you want to do is you want to have a nice platform, and if it's perfect, you'll feel like you're rowing on a monorail or you're rowing on an erg. But if you have a situation where they might be finishing the stroke at a different time than other people, the boat might roll over to one side or the other, which makes it very, very difficult to row, and on top of that, makes it very, very difficult to apply power. But if you're in a situation like our lead crew is, which is now, it appears to be First Coast, they are in a situation where they're rowing on that monorail. The boat is nice and level. It's a great workplace to be in, and it's really because of their great technique, which keeps the boat solid, keeps the boat level, not rolling from port to starboard or vice versa, that they have that nice stable work platform they can work on, and which allows them to move out like they have now done. First Coast is now out over Plant High School by almost a length.
Yeah, Plant maintaining a pretty steady pace, though. So they didn't really drop off. They were your early leader. Definitely First Coast is out in front, but those 2 boats have a lot of open water, more than a length, it looks like. Back to 3rd place, which is Edgewater High School in the red boat. Edgewater with about a length you can see on the screen, in the middle of the screen ahead of Pinecrest. And then Pinecrest with a decent cushion of almost 2 boat lengths of open water on Vero Beach, as well as Academy of the Holy Names. So it is a fairly spaced out field at the moment in this girls freshman 4 heat 1. Top 4 are going to move through. And right now, like I said, there are 4 boats that pretty well have pushed out from the other 2. But this is freshman rowing, and anything can happen. But not only can anything happen in freshman rowing, this is really where the careers of most of these rowers are going to start, is here in 2023 at the A. And this is probably their first state championship at these FSRA sweep championships that we have here at Nathan Benderson Park. So they have a lot of rowing, if they stick with it, ahead of themselves. And so even if they find themselves in a B final of a girls freshman 4 event at the state championships, they can only move up from there as their careers progress. It's still First Coast ahead of Plant. Plant still ahead of Edgewater. Edgewater is still ahead of Pinecrest. And then you can see the gap back to both Vero Beach and Academy of the Holy Names. Pretty considerable. So your leaders are in the red buoys. The red buoys are the last 250 meters of our race course here at Nathan Menderson Park. And again, this is heat 1 of the girls freshman 4. Top 4 are going to move to the A final, which will be contested later on today for trophies and medals and the crown of state champion. So how are they going to finish up? It looks like Plant High School has wound it up just a little bit. It looks like First Coast has not. Is that going to matter? Well, it's not going to matter for moving through to the A final for either of these boats. As you see, the gap back to third place Edgewater is about 30 open meters.
So I think, as you said, Plant High School want to kind of send a message. First Coast is not going to be easy as you think it is. But First Coast holds on to just almost a length in this, our first heat.
And then it's going to be Edgewater and Pinecrest moving through unofficially to the A final of the girls freshman 4. So we have one more heat of the girls freshman 4. Again, the progression is the same. Top 4 are going to move through, and we'll bring it to you momentarily. Okay, looks like we're on the race course to my eye with heat 2 of the girls freshman 4. When we get a picture, you're going to see furthest from the wave attenuator, or like the finish line camera that you're looking at from the island. In lane 1 is Palm River. In lane 2 is Sebastian River. In lane 3 is Treasure Coast. In lane 4 is Gainesville. Lane 5 is Hillsborough High School. And in lane 6, closest to the beach or the island coming down, is Capital City. And you can see that's from the start line camera. And you can see that you saw the sign in the background. They're about 250, 300 meters in already to heat 2 of the girls freshman 4. And one of the things I've been very impressed with these freshman boats, Joe, is that we haven't seen too many steering issues. We really haven't seen any pretty much the whole day, but particularly at the freshman level, and as you were talking about, particularly in these 4s that are not necessarily extremely stable boats, we've seen some really good straight courses from these coxswains and from these boats. We're not seeing, I don't think we've seen one boat go into the lane of another boat this entire regatta so far, which is really good to see, and especially for these freshman coaches. The coaches that are out here that coach the freshman athletes specifically, doing a great job making sure that the fundamentals for the coxswain are there. Really, that first fundamental being keeping the boat straight.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I'm just totally impressed. And this is certainly is a kudo to a lot of these programs that were really negatively impacted by the hurricane and all the weather that we've had in the last couple of months. I've heard from coaches that are over on the East Coast that they haven't been able to get out on the water because of all the thunderstorms and other things that they've had and a lot of wind. So we're in a situation where, they are coaching, kids are really paying attention, and it's really paying tremendous dividends. And again, these are freshmen. And they are showing maturity probably well beyond their years in how they're able to row and really get tired and really have to work really hard. But their technique is staying together. And it's really a tribute to the conditioning and the support of their parents and the support of
each member of the crews for each other, that these young ladies are able to participate and row at such a high level.
So where are we with the field? The blue boat, bottom right, is in the lead by a substantial margin. That's Sebastian River High School out of lane 2. Behind Sebastian River, it looks like it's a boat all the way on the outside, so to speak, or the far left. That's Capital City sitting in second place. Third place, to my eye, looks like Palm River all the way on the right side of the screen. It's either Palm River or it's the boat from Gainesville area rowing. But those are your top 4 for sure, and that's what you've got to be. You got to be top 4 to move through to the A final in this girls' freshman 4 boat class. So those are your top 4. Looked like to me 5th place was the boat from Treasure Coast, so or Hillsborough. Those are the other 2 boats in the. It's actually Hillsborough that's ahead of Treasure Coast. So we'll see if Hillsborough has something that they haven't shown so far to try to get into a top 4 position, but otherwise it's pretty spaced out. So looking for 4 boats to set the field for the A final in the girls' freshman 4. And these, we talked extensively during this race about the freshmen and how well they're doing out here. But it's also just a super camaraderie building team, part of the team. And oftentimes, if the teams that have a lot of success at the freshman level see their athletes stick around for usually the duration of their high school experience. So all the freshman coaches very integral to these programs and very important boat classes for all these programs because this is where it starts. But it's Sebastian River. They're going to win this thing by quite a margin. And it looks like Capital City is going to finish in second place. And Palm River and Gainesville are going to be the other 2. They're going to move through to that A final, Joe.
Very, very nice rowing by these young ladies. Congratulations. Now we're going to move on to the boys' freshman 4, heat number 1. It looks like, okay, now I want to kind of bring your attention to something we have here at the venue at Nathan Benderson Park. You see these 2 paths which are over on the far side of the lake. The one closest to us is where the coaches and coxswains and coaches and parents and other people quite often ride their bikes along and are able to follow the race real time in addition to what we're providing here. This is something you'll see only in very, very few venues here in the United States. It harkens back to the original configuration of this lake. You used to have a really jagged in and out coastline, but purposely built are these pathways for bicyclists and runners and other things. So thank you, Chase, and our drone pilot for letting us highlight another feature of Nathan Benderson Park, which is unmatched in just about anywhere in northern North America.
So this is an 8-boat heat for the boys' freshman 4. Top 4 are going to move through to the A final. We're going to have an 8-boat heat, and then it looks to my eye like a 7-boat heat to follow it. Let me set the field furthest from this start line camera. In lane 0 is Berkeley Prep. In lane 1 is Lake Brantley. Lane 2 is Sebastian River. Lane 3, Gainesville. Lane 4, Episcopal School of Jacksonville. Lane 5, First Coast. Lane 6, Rocks. And in lane 7, in the Volt Hats, closest to that camera shot, but furthest from this one is South Orlando. So it's 8 boats across. Only 4 of these boats will find themselves in the A final. This is the boys' freshman 4.
It looks like our early leaders are right there in the middle of our pack. Sebastian River, Gainesville, and Episcopal School have moved out. Lake Brantley and Berkeley Prep are somewhat off the pace, as well as First Coast, Rocks, and South Orlando. again, first four, and wow, those first three boats really went off beautifully together, didn't they?
They did. They're coming through 250, and those three boats have established themselves. Now, it's going to be interesting to see if they can all sort of maintain pace with one another, and what kind of moves they're going to show each other, assuming, and maybe I shouldn't assume, but assuming that they stay out on the rest of the field, those three. Definitely the boat from Gainesville is starting to move away. The fourth place boat does look like the boat on the outside from South Orlando. And so if it were to end now at almost 500 meters, it would be those three: Sebastian River, Gainesville, Episcopal School of Jacksonville, as well as South Orlando. South Orlando is being trailed by, it looks like, Lake Brantley. Lake Brantley is kind of in the mix there on the left side of the screen. And then the other three boats appear to be open water behind Lake Brantley. So top four is what we're looking for. There's really 5 boats and then a bit of gap of water. And so we're seeing this. We've seen it throughout the four so far today. There's fairly spaced out fields, particularly in these heats.
It's going to be really a challenge for the coxswain that's sitting up there in the bow of that boat from South Orlando in order to keep an eye on that crew from Lake Brantley, because he or she knows that they want to stay in that position, but you don't want anybody sneaking up on you. Now, what happens during a race that the coach may tell the crew, hey, I want you to do a power 10 or make a move where you really go hard at 1,000 meters. So they're coming up on 750, which is halfway through. So they may have a move planned and see whether or not they can catch the other people sleeping or unaware. But it looks like right now that South Orlando is starting to move in and starting to overtake our early leader, which was Sebastian River. Episcopal School is back a little bit, but Gainesville is in the lead.
So we're looking at the right side sort of versus the left side of the screen. As you see those signs, that's 500 meters to go, so they're 2/3 through the race course at these championships. But the right side of the screen is 4 boats, and you can see the gap back to 5th place, which appears to be that boat from Lake Brantley still. Going to be hard for Lake Brantley to close this kind of gap. I mean, you're talking about a 25 open meter gap. So it's probably going to be a permutation of those 4 that you saw on the screen that are going to move through to the A final. But again, you never know. Anything can happen. And it is a freshman race, so there's not as much experience in these boats. But really being well rowed by these top 4 boats that are pushed out from the rest on the race course. Not really seeing mistakes, not seeing whitewater. If anything, to be honest with you, to my eye, it looks like the water has even calmed down a little bit from where it was about 30 minutes ago. Not that it was in any way turbulent, but I think it's even flatter than it was.
Yeah, I agree. And also the wind, instead of coming from the bottom of the course towards the top of the course, which is south to north, we're now starting to see where the wind is coming from the east or from the direction of I-75. One of the things I'm really enjoying watching this lead crew from Gainesville is that they are so confident in their rowing that they are turning their oars vertically or square early in the recovery. And what that does is it really allows them to stabilize their wrist when they go place the blade in the water. And that's really given them a lot of early connection and send. So some very, very nice rowing by our lead crew from Gainesville.
So it looks like it's going to be Gainesville winning Heat 1 of the boys freshman 4 ahead of Sebastian River and Episcopal School of Jacksonville, who will finish ahead of 4th place South Orlando. Those 4 boats will unofficially move through to the A final of the boys freshman 4 to go for trophies and medals and the crown of state champion. 5th place is going to be the boat from Lake Brantley. Well rowed, but they were 5th place pretty much all the way down the race course. They'll find themselves in the B final along with First Coast, Rocks, and Berkeley Prep.
All right, here's our start line money shot from Kyle. And we have a view of all, well, it looks like we have we have 8 boats.
7, yeah. We just have that vacant lane 6.
Vacant lane 6. All right, so now we've now had a start. What you want to see on the start is, are they splashing and dashing, or are they clean going in and out of the water? That's going to make a big difference. If you're making a lot of white water, you're not moving the boat. If you're placing the blade in the water and it's prying through it, you are. It looks like our early leader is Vero Beach in lane 3, has almost a length on the field. Miami Rowing Club is right back a little bit, and Lake County is overlapped with Miami and Vero Beach. Trailing off the field are our crews to our right here, which are Cape Coral, North Palm, and Hillsborough. Again, 4 to the final, and it looks like our crews, which are closest to Regatta Island or the wave attenuator, which you see on the left of your screen, are trying to assert themselves and put themselves into a position to easily qualify, save some energy, but to make it into the final for this afternoon.
So another fast Vero Beach boat, well out in front of the field, open water at this point. You can see the beautiful flat water that we have going on. Maybe just a slight little bit of tailwind, but you can see just how gorgeous it is out here right now, and much to probably the benefit of these athletes as well. You've got cloud cover, so we don't have the sun beating down on the athletes, and the water's flat. That's about as good as it could possibly be for these championships. You can see it's about a length of open water for Vero Beach. Second place is the boat from Miami Rowing Club with about a half a length on Lake County. And then fourth place is the boat closest to the screen, North Orlando. And then you can see the boats furthest from the screen. There's actually a good race going on there between North Palm Beach and Cape Coral in adjacent lanes 0 and 1. But another quite spaced out field in another heat is what we're watching at the moment as Vero Beach continues to motor away.
Yeah, I think our race, as you alluded, is going to be for the fourth or final qualifying position, and that'll be between North Orlando, which we see at the bottom left of our screen, and those 2 crews, which Cape Coral and North Palm, which are really moving along really fast. And they may have a chance to overtake, particularly if they're racing each other. It's a lot harder when you're out there like North Orlando is, and you don't have anybody to race, particularly if your coxswain may not be cognizant of what's happening. But it appears that Cape Coral and North Palm are carrying each other and trying to move up. We'll see whether or not that remains to be the case.
So spaced out field and pretty spaced out in terms of the top 4, although Joe was alluding to the fact that Cape Coral and North Palm are fighting each other. So can that fight give them enough speed to maybe try to overtake North Orlando? That's really the only thing that's in question at the moment as they come into the last 500 meters. That blue boat with the red blades from Vero Beach continuing to move away from the field. And we've talked about it a lot this morning, mostly with the heats, because some of the heats we've really had a boat way out in front, as they would say in horse racing, with the hole shot, and that they're just sitting in a position where they can see everyone else. And one of the calls that I would typically make if I was in a boat that is way out in front, usually not necessarily in a situation like this where it's pretty well established that you're going to move through from a heat, but if you're in a semifinal or a final, I would always say make them look smaller. And they should continue to look smaller. And that will tell the rowers that they should just keep moving away from everyone that's behind them and make them look smaller to their eye as they look back.
It looks like that North Orlando's technique, as they come along closest to a lot more speed, and their boat is staying more stable, which means there's less drag, and therefore they are a lot more efficient than Cape Coral and North Palm on the other side of the lake.
Yeah, they're not exactly going straight is North Orlando, but it does look like they're probably going to hang on to fourth place, about 25 strokes from the line. But it's going to be Vero Beach winning this thing. This is heat 2 of the boys freshman 4, and doing it by about 40 open meters. They will do it ahead of Miami Rowing Club. Miami Rowing Club coxswain not really worrying about aerodynamics, as I can see his shoulders and arms. And then behind Miami Rowing Club is the boat from Lake County that's going to move through also into the A final. And then the aforementioned North Orlando boat, which will finish and stay ahead of those two boats on the other side, North Palm Beach and Cape Coral, who will finish ahead of Hillsborough High School. So that was heat 2 of the boys freshman 4. We're going to have a new boat class, and that's going to be the pairs. We're going to start with the girls pair, which you can see is already on the race course. Let me set the field for you as they go past the restrooms at Nathan Benderson Park on the west side of the race course. Furthest from this camera shot in lane 0 is Ransom Everglades. In lane 1 is North Orlando. Lane 2 is Treasure Coast. Lane 3 is Miami Beach. Lane 4 is Edgewater High School. Lane 5 is Boone High School. And in lane 6 is Melbourne High School. These are pairs, only 2 rowers, only 1 oar on either side of these boats. And I'm sure Joe and I will talk about over these next 4 heat races that we're going to watch just how difficult it is to keep these boats level, to keep them straight, really to row them well, and to maintain rowing it well all the way down a race course, even like we have here at Nathan Benderson Park that's nice and flat, is no small feat.
Yeah, it's been a challenge. This is my favorite boat class. I didn't start rowing this until 15 years ago when I was 60, but I've enjoyed this because it is the most reactive boat that you could row. If you row this correctly, it rewards you. If you aren't rowing it correctly, it will punish you, and you have to just really have your technical focus, and it really rewards. The concept is technique, which is what allows you to apply power. If you don't have the proper technique and the balance of the boat, and you really don't have a feel for yourself and the other rower, you cannot apply power. You can be strong as a bull, but you might pull yourself sideways or whatever. But if you can row well together, which fortunately my rowing partner, Norm Thetford, and I have done for about the last 5 years, it can be an absolute joy. So every time you go out in a pair, it is like a voyage of discovery. You're figuring out more and more about yourself, and you're in the search for speed and the search for that technique which allows you to provide that speed. Well, looks like our early leader has found that technique. What do you think?
Yeah, Miami Beach way out in front of the field. But again, we see that a lot of times, particularly in the pair events, is that one boat is just more proficient than the others, and that's exactly what we're seeing out of Miami Beach. The boat that's sitting in second place is Edgewater High School, and third place appears to be the boat from North Orlando. The progression here is top 4 are going to move through to the A final. So that's what we're looking for, and right now it's extremely spaced out. The fourth place boat appears to maybe be the boat from either Boone High School or Melbourne High School. A little bit hard to tell because of how much spacing we have in the field. One of the things that I love about the pair that sort of made me fall in love with it was when we had the 2017 World Championships here. The best race I have ever called in my entire life was the men's pair final, where Italy came back in the last 300 meters, rowing something like 50 strokes a minute in the pair to win the gold medal. It was the most unbelievable thing. They closed something like 4 boat lengths on the Sinkovich brothers, who are Olympic gold medalists. It was unbelievable, and that's what makes this event exciting for me, is that the boat speed can change so drastically in these pairs, if you want it to, or sometimes even if you don't want it to, and that's what makes this a very exciting boat class. And anything can happen. I mean, you think about it. Not only are you seeing some courses not be super straight, which again is something that very much happens in the pairs, because they're just very hard to keep straight. You have to have two very evenly matched rowers. But also, for instance, if somebody catches a crab in the pair, it can be devastating. And it can stop the boat. It can capsize the boat. It's just as you said, Joe, a very unforgiving boat that can punish you. But at the same time, when it's rowed well, it's just gorgeous to watch.
Yeah. Another consideration, in addition to maybe as you look down, you can see that there's quite a bit of people going straight. Now, rowing in the bow position of a pair, it's my responsibility to make sure that I keep my boat in the center of the lane. Now, these lanes are 10 meters across, and you don't want to have your oar hit one of these buoys, because each one of these buoys has a line or a wire going down to the bottom where they're attached, and you can get your oar stuck on that. So you want to stay in the middle of there. And the way that you adjust your course is the person in bow will maybe go ahead and put their oar in the water earlier and be able to turn it, or have what's called a shoe, where they have a little rudder which is attached to, let's say, normally the right foot, and you can steer the boat by moving your foot. Now, that could be a challenge. Wow, looks like we've got a very nice race for second.
Yeah, maybe the first photo finish of the entire day that we have had so far, believe it or not, is for second place here between Edgewater High School and it looks like North Orlando. Miami Beach did win, and they celebrated quite a bit. It is a heat, but winning a race is winning a race, and winning a race at a championship regatta feels good no matter what.
Well, this one, here comes another really nice race for the next three boats coming down to the line.
Yep. Who's it going to be? It looks like it's between Treasure Coast and Melbourne High School. And it's going to come right down to it. Melbourne High School not keeping the straightest course, but it looks like they're going to just slightly edge out Treasure Coast for that last spot in the A final of the girls pair. Heat 2 is already on the race course. Let me set the field right to left.
Oh, wow. What a beautiful shot.
Yeah, on the right, lane 0 is Tampa Catholic. Lane 1 is Palm Beach. Lane 2 is First Coast. Lane 3 is Vero Beach. Lane 4 is Palm River. Lane 5 is Sarasota Crew. And in Lane 6 is South Orlando. Again, top 4 are going to move through of these 6 boats.
1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like
7 boats.
It looks like our early leader is Palm River in that yellow boat. Vero Beach on their port side right there with them, and Sarasota Crew on their starboard side. We've got ourselves a nice little boat race for these first 3 crews, and they're just rowing along beautifully together. Now, what do you watch for when you're watching from this beautiful view? See how clean the oars come out of the water. Do you see them tipping the water and causing a ripple in the water? No. All these crews come out of the water and their blades stay in the air all the way to the catch. Great rowing there by these beautiful girls in this pair, heat number 2.
So it's Palm River in the bright yellow boat. It's Sarasota Crew just to the left on the screen. Just to the right of the yellow boat is Vero Beach. Excuse me, you can see those 3 boats very pushed out from the rest. But it's top 4, so we could have a really good race going on for who's going to make that 4th position.
Looks like Sarasota Crew has popped up their rating just about a beat and a half, maybe 2 beats. They're overstroking Palm River, and see whether or not that's going to pay them some dividends.
Yep, as they come into the last 500 meters, it does look dead even now between those two boats. Is one of them really going to throw a haymaker here and try to get a commanding lead? Are they going to just sort of trade it back and forth and conserve some energy? I bet somebody's going to try to really win this thing, Joe.
I agree. Once you get alongside, the old hormones and everything else start growing, and you say, okay, let's bury them. Here we go. But it's stroke for stroke. With Sarasota Crew maybe 2 beats higher in their rating than Palm River, and they are kind of pressing that to their advantage, maybe gaining about 3 or 4 inches per stroke.
Yeah, so those are your top 2. And then it looks like Vero Beach is definitely in 3rd place.
Yeah,
and then it's the Bright Green Hats of South Orlando that appear to be in 4th place. It's either them or it's First Coast. It's a little hard to tell from here which one of those two is in front of the other, but that's the race that's going on for the 4th spot.
Okay, looks like Palm River has decided to assert themselves. They're starting to walk, and we'll see whether or not Sarasota Crew can hold on. Palm River, the stroke of Palm River looked over, and they decided to go. Sarasota Crew is hanging on to their position.
Yeah, Sarasota Crew with a slight lead. Are they going to hang on to it? It doesn't look like they're really winding up the rating. They're probably just trying not to make any mistakes in this pair.
Oh, just beautiful rowing by these ladies. They're really reaching out there. Their outboard arm is completely straight, and they're really prying that boat by them. Great efficiency by these wonderful ladies rowing in the girls' pair, heat number 2.
It's going to be a deck win by Sarasota Crew over Palm River in Heat 2 of the girls' pair. Then it's going to be Vero Beach definitely finishing in 3rd place. And it is South Orlando in the Volt Hats that has quite a distance on First Coast, and looks like they're going to finish for that last spot in the A final. Everybody else will be in the B final of the girls' pair from that heat. We're already on the race course, and in fact, we're past 500 meters with Heat 1 of the boys' pair, and it's a 5-boat race for 4 spots in the final. So only one of these boats is going to sort of be left out, so to speak. From right to left, it's Cape Coral, First Coast, Plant High School, Sebastian River, and South Orlando. And you can see, Joe, Plant High School dominating this race as they come through and almost approach halfway.
Yeah, just a very, very nice rowing. Now, those disturbances you see coming off the oars, those are called puddles. Okay? And what you want with your puddle is for it to be tight. You don't want to have a big puddle where you what's called throw a lot of water around. We can see our lead crew from Plant High School, when the oars come out of the water, how tight those puddles are and how cleanly those oars come out of the water. The blades come out of the water. There's a little tip by the stroke on the Plant High School boat, just a little bit, but not by much. And you can see how they row back and forth together. They are keeping the same distance between their chest and the back of the person in front of them and really moving together. All it takes is one person to be rushing down the slide or the tracks that the seat rolls on to get out of sync, and that really slows the boat down. But we are seeing some beautiful rowing by Plant High School. And it looks like with the 4 going to the final, that looks like right now it's First Coast, Plant, Sebastian, and South Orlando, with Cape Coral up at the top, off the pace quite a bit.
Yeah, those are your top 4 for sure into the last 500 meters. But anything can happen in the pair. We talked about anything happening in the freshman races. Anything can happen in any race, but definitely in the pair. If you make a mistake, it could be pretty devastating.
Pretty devastating. Disaster.
So likely these 4 crews that have the lead on Cape Coral are going to, at a minimum, tell themselves, whether it's verbalized out loud or not, let's just make sure that we are minimizing or eliminating any mistakes from here to the finish line so that we can cement our spot in the A final. But really well rowed by Plant High School as they now just continue to move away from the rest of the field. And they're going to end this thing with at least 30 open meters, it appears.
Yeah. The term I like to use when I'm seeing a crew like this one from Plant High School is striding out. You can imagine, see how they're sitting up very tall and they keep their heads very level. What that does is it puts them in a position when they place the blade in the water where they really can get a good connection. If you're all bent over, you're throwing your body around, you really don't get that solid transfer of all the power of pushing with your legs out to that oar handle. But if you can sit there and stride out and be really tall, you're in a position where your legs started off and you really are incredibly efficient. And this is one heck of a beautiful little boat from Plant High School qualifying first.
Out of Heat 1 of the boys pair. Look to me, Joe, like the stroke man, and maybe it's just because he has that hood up on his shirt, but he looks a fair bit taller than the bow man, which I only point out to say that these pairs, you don't have to have the same body type, but you certainly need to figure out how the rowing can be pretty consistently the same if you don't have the same body type between the 2 athletes.
Yeah, one of the things as you get older, you aren't as flexible and can't get as long a stroke as possible. But fortunately, my partner and I are equally short in our rowing strokes, so we match up. If you have somebody that can really reach out there and take a big long stroke, it's very hard to time the beginning of the stroke when you push and the release of the stroke when you let your oar come out of the water. So you got to match up. And that's exactly what David alluded to.
So it looks like it was Plant High School, First Coast, Sebastian River, South Orlando. Some permutation of those 4 are going to move through to the A final of the boys pair. Out of Heat 1 and Heat 2, you can see on the race course. Why don't you set it up, Joe? It's a 6-boat race. Again, top 4 are going to go to the A final. Okay,
first of our blue boats is North Palm. Halifax is in another blue boat. Tampa Catholic in the middle in a white boat, followed by Ransom Everglades in a white boat, and then Boone High School out there in a blue boat. And on the outside, person who obviously did not get the memo about them being slow is Pinecrest School, which has moved out to a big lead. We'll see whether or not they can sustain it. Are they flying and dying or just been hiding out? But it is Pinecrest way, way out on the field, and they are just smoking everybody else. So we have 4 that are going to go to the final, and it looks like Pinecrest has really assert themselves. And then the other 3 boats, which are all blue, which are North Palm, Halifax, and Boone High School, are stroke for stroke even with each other. Only person that is off it somewhat is... Yeah, it looks like Tampa Catholic is off the pace.
Yeah, Tampa Catholic and Ransom Everglades, both open water behind those top 4. So the the seeding may not have been very accurate in this one, but you never know. And also the pair is not necessarily an event that is always offered at every regatta, so there may not have been a whole lot of sample size to to look at when they were seeding these boats. But regardless, I like to see the seeding not hold up, and I like to see these boats come out and have great races that maybe they've never been able to have before.
This example of the reverse arrowhead. It's pointed the wrong direction. Now, come on now, guys, get your program together. But everybody on the outside or ahead. This is really cool.
So it continues to be a lead for Pinecrest.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got a little bit of open water, it looks like, back to Boone. Boone maybe with a slight advantage on Halifax. Halifax with about a length on North Palm Beach. The North Palm Beach advantage over 5th place, which would be out of the A final qualifying position of Tampa Catholic. No, excuse me. Ransom Everglades is about 2.5 boat lengths of open water. So it does look like we really have 4 boats well out in front in those qualifying positions, but we are only halfway through the 1,500 meters.
Exactly. So everybody can row very, very well for the first 500 meters. Okay? You're not tired. You're exhilarated. You're not suffering fatigue from your muscles. You know, everybody could row well for the first 500 meters. The second 500 meters was when the rubber meets the road. This is where you really got to assert yourself. The pain is starting to come down. And I'm not kidding when I say pain. I mean, it actually hurts. You are pushing your body to a point where it is really painful. Now, the question is, have you conditioned yourself so you can deal with this pain? Do you know it's what you're going to expect? Do you know that this is what you're going to suffer? And you know that when you are suffering, it puts you in a position where you're really going hard. If you aren't suffering, you aren't working hard enough.
Approaching 500 meters to go in Heat 2 of the boys pair at our 2023 FSRA Sweep Championships from Nathan Benderson Park. My name is David Wine. I'm joined by Joe Dobson. If you're watching at home on YouTube or you're listening here at the park with us today, we are finishing up the heats. This is the last heat, I believe, that we're going to have. And then we're going to move straight into petite finals and finals, I think, for the rest of the day. So this is kind of it for the preliminary rounds of our championships, as it continues to be the boat from Pinecrest out in front, not keeping the straightest course I've ever seen, and really starting to get pressed now. So the speed is really coming now from Halifax. In fact, Halifax may be getting a lead. And also tracking down Pinecrest is Boone High School in the adjacent lane. So the top 3 are very close to one another right now as they get into the red buoys, the last 250 meters of the 1,500-meter race course. So Pinecrest, can they go start to finish? Can they hang on to it? They're getting challenged, looks like mainly by Halifax, but also by Boone. And then the boat at the top of the race course, North Palm Beach, continues to maintain a 4th place position, which is a qualifying position for the A final. Pinecrest is in a good position because they only have to look to their right to see all of their competitors being in that lane closest to the beach. It's going to be real close at the finish line here between Pinecrest and Halifax. I think Pinecrest is going to hang on because they just took it up. Wow, did they just really wind it up. And they are going to hang on and win. Wow, just a super high stroke rating, but very clean by Pinecrest to win Heat 2 of the boys pair.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it was really interesting. All of a sudden, I looked over and I saw that bow person with his hat. That makes it easy with the visor. All of a sudden, that visor looked over and saw Pinecrest, and he said, I think we got him. And then all of a sudden, Pinecrest looked over and says, nope. Not going to happen today, because they just jacked it up and they took a power 10 where they just strode away. It was just awesome to watch. Very nice rowing here in our boys pair final. Last one, and we're now going to go to our first petite final of the day. These are for places, let me see, 8. Yeah, it looks like 8 through about 13. In the state of Florida. Petite final. These are the crews that did not make it into the A final. And this is their race for place. And I'll set it up for you. We have Hillsborough High School up the very top. Mel High next down in the white unis. Red unis with the big white E's on the back is Edgewater High School. Sora with the bright yellow hats. Bowl School with their blue, orange, and white. And in the bottom, finishing out the field, is Berkeley Prep.
So this is the girls' varsity 4 petite final for places 9 through 14 in the state of Florida. And they are off, as you can see. And with the progression, you know, both the petite finals and the grand finals that we're going to see now for the rest of the day, they should see a little bit closer racing. Not that we didn't have some close races, Joe, for the first part of the day, but with the progression system, getting these boats into a petite final or a grand final where the other boats are pretty evenly matched with them from a speed perspective, we should see a lot of really fun racing from here on out. So it does look like the boat from the Bowls School is out in front on the left side of the screen. And this is the Varsity 4. So these are, for some of these programs, the top 5 athletes in the girls program are in this Varsity 4. An event that is dear to me because I won the Varsity 4 when I was in high school. And again, it's really fun if you're a coxswain to be in these 4s. Look, the 8's fun, it's fast, but depending upon how tall you are, and typically you're not tall enough, you're really having to look around people to kind of see what's going on. In this situation, you feel like you're going a million miles an hour, and you have every opportunity to go as straight as possible, which is really the number one objective of all of these coxswains, is to keep the boat nice and straight all the way down the race course. Continues to be Bowl School, and then the boats that are out with them, you can see there's open water. Top 3 are away from the other 3. The red boat is Edgewater, and then the boat in between your leader Bowls and Edgewater is the boat from South Orlando.
What I'm seeing is the Edgewater boat appears to be carrying the most speed. And what I like about them is their timing of their drive, beginning when they apply the pressure and they release at the same time. That is really giving them a chance to move very, very nicely. That is the crew in red. We'll see whether or not their timing continues to be perfect, because if you can apply the pressure perfectly together and come out of the water together, it sends it. Okay, well, it looks like Terry Davidson crew from Sora has just said, well, not so fast, Joe, because we are going to be moving into the lead. It looks like Sora is now moving into the lead just a little bit, but man, I'll tell you, we got ourselves a boat race for the first 3 places. Our early leader of Bowl School is starting to fade a little bit, and the question becomes whether or not Sora, that appears to be rowing a little bit longer, can hang on with their momentum and continue to go through Edgewater, which is in the red boat, and Bowl School, which is starting to fade a little bit.
So I have South Orlando 33 strokes a minute, Edgewater 35, and Bowls 35. So if that tells me anything, it tells me South Orlando is really in the driver's seat now, because they're 2 beats below the other 2 boats and they're moving away. You see that platform? That's 500 meters to go. 500 meters left in the petite final or B final of the girls' first Varsity 4 at our 2023 FSRA Sweep Championships. And Sora stayed patient. That was a very patient race plan by Sora. They stayed there, and they were in the mix, but they weren't winning this race until about 250 meters ago. And then they decided, yep, it's our time. We're going to take the lead, and we're going to make it difficult on everybody else to catch us.
Sometimes what happens is there is a race plan between the coach and the crew, and they will practice this on the water, where they're going to say, okay, at 500 meters, I want you to take a power 10, and I want you to really try to break the field and see if you can stay long. And that appeared to be the case. Maybe they decide to make a big move or just to swing a little bit more, which means how far they move their bodies back and forth, or just kind of make a lot of pressure, and that has really paid them tremendous dividends.
So the first of our finals for the varsity level events is this petite final of the girls varsity 4. South Orlando in the Volt hats, in control, trying to hold off Edgewater and Bowles. And it doesn't look like South Orlando has even taken it up at all yet, so it does look like they're probably going to hold off those other two crews. It could be a photo finish, depending upon how much speed Edgewater can show in these last 12 strokes to the line. Could be very close between Bowles and Edgewater.
Yeah, Bowles looks really feisty.
They do, but here comes Edgewater. This is going to come down to it. I think Bowles is probably going to hold them off, but it's going to be very, very close as South Orlando finishes 9th in the state of Florida in the girls varsity 4. They're going to finish a little bit of open water ahead of second place, which is the Bowles School, who finished about a deck ahead of Edgewater. Fourth place is going to be Melbourne High School. And then a connected race here between Hillsborough High School and Berkeley Prep. As we already have a start now in our A final, our grand final of the girls varsity 4. Let me set the field. 8 boats across. This is for a state championship in the girls varsity 4 boat category from right to left. It's University School, it's Pinecrest, it's Ransom Everglades, Gainesville, North Palm Beach, Miami Beach, Episcopal School of Jacksonville, and Capital City. Here they come.
It looks like our early leader is in North Palm Beach. They are in that blue boat, and coming along with them is the Episcopal School 2 lanes over, and in the middle it is Miami Beach. The rest of the crews are falling off the back, but the really, really strong start by North Palm Beach is really setting the tone for this, our varsity girls final for the state championship.
Yeah, so commanding lead now for North Palm Beach. So they have decided to go. They've decided to get the lead in the first 500. They want to win a state championship. And the challenge now for North Palm Beach, as I see it, is that the coxswain in that North Palm Beach boat can't see anyone else at this point. They are a length ahead of the rest of the field. So that coxswain has to sort of blindly motivate the women in that boat from here on out. And certainly those girls can see everyone else, and they know that they are in the lead. And so does the coxswain, because the coxswain can't see anyone else. But it does become a little bit of a different type of situation with the Bowcox boat, where if you're way out in front, it sometimes can be difficult to specifically motivate the rowers in the boat as to what's going on, because you really can't see anything at that point.
Oh, they are only 500 meters in, 1/3 of the race, and there's plenty of time in order to make a move. Now, what are some of these other crews doing? Are they just kind of sitting there? Okay, we're in good shape. We're in striking position. Hang on there, girls. Here we go. Let's stay right with them. Smooth. Breathe. One of the things that you got to remember to do is breathe. If you got to exhale twice on the recovery, get those CO2 out, and then just really maintain that good technique and maintain it. And then when they're going to go hard. We'll see whether or not North Palm can hang on, or will it be Episcopal School that's going to be trying to come in along with Miami. So it's sitting right there, just about a length, not much more than that, David. And right now, it is Episcopal School and Miami stride for stride, and see whether or not North Palm went out too hard, whether or not they can hang on. This is the middle 500 is where it really hurts. They've got another while to go. But, yeah, North Palm now has, we can see as they cross 500 meters right now, they have about a half a deck of open water. And then here comes Miami. Miami's starting to move on Episcopal.
Yeah, one of the things that the coxswain in that North Palm boat can do, and one of the things that is the most motivating thing that she can do, is let them know where they stand on the race course. So they got to 500 meters to go first, and they're going to get, hopefully, in their mind, to every single spot in the last 500 meters ahead of everyone else. Episcopal really, trying to push. So is Miami Beach. These are your top three. This is a championship race here at the 2023 FSRA Sweep Championships. It's the girls varsity 4. North Palm Beach now, Joe, moving away from the field. So they had something up their sleeve that they haven't even shown yet, and they're starting to show it. They're emptying the tank, and they're moving away. Now it's Miami Beach who has moved ahead of Jacksonville Episcopal. It seemed like Episcopal School of Jacksonville was slightly ahead of Miami Beach for a while, but here comes Miami Beach.
I think it's almost too close to call. It's Episcopal, Miami Beach, Episcopal, and Miami Beach coming down here to the finish line. Who is going to be tougher? Who is going to be taller? Who is going to be stronger? There they go. It's Miami Beach is starting to move. Miami Beach is starting to move on Episcopal. Meanwhile, it's North Palm. North Palm is just staying long, really reaching out there, prying through it. And it's Miami Beach moving out to a length. Wow, what a move by Miami Beach. Moving away from Episcopal. Episcopal is hanging in there trying to match it up. But it is North Palm, led from coast to coast. Great start to finish. North Palm, our state champions.
State champions in the girls varsity for North Palm Beach. Second place is going to be Miami Beach, about a half a length of open water behind. Then it's Episcopal School of Jacksonville is the first scholastic boat to come across the line. They will do it a length ahead of the boat from Ransom Everglades, who will finish about a length ahead of Gainesville. And then it's going to be University School finishing ahead of Capital City and Pinecrest in our championship race of the girls varsity 4. As you can see, your winners there, North Palm Beach celebrating the victory in the girls varsity 4. So, from here until the lunchtime break, we are only going to continue to see varsity level events. First, we're going to have the petite final, then the grand final of the boys' first varsity 4. And then we're going to have the same installments of both the girls' first varsity 8s and the boys' first varsity 8s. So this is it. All of our varsity races are coming at you right now, and in the next 30 to 40 minutes here at Nathan Benderson Park, we're going to crown state championships in all of our varsity events for the 4s and the 8s. Pairs will be later. And let me set this field for you. In lane 2, we have Miami, furthest from the camera in the blue boat. Lane 3, we have Berkeley Prep. Lane 4 in the bright green boat is Rocks. Lane 5 is Hillsborough. Lane 6 is Seminole County. And in lane 7 is Cape Coral. This is the B final or petite final of the boys' first varsity 4 boat class, contesting places 9 through 14 in the state of Florida in this boat class. And going out fast and green is Rocks in lane 4. Really trying to get the early lead and going after. Let me see if I can get a stroke rating because they're very high and it's working for them. 39 strokes a minute for Rocks, as they already have about a length advantage. Now going with them is Miami Rowing Club in lane 2. And maybe even starting to close the gap a little bit is Miami Rowing Club in lane 2. The third place boat at the moment is the boat from Seminole County in lane 6. Those are your top 3. It is a little bit spaced out right now. The boat from Hillsborough High School, which qualified as one of the faster boats in this petite final, is sitting in 4th place at the moment, which is kind of interesting. But it's a long race. It's a 1,500-meter race. We're not even 500 meters in yet. But Rocks really got that early lead, and the boat that seems to be going the most with them is Miami Rowing Club, but also there is Seminole County in lane 6. These shots are amazing. The drone has added a new level to our production. You know, it's only come into play really the last 4, maybe 5 years, and it is a game changer because you really can see the action. I mean, look at this Rocks boat, this green boat. Look at these four bodies moving together. You can see all of the action of what's going on in that boat. By the way, their rating still seems to be quite high. Let me see if I can get it. Even though they're basically at the halfway point of this petite final of the boys varsity 4, 36 strokes a minute. Not outrageous by any means, but they are really setting a pace, and they're going to try to empty the tank here.
Yeah, 36 strokes a minute in a 4, which is, in the euphemisms, rowing, you're rowing a light boat or a heavy boat. When you're rowing a 4 with a coxswain, the load that you feel, the resistance that you feel in that boat is heavy. And because of that, it's going to feel very, very hard in order to maintain that 36 strokes a minute. So they have paid a tremendous price to be out there, and it's paying dividends. The question is, will they run out of gas, or will they hit the wall? It does not appear to be that case, because they are rowing very, very smoothly together. And because their technique is so good, they're incredibly efficient. And they are now out to about almost 3 lengths of open water, wouldn't you say, David?
Rocks, maybe 2, but a very comfortable lead for Rocks. Miami made it interesting there for quite a while. Yeah, you're right, probably about 3 as they come through 500 meters to go. Excuse me. Miami made it interesting on Rocks. Rocks got the early lead, and then Miami made it very, very close. At some point, it looked like Miami even had an overlap with Rocks. But Rocks really has thrown the hammer down in that middle part, that middle 500 meters of this 1,500-meter race course, and has a commanding lead on the field. Miami's still sitting in second place. Third place continues to be Seminole County. It's hard to tell behind them. Maybe Hillsborough High School sitting in fourth place. But this is the B final of the boys' first varsity 4. It will be followed by the A final, where we will crown a state champion. If Rocks can hang on, they'll finish 9th in the state of Florida in the boys' first varsity 4, and they will win a race at the state championships, which, as I've said before, winning any race at any championship regatta is a big deal. Doesn't matter what it is.
Love that bright green boat. They really have that green color locked in at Rowing Organization of Citrus County, which I believe is located in the town of Inverness. I've actually camped up there in my travel trailer, beautiful part of Florida.
They're going to hang on. Rocks is going to hang on and finish 9th in the state of Florida, winning the B final of the boys' varsity 4. Start to finish. And Miami looks like they're going to finish second, which would be 10th place in the state of Florida. Seminole County finishing in 3rd place. Then it's Hillsborough High School, and then it looks to me like it's going to be Cape Coral ahead of Berkeley Prep in that order, as we are now on the race course with the championship race, the boys varsity 4 grand final. 8 boats across for the state championship. State championship on the line. I don't think the trophy, I'm sure it's much newer than the one that I won many, many years ago, so I highly doubt that my crew's name is on that trophy. But this is, as I said, a dear event to me. And here we go with the drone shot. Let me set the field for you right to left. Far right is Melbourne High School. Then lane 2 is University School. Lane 3 is Vero Beach. Lane 4, Miami Beach. Lane 5, Episcopal School of Jacksonville. Lane 6 is Edgewater High School. Lane 7, Treasure Coast. And in lane 8, closest to the beach coming down, is South Orlando.
Wow, I'm seeing ourselves have a really great race between Miami, Edgewater, South Orlando, and University School. What I also note is these guys are rowing at a little lower rating than we saw Rocks in the previous race. It looks like they're down around 33 or 34, whereas Rocks was going the whole length of the 36. But these are extremely powerful crews, and they are very, very efficient. They're getting a lot of run or glide between strokes.
Yeah, I have Miami Beach at 36. They're winning the race right now. So they're rowing the same cadence that Rocks was, but it looks a little bit different. It actually is kind of deceiving, Joe, because I thought until I used my stroke coach that they were actually lower than 36, but they're 36. So they're going, and we're already past halfway. So it's Miami Beach in the lead. Looks like really starting to push now, and really trying to go with them is University School on the right side of the screen. And then you see that red boat, that's the boat from Edgewater High School in lane 6. Those are your top 3. Those are your medal positions, so to speak, at the moment. Although, again, we do have the situation where we have clubs and we have scholastic teams. And then closest to the beach, South Orlando, not to be counted out in the Volt hats. They could really wind it up in the last 500 meters and maybe get themselves on the podium. So really good racing going on up front. And, in fact, as they get through 500 meters to go, South Orlando has pushed into a medal position. And the boat that really fell back is University School. They're sitting at 4th now.
Right. Well, there's an adage in rowing, the good rowing looks effortless. And that's how Miami Beach looked like they were rowing a lot lower than they actually were, because they're rowing so well. It doesn't look hurried. It doesn't look frantic or anything like that. It just looks very natural. And they are just really doing a great job pulling away from the field. In second place now is Edgewater High School, with South Orlando moving solidly into third. But coming into the last 350 meters, it is Miami Beach striding away. And here comes Edgewater. On the outside, it is South Orlando starting to move.
Yeah, so it's Miami Beach, and based upon how well they have rowed this, they're going to be very hard to track down. Trying to win a state championship in the boys varsity 4 is Miami Beach. Here comes Edgewater. Here comes University School. Here comes South Orlando. The other medals are very much up for grabs as Edgewater really starts to find some speed. And coming back is the University School on the outside.
They are smoking. University School looks like they may be the fastest crew on the water right now. And will they be able to hold off Edgewater? University School has moved through South Orlando. Wow. Big move by University School, but here comes Edgewater. Edgewater has about a deck.
Yeah,
University School. Wow, what a move by them in the last 250 meters in order to get what apparently is a bronze medal in the state championship won by Miami Beach.
Yeah, University School, I thought they were sort of left behind by the other 3 boats, and they almost took the silver medal in the last 250 meters. But your winner, your state champion in the boys varsity 4, very clearly is Miami Beach Rowing Club, and they will take that trophy and gold medal back down to the beach with them.
Yep.
So we're going to have the 4 varsity 8 races, the petite final of the girls, then the A final, and the same for the boys. And it does look like we may have a bit of a delay before that happens as we look at the stake boats, and we don't see any of the crews in the stake boats, and I don't see anybody on the race course.
Well, their judge referees have done a great job. The race isn't actually supposed to start until 11:35, and I'm sitting here right now we've got quite a bit of time. So, wow, good job, everybody, staying on schedule. It looks like our wind is starting to shift around. It was coming a little bit from the east and then from the south, but we're now starting to see some southwest winds, which means that those crews that are fortunate to be in the lower number lanes on the far shore may have a little bit of a wind protection. But again, the wind's been varied and swirling around quite a bit. So we'll see. And then these are the last 4 before lunch.
That's right, and they are the fastest boats on at our regatta, are these varsity 8s. So we're going to take a quick break. Just want to remind everybody, check out our vendors, both food and apparel. make sure you pick up after yourselves. Make sure that even though it's a bit overcast, that you're still thinking about hydrating. You're still thinking about wearing sunscreen as necessary. And we will be back with you shortly.
Okay, we're setting up for our first 8 race. This is the girls' first varsity 8 petite final. Our other finals are going to be 8-lane races. So these are, as David has indicated before, it's 9th through 14th or 9th through 13th in the state. Backing in right now is lane 5, which is Treasure Coast.
So one announcement I want to make before we get going here with these varsity 8s is an announcement about the sweep championship contest winner for the logo for the sweep championships, and that's put on all the apparel. The winner is Jack Bergman. He's a junior at Pinecrest School, and he is in the boys' second varsity 8 event. He is going to receive his award, which is a certificate and prize money, as well as his pick of a piece of apparel that essentially he somewhat helped design. And that's going to happen during lunch. So after the next couple of events, Jack's going to come down and he's going to accept his prize. And this is something new that the FSRA has been doing, but I think it's amazing. We saw the logo from the sculling championships, which was awesome. And it's also a way for you to literally win money if you win the contest. So not only is your design going to be on apparel, but you're also going to win money. So we encourage all of the athletes, if you are at all inclined to design things, to enter this contest moving forward. And you can see we're just getting very close to having alignment. This is the petite final, B final of the girls' first varsity 8.
See whether or not all crews have their oars completely covered when they start. Very important. If your oar is not completely covered, you'll do what's called washout. And they're off.
Trying to go from dead stop to as fast as they can make their boats go. Are these boats competing in this petite final of the girls' varsity 8?
Looks like our early leaders are the Bowl School, Treasure Coast, and Team Tampa, with Pinecrest, Vero Beach, and Tampa Prep back a little bit. Bowl School had a very nice start, as did Treasure Coast, and they're starting to pull away from the field somewhat.
Yeah, so you can see those two boats have kind of pushed out from the third, but there's 3 boats that are away from the other 3. And those are the boats that are kind of in the center of the race course. So you got the Bowl School, Treasure Coast, and Team Tampa are those 3 boats kind of in that order, I believe, that have pushed out from the others. On the right side of the screen, you can see a good race going on early on here between Pinecrest and Vero Beach. On that right side of the screen, probably separated by maybe 10 feet right now. As they come through, you see the platform on the right side of the screen. That's 500 meters into the 1,500-meter race course. So 1/3 of this petite final is gone, and whoever wins this petite final will finish 9th in the state of Florida in the girls' varsity 8, and they will win a race at the FSRA Sweep Championships. And right now, starting to move away and put themselves in a pretty good lead is the Bowl School. But, you know, I say that, and then it seems like Treasure Coast is right there with them.
Obviously, it didn't get the memo. Yeah, these crews are just kind of matching up very nicely. And again, if you're racing somebody and your coxswain's looking over, she or he may call a power 10, okay? So they might say something along the lines of, okay, ladies, here we go. I'm right even with their coxswain. I want you to give me their stroke. And during that 10, if they start moving, he says, okay, I've got their stroke. Now get me even with their 7. And that just exhilarates the crew. And you can hear and you can physically feel how you're starting to move if you can be told by the coxswain as they look over where they are in relation to the other boat. However, if you're in a situation where you heard the other crew call a power 10 and you just kind of sit there and wait, and your coxswain might say, okay, we're going to wait for them to finish their power 10 and then we're going to bury them. So then you could be in a situation where you can hear them calling 8, 9, 10. Good job, ladies. And then you say, okay, you might say a code word like buffalo or something like that. And that's where you really pour it on and you try to break their heart, because you can try to push away from them. And it's all a bunch of really great psychology. And these coxswains can do so much with the intonation of their voice. For example, if they want to really move fast, they might say, okay, give me a power 10 and go 1, 2, 3, 4. Or if they really want their crew to be very smooth at the release, they might change their voice and say 5, 6, 7 to kind of send the energy that they want through their voice to their crews. It's just a really amazing the power and the motivational capability that these coxswains can have. So we have got ourselves a boat race coming right down here. It looks like the Bowl School has about a half a deck or half a length lead over Treasure Coast, but they're really starting to come along. Treasure Coast is starting to stride. Yep, there they go. They're looking really tall, and they're really starting to move. Bowl School on the outside is a little bit higher rating. We'll see whether or not they can maintain that. Okay, there goes the Bowl School. They have really started to move their rating. That means the number of strokes per minute goes faster, and they're starting to hold their position. 9th place in the state of Florida.
Yeah, Bowls 38 and Treasure Coast 36 is what I just had them. So the winner of this is going to be 9th place in the state of Florida. It does look like they're going to finish probably with an overlap, but it looks like the Bowl School is going to win the petite final of the girls varsity 8, just ahead of Treasure Coast. And then another nice race going on here between Vero Beach and the boat from Team Tampa. They're going to be connected at the finish line. Then ahead of Pinecrest and Tampa Prep. So that's going to be your order. Although, let's see, it's going to come right down to it. In fact, it could be we could be engaging the cameras at the finish line on this third place positioning.
Damn.
Very close.
Now,
very
for
close.
those of you here in the venue, particularly if you're underneath the finish line tower, every time you hear that finish, that tells you how close those boats are as they cross over the line. And really great racing that you might see when you're, let's say, at duels or the IRAs or the Copley Cup or whatever in college. You might hear bap, 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 bap. That means everybody was that close, and it's that tight racing. All right, so here we go. The big dogs. The girls are really going to eat now. Here we go. Girls varsity 8. And I'll set it up for you. On the outside, in the top of our screen, is St. Thomas Aquinas. In another blue boat just down from them is the Academy of Holy Names. In the black boat, it is First Coast. With the pink cats, in lane 4. In lane 4, with the light blue, is Winter Park. With the pink hats, Sarasota Crew. With the orange hats, Orlando Area Rowing Society. Plant High School with the yellow hats. And finishing out the field with the visors is Lake Brantley. This is going to be a great race, everybody. Here we go.
Now, we never know what the times tell us, but, Joe, I looked at the times from the heats, and Winter Park's time was considerably faster than Sarasota Crew's. So we'll see if really that has any effect whatsoever on this race. When you're side by side, it really changes things because they were in different heats. So we'll see what ends up happening here. But Winter Park really set the course in this event in the heats that we had earlier today. So this is the Varsity 8 for the girls for 2023 in the state of Florida. And it's 8 boats across. This is for the title of fastest 8, girls 8 in the state of Florida. And it looks like we still need a little bit of alignment. Sometimes what happens, we maybe have mentioned this once or twice, but sometimes what happens is when the boats are making course adjustments, meaning they're going sort of left laterally in their lane to try to make sure they're pointed down the course, it sometimes affects the ability of the stake boat holder to hold the boat. So it sometimes goes in and comes out just a little bit. But as soon as the aligner feels like we've got a good, fair start here, we're going to get going. 8 boats across. As exciting as it gets, we've talked about being at the start line and watching what it's like from the start line. It's very loud. There's a lot of noise. There's a lot of commotion, as you might imagine, with 81 athletes coming down the race course, and you see all the bikes on the path. We saw that shot earlier of the two paths we have here at Nathan Benderson Park, but you can see all the bikes that are getting ready to follow or go or ride alongside these boats as they come down our 1,500 meters for a state championship here at Nathan Benderson Park.
Well, that's looking good. Now they're listening to the judge referee, which is behind them. Also, their stroke person is looking up at the starting platform, looking for the red flag. The stroke will start when she sees that red flag start moving down, because that will give them just an instant faster than actually hearing it. There they go. Looks like a really great start from Lake Brantley.
Yeah, so is somebody going to try to take the lead and try to hang on to it all the way down? There's always a crew that is thinking of doing that in any of these championship races. And whether you can pull it off is a whole different story. And especially it can be super demoralizing if your idea is to take an early lead and you don't get the early lead. But your leader so far here is Winter Park in lane 4. And it's not a huge lead. You can see Sarasota Crew just to their left on the screen, maybe about a third of a length behind Winter Park. But as I talked about, Winter Park really was extremely fast this morning relative to everyone else. And, Joe, it looks like they're going to try to get a commanding lead here early as Winter Park. Every time they drop in the water, they look like they're moving away from Sarasota Crew just a little bit. Sarasota Crew is going to have to be very cognizant of that and really try to stay there as long as they can.
It looks like Winter Park is a little bit longer in the water. That means that their stroke is a little bit longer than Sarasota Crew, and that extra time pushing the boat is allowing them to move out. But again, with Sarasota Crew, they're pretty unflappable. They will follow their race plan, and then when they get ready, they will go hard. But right now, it looks like Winter Park is continued to really start to assert themselves on the field. A little bit of overlap back to Sarasota Crew, but then those two boats are just, wow. They've got to be at least a boat length of open water back to the rest of the field, which is really, really a tight field for third place.
Yeah, it's actually Academy of the Holy Names looks like sitting in third place, just barely ahead of the rest. But this is sort of the do-or-die time for Sarasota Crew in their quest to be able to challenge Winter Park at this point. It looks like there still is a very slight overlap. If I'm that Sarasota Crew coxswain I'm talking about, we still have an overlap. They haven't broken the overlap. They don't have enough speed to break the overlap. You got to stay with them. And then you start trying to chip away. You start trying to take power moves or shifts or whatever you can do to try to see if you can stay with them or close the gap. If you can close the gap a seat, you jump all over that as a coxswain. But right now, it's not happening. It's Winter Park with open water.
Yeah, Winter Park has broken it. Winter Park is broken free from Sarasota Crew, and these two wonderful crews have just completely dominated the rest of the field for this Varsity 8 final here in the Florida Scholastic Rowing Association Sweep Championships. So we're going to see what's going to happen. They are about 500 meters in, 500 meters left to go. Winter Park continues to move away and has just the tiniest bit of open water. But watch out. Sarasota Crew knows how to bring it and grind for the last 500 meters or so. It looks like they're all going to wait until they get around to the end of the island, which is 350 meters to go. They've got about 53 strokes left. And as the buoys change from yellow to red, This is where you really go. You go anaerobic. You max out your heart rate. You maintain your technique as best you can. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, with a wonderful race for a state championship between two great crews, Winter Park and Sarasota Crew.
Winter Park 38 strokes a minute. Sarasota Crew 37 strokes a minute. But Winter Park now is officially, to my eye, moving away. Sarasota Crew kept an overlap there for a long time. And now it's Winter Park really putting the hammer down. They're going to be hard to catch at this point. They're starting to move away from Sarasota Crew. They are 20 strokes from the line to win a state championship in the girls' varsity 8. And they are going to do it moving away is Winter Park. Just too much to handle for anyone else. Sarasota Crew obviously in a very solid silver medal position. You can see 35 open meters back to this battle that's going on for the bronze medal. It's going to be a state championship for Winter Park. It's going to be a silver medal for Sarasota Crew. Is the Academy of the Holy Names going to be able to hang on and win a bronze medal in the girls' varsity 8 category? I think it'd be the first time that I can ever remember that happening, and they're going to do it. It's going to be a bronze medal for Academy of the Holy Names, who will finish ahead of Orlando Area Rowing Society, Oars, Plant High School, and then St. Thomas Aquinas, who finishes ahead of First Coast and Lake Brantley in that exciting race that ended up being not really very contested at the end as Winter Park pulled away.
Yeah, Winter Park was so long in the water. Their legs were way up against their chests at the catch, and that takes a lot of discipline in order to reach on out there and stay that long, and they did a great job. All right, we now have our boys varsity A petite final. Right to left, it's First Coast, and then Plant High School, Team Tampa, and then Tampa Prep. Our early leader is Team Tampa, and it's too close to call between Plant High School and Tampa Prep. First Coast off the pace a little bit.
So it's a 4-boat race for places 9 through 12 in the state of Florida in the boys varsity 8. Our penultimate race before our short lunch break that we will have here at our 2023 FSRA Sweep Championships. You can see your leader here is Team Tampa and Plant High School. I could be wrong, but I believe they use the same boathouse. At least they did for a while. And they're in these adjacent lanes, and they have pushed away third place. Looks like the boat on the right side of the screen, which is First Coast, and then Tampa Prep. Nope, that's just the angle. You can see Tampa Prep is actually ahead of First Coast, but maybe by a deck. So that's pretty close between those two. Pretty competitive 4-boat race, actually, at this point in it, as they come past 500 meters of the 1,500 meters. And this is the boys varsity 8 petite final. So we've got these two Tampa crews. Team Tampa just ahead of Plant High School.
So the question is, will Team Tampa be able to maintain that position under the attack of Plant High School? Looks like we still have a little bit of overlap, so they haven't broken them yet. The question is, can the coxswain, there you go, the coxswain from Team Tampa just took their arms to get their attention, and they're starting to move. Team Tampa is starting to move away from Plant High School.
Yeah, it was getting too close for comfort for that coxswain, and he said, "Forget this."
Yeah.
And now they've got open water.
Yeah. So the question is, will they be able to stay long? Will they be able to keep on pressing their advantage? And the way you feel when you're doing this is you're out there and you can feel long. You can hold on to the oar longer, and you feel your legs really snap down on the foot deck. And when you do that, you can move away, and that's what's happening. Team Tampa is really starting to move away from Plant. What a great shot by Jake, our drone pilot. A little bit of rudder in use there by the Team Tampa coxswain. Don't want to do that. You don't want to let them back in. Hold on to both those hold on to both those rudder cables. Nice tension. All right, we're coming into the last 350 meters, the last 54 strokes or so. And Team Tampa's holding on.
They are. Team Tampa holding on ahead of Plant High School. And really, I haven't been able to call it properly between the other two teams, which are Tampa Prep and First Coast, all the way down. They're probably going to end up with an overlap at the finish line. But Team Tampa is now even moving away more from Plant High School. So it is relatively spaced out. It looks to my eye like First Coast is trying to go. Whether they are actually going relative to Tampa Prep is something to be determined when they get a little bit closer to us.
Yeah, I think they've got him. I think First Coast has got him. We shall see shortly. In the meantime, the ebullient coxswain from Team Tampa continues to urge on his crew, holding on to the rudder cable with one oar or with one hand. Not my choice, but whatever he's doing is working because they are walking away.
Yep. Throwing his body weight back and forth, too. Maybe not doing all the things that a coach would want to see, but it doesn't matter. They just want to race. They finished 9th in the state of Florida in the boys varsity 8. They're going to do it ahead of Plant High School, ahead of First Coast, and ahead of Tampa Prep. We got one more race before lunch, and it's the fastest boats on the race course. It's a boys varsity 8 grand final. I also looked at the times from the heats here, Joe, in this one. And Belen Jesuit was considerably faster than the other winner, Sarasota Crew. So we'll see if that comes into play. It did sort of appear to come into play in the girls' installment of the Varsity 8. But anything can happen out here, especially when they're side by side. So 8 boats across. Let me set the field furthest from the camera as they go. It's Orlando, area oars. In lane 2 is Bowles. Lane 3 is Miami. Lane 4 is Sarasota Crew. Lane 5 is Belen Jesuit. Lane 6 is Winter Park, Lane 7 Pinecrest, and in Lane 8, closest to the beach, Capital City. 8 boats across, boys varsity 8 grand final.
Wow. Beautiful shot from our overhead drone. Gives us a true perspective. Looks like a couple of these crews are getting a little bit close together in Winter Park and Belen. And our early leader, is Belen. Now, Belen is historically a power nationally in lightweight rowing, but I think it's wonderful that they've been able to emerge as a heavyweight power as well.
Yeah, I just think they've gotten to that point, Joe. I think that the rowing is at such a high level at Belen that as long as they have the athletes to support, non-lightweight rowing, that they're showing that they can hang with anyone. Well, and right now they are winning the state championship in the boys varsity 8. They're a half a length ahead of both Sarasota Crew and then the boat from Pinecrest, who is very much in the mix. And then you've got Winter Park, you've got Miami Rowing Club, even on the outside oars. I mean, everybody is still in this race. This is totally up for grabs at halfway. This is actually one of the more exciting Varsity 8 races that I remember calling over the last 13, 14 years we've been doing this, Joe, because the lead for Belen Jesuit is really only about 15 feet right now ahead of Sarasota Crew. But look at these other boats that are connected with Sarasota Crew. They're all in striking distance, without question. I mean, there's half a race left here.
There is indeed, and they're stroke for stroke, almost matching each other, Belen and Sarasota Crew. Now, Sarasota Crew tends to be really controlled, and will they be able to grind in? And if, in fact, they start overtaking Belen, will Belen have the composure to deal with this? Here we go. It's getting really interesting.
Belen at 38, Sarasota Crew at 36. Will that come into play? Third place right now is the other gold boat just to the right of Sarasota Crew in the picture. That's Miami Rowing Club. Those are your top 3. On the far outside on the right, that's Oars. They may be sitting in 4th place, but it's so hard to tell between Oars, Capital City, and Pinecrest. All right there.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 500 meters to go. Will Berlin hold off Crew? And here they come. Okay, I see Crew starting to really push with their legs. Crew's really starting to make a big move. Will Berlin be able to hold off the onslaught?
Yeah, they
Here
took
we
up
go.
the stroke rating, too. It's getting much closer up front. Sarasota Crew, 39 strokes a minute now.
Berlin's matching them. Berlin's holding on. 350 meters to go. Wow, this is great racing here at the Florida State Rowing Association Sweep Championships. Monster crews on the water. Berlin Crew.
42 strokes a minute for Belen Jesuit. They took it up to that stroke rating 20 strokes ago. They're going to be able to go above 40 all the way to the line and hold off Sarasota Crew.
Berlin
That's
is
a task
famous.
ahead of themselves.
Berlin is famous for their sprints. There they go. Berlin is going. Crew's right with them. But Berlin is match it. They're hanging in tough. Oh, boy. It's coming down the line. Berlin seems to be holding on. Oh, great blade work going straight to the water. It's Berlin Jesuit.
Belen's going to end up winning by half a length. Just a pace that is unmatchable by Belen Jesuit. Going 42 or more strokes a minute for the last 300 meters of this race. They're going to beat Sarasota Crew. They're going to beat Miami. Those are your top three. Looks like Winter Park slightly ahead of the boat from Oars. And then it was Capital City who finishes ahead of the Bowl School, who will finish. No, excuse me. That was Pinecrest ahead of the Bowl School, and now Capital City finishing up. What a race in the boys' varsity 8.
They were just so brave and so tough. You just can't imagine how much it hurts, how disciplined you are, how you have to put your hand in the fire and feel the pain and just hang on. That was just awesome.
350 meters to go. Sarasota went to a 39, and they started finally overstroking Belen Jesuit. Belen Jesuit said, forget this, went to a 42, and won the state championship. That's the boys' varsity 8 at the 2023 FSRA Sweep Championships from Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. And we are going to take a break now.
For lunch.
And then come back with the rest of our championship races. Want to once again make an announcement that at noon, so very soon, in the next 15 minutes, Jack Bergman, who won the logo contest, is going to have his ceremony down here at the finish line. He's going to take his check to the bank. He's going to get his apparel and his certificate for winning the logo contest for our, sweep championships. So don't miss that at noon, and we will be back in probably roughly an hour to bring you the rest of the racing. you. Couple of announcements before we come back to racing in about 15-20 minutes. And the first major announcement is that if you have lost anything here at the park today, if you realize you're missing keys or wallet or I don't even know what else you might be missing, come to the 3rd floor of the Finish Line Tower. That is where the Lost and Found exists. And specifically Denise Andres, we have some belongings that belong to you, and we can identify you from those belongings. So Denise Andres, or anybody who knows Denise, please tell her to come to the 3rd floor of the Finish Line Tower to retrieve her belongings. And we will get back to you with live racing, as I said, in about 15-20 minutes. And we'll finish off this regatta with an afternoon of exciting racing. Welcome back to Nathan Benderson Park for our afternoon session of the 2023 FSRA Sweep Rowing Championships. My name is David Wine. I'm joined by Joe Dobson, who will be with us shortly. And we're going to bring you this afternoon's racing. We're going to start with a very exciting race, which is the boys' lightweight 8 grand final. So for a state championship, let me set the field for you. I'm going to go left to right in this camera shot. On the far left is Sarasota Crew. Just to the right, one lane is Miami Beach. Then it's Belen Jesuit, Miami Rowing Club, and the Bulls School. And here they come, 5 boats across. Again, this is for medals and trophy in the boys' lightweight 8 boat class. These are very fast boats. Oftentimes the second fastest boat class for the boys, just behind the varsity 8. Sometimes the second varsity 8 can be as fast as these lightweight boats, but the pedigree for some of these teams in the state of Florida, particularly in the lightweight events, has been that they have been very fast and have been nationally fast in the last 5 or 6 years in this boys lightweight 8 boat class category. So here they come, 5 boats across. Looks like your early leader is a boat from Miami Beach, but you can see that their lead is basically nothing over Miami. So you got Miami Beach and Miami that are fighting it out here early. And they have motored away to open water ahead of Belen Jesuit and Sarasota Crew. And then it's the Bulls School sitting in 5th place, far right of the screen, a little bit off the pace. So we've got kind of 2 boat races here, 2 match races, so to speak, for the gold medal and for the bronze medal in this boys' lightweight 8 as it comes through 500 meters. They're already there in about a minute and a half. It's Miami Beach and Miami, and then it's Belen Jesuit and Sarasota Crew behind them going for the bronze medal. And these boats are flying down the race course. You can see that there's a little bit more ripple on the water, but it looks like it's pretty much a straight tailwind. So it's only making these boats go a little bit faster down the race course. I talked about it earlier. When there's quite a bit of tailwind, it can sometimes make the boats feel a little bit less stable, largely because it's actually pushing the boat out of the water a little bit and moving it a little faster than it would typically go. But right now you've got this just grudge match up front as they already come through halfway. Miami Beach on the left, Miami on the right. Joe, this is quite the race. It looks like Miami Beach trying to assert themselves now at the halfway point. It looks like they got through that sign and maybe they made a move, and they have taken about a half a length on Miami. I'm going to see if I can get some stroke ratings.
Yeah, I agree completely. It's really wonderful that they're going almost stroke for stroke. Yeah, I think they're fairly close within a beat or beat and a half of each other. All right, it looks like
and Miami coming back now. Now Miami has retaken the lead from Miami Beach. By the way, both of these boats going 40 strokes a minute, Joe.
4-0?
4-0.
Wow. They are not leaving anything out there.
I mean, this is their only race. Literally, it's one race, and it's for the state championship. There was no heat. It's 5 boats across for the state championship in the boys' lightweight 8. And so it doesn't terribly surprise me. Typically, lightweight rowers are gonna take a few more strokes a minute than their heavyweight counterparts. But you also have a situation where all of the energy for the entire weekend is bound up into only 1,500 meters here.
Yeah, they're both really rowing very, very well. This is too close to call between Miami on the far shore and Miami Beach closer to us. We've got ourselves a really titan of a race in this boys lightweight 8 final for the state championship. And it looks like Miami Beach may be a little bit more active as far as drawing it into their bodies at the release and swinging. I think they're above them now. I think Beach is over Miami. But Miami is a lot quicker to the water, and that may be holding them in there. Okay, there they go. They're both really going really fast. Beach is more aggressive, pulling themselves up into the catch. We'll see whether or not that helps them.
They're both still 40 strokes a minute. It's Miami Beach. It's Miami. Miami Beach is in the lighter blue boat. Miami in the dark boat. They are going to come right down to the line as they have been all the way down the race course. Who's going to have it? Who's going to squeeze it out?
I think Miami Beach has it.
Oh, I don't know. Photo finish. Photo finish.
Wow, what wonderful racing. It just doesn't get any better than this. That was fabulous racing.
What a way to kick off our afternoon. A photo finish in the boys' lightweight 8. Miami Beach and Miami. I think if I had to my eye, that was the order. It may have been Miami Beach by like 6 inches over Miami. We'll see what the camera says. Third place is going to be Sarasota Crew. They're going to finish a length ahead of Belen Jesuit. And Belen Jesuit very well ahead then of fifth place, the Bowles School. What a race to kick off our afternoon.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, guys. That really was put your heart right on the end. Fabulous.
All right, we've got a 3-boat race for the girls' third varsity 8 grand final. It's Sarasota Crew with the pink hats in the middle. They are flanked to the right of the rowers by oars in the orange hats, and to the left of the Sarasota Crew rowers by the white visors of Winter Park High School.
Looks like Winter Park has moved out to about a quarter of a length lead, and Sarasota Crew has another quarter of a boat length lead over oars.
Early on, these are very important points for these teams in the third varsity 8 category for the team trophies, but it's also a level here, the third varsity 8, where you're talking about a lot of these athletes typically are younger athletes. Not all of them, but a lot of them are. So these are somewhat the futures of these programs as well. And we've got a great race up front between Winter Park and Sarasota Crew. Winter Park still holding the edge.
I respectfully disagree. I think Crew has moved out just a little bit over Winter Park. Crew seems to be a little bit more aggressive at the front end. We'll see. Oh, wait. Okay, I know what's going on because of the angle trying to pick up the buoys.
but now it's dead level, Joe. So, I mean, you weren't that far off. It wasn't like the lead was very big there for Winter Park, and now it's dead level. So we've got another, appears to be, grudge match race down the race course. This time in the girls' third varsity 8. We just saw it in the boys' lightweight 8 all the way down the course between Miami Beach and Miami Rowing Club. Now you've got Sarasota Crew and Winter Park, two teams that certainly know each other well, that oftentimes are both on the podium in these girls' 8 events at the state championships. Looks like Winter Park's starting to take a move here. They're throwing a jab at Sarasota Crew.
They certainly are. Then the question, okay, there goes a coxswain from Winter Park with her right hand, just looking over and then extolling her crew to give her more, but Sarasota Crew is just kind of sitting there cruising along. Now the question is, will Winter Park use up all their energy and Crew have something more in order to come through? Time will tell. It looks like, based upon the buoys, that Winter Park has about a deck, which is around a 10-foot lead.
A little past the halfway point in this girls' third varsity 8 grand final for a state championship on the line, and look how close it continues to be. It looked like Winter Park, to my eye, had maybe even slightly more than a deck, and now it's, 3-4 feet?
It's closing down. So the question is, who is most efficient? Who can handle it in this last half of the race where you really start burning, your muscles start tearing yourself apart, and you're wondering, can I maintain my technique? Can I get out and do this every single time for every single stroke? Well, it really starts hurting.
Dead level, a race that all of these 18 women are going to remember, is this third varsity 8 grand final at the 2023 FSRA Sweep Championships. It's back and forth, Sarasota Crew and Winter Park. As I said, 500 meters left. They are 1,000 meters in. Who is going to throw the first big punch here in the last 500 meters to try to get a lead that they can potentially build on or hang on to? It doesn't seem like there's anything between these two boats still.
I think that Winter Park is over Sarasota Crew by about 2.5 beats, which gives Sarasota Crew room to go and less room for Winter Park. Also, Winter Park appears to be a little bit more frantic Their bodies are starting to fly around a little bit more, whereas Crew appears to be holding on. We'll see whether or not that pays dividends as we pull into the last 250 meters, where it's the last 330 strokes. So Winter Park continues to hold on. Here comes Crew. Winter Park on the inside. Winter Park on the inside. Sarasota Crew on the outside. Will they be able to stride through? Will Winter Park be able to hold on? We got ourselves a race.
We do, and if Sarasota Crew has another gear in terms of strike rate, they might catch Winter Park, because you were right, Joe. Winter Park about 3 beats higher than Sarasota Crew as they came into the last 500 meters. But it just seems like Sarasota Crew may not have that gear. They're running out of space.
Yep, there goes Winter Park. Very, very aggressive. Winter Park throwing it at it. Winter Park is just going after it with total abandon. And they seem to be holding on. And they're moving. Winter Park is moving on Crew. They're almost to a half a length. Fantastic racing here at Nathan Benderson Park in our girls' third varsity final. Winter Park and Sarasota Crew. Well rode, ladies.
Winter Park with the state championship by half a length over Sarasota Crew. Oars will finish in third place. That was the girls' third varsity 8 grand final. And the next race is the boys' installment, also of the third varsity 8. Let me set it up for you as we have the great camera picture of all 6 crews. In lane 1, you can see the lane 1 bow marker furthest from the camera. That's Oars. Lane 2 is Winter Park. Lane 3, Sarasota Crew. Lane 4 is Belen Jesuit. Lane 5, Pinecrest. And lane 6, Plant High School.
Wow, this ought to be really good. And this is truly indicative of how strong and deep these organizations are. You know, I'm sitting there looking at the boys' third varsity 8 final, and then we have a girls and boys fourth varsity 8. So that means in addition to all these other races, they have, fourth level. My goodness, that's really deep. Can you imagine the size of their boathouses, unless they have to, double schedule practices, one practice in the morning, one practice in the afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, it also, just from an analytical perspective, it makes these teams stronger when they just simply have more athletes, right? They have more competition for every single seat in every single boat. So it's 6 boats across, 1,500 meters ahead of them in the boys' third varsity 8 grand final. And again, this is the only race that these boys are having at this entire regatta. So we're going to see tanks get emptied for sure. Hopefully, we're going to have just as exciting of a race as we have had in the first 2 so far this afternoon.
No, that would be really special. So the wind is now blowing directly from south to north. Maybe just a little bit of east in it, but not much. So it should be fairly easy to point these boats. They're not being blown from the side that much. It's interesting that part of these stake boats have their sterns on one side, and the others have their sterns on the other side. And there's a start. Ooh, some interesting starts, but this is the third level.
So here they come. Belen Jesuit took down Sarasota Crew in the varsity 8. Can they do it in the third varsity 8? There's a lot of race course to be rode until we find out the answer to that question. Trying to get the lead early here is Winter Park High School in lane 2, and they do have an early lead, but it's not much.
Yeah, as advertised, Winter Park, Sarasota Crew, and Belen Jesuit are out a little bit on the field. However, Oars is overlapped, as is Plant High School. Pinecrest a little bit off the back.
Yeah, so it's shaping up at least early on here. 4 boats for 3 medals. And you can see those 4 boats sort of from the center of the screen, that gold Belen Jesuit boat, and then to the right, if you're watching on the screen on YouTube or out here at Nathan Benderson Park on the Jumbotron. We're trying to give you accurate commentary of what's happening. It's still Winter Park out in front. It's still Sarasota Crew sitting in second place, just behind them, maybe about 12 feet behind Winter Park. And still connected with both of those boats I just mentioned is the boat from Oars, as well as the boat from Belen Jesuit. So those are your top four. Does look like Belen Jesuit sitting in third place ahead of Oars by about a half a length. But up front, it's another incredibly close race now between Sarasota Crew and Winter Park High School. So we'll see as the race progresses. They're past 500 meters. They're approaching the halfway point in the race. They're about 600, 650 meters into it. We will see exactly who is going to want to maybe make a push, maybe make a move, see if that move is effective in getting somebody a lead. It looks like Sarasota Crew trying to go in this middle part of the race, and they have now extended themselves out to about a half a length advantage. You can see at the halfway point ahead of Winter Park. Winter Park with about the same advantage, maybe slightly more than Sarasota Crew has on Winter Park, ahead of third place Belen. And connected with Belen continues to be Oars. So Oars is staying there. They are still in the mix for a medal. Is Oars. They're connected to Belen Jesuit. We have seen many times what Belen can do in the last 500 meters. If I'm in the Oars boat, I'm thinking about starting to close the gap now, as opposed to waiting to see what Belen has up their sleeve in the last 300, 400 meters, because it may be too late at that point for Oars. So we'll see if Oars can start to close the gap as Sarasota Crew, not really moving away from Winter Park, but does have that half-length advantage. And you can see a nice course from both of those two leading boats. Sarasota Crew not really making any adjustments, seem to be going pretty straight. So is Winter Park. Winter Park dead straight. Sarasota Crew moving away now. You can see that they have extended it now to a full length advantage on Winter Park.
Yeah, next time we get an overhead shot, one of the things I want you to look at when you see Sarasota Crew is how stretched out their bodies are, and how compressed their legs are, and how they do not open their backs right away or pull with their backs. The initial motion is very, very horizontal. And if you watch this crew from Sarasota Crew, you'll see that they sit up very, very tall. And they really let their legs come underneath them. And that is really paying dividends as they move away for a win.
So this is a boys third varsity 8 grand final at the state championships. Sarasota Crew 10 strokes from the line to win a state championship in the third varsity 8. And look how close Belen now has made it with Winter Park. I think Winter Park's going to hang on to silver, but Belen made it more interesting in those last 300 meters. As I was talking about, Oars had to think about trying to track down Belen, because in the last 300 meters, they probably weren't going to be able to do much when Belen started to wind it up, and that's kind of what happened. Belen moved away and actually moved into Winter Park a little bit. So Sarasota Crew, Winter Park, Belen Jesuit, Oars, and then it is going to be Plant High School and Pinecrest in that order. That was the boys' third varsity 8. We're already on the race course, Joe. You can see and set up the field for the girls' fourth varsity 8.
Okay, on the top is Sarasota Crew in the black boat. In the middle is Winter Park High School in their characteristic light blue and white unis. And on the left-hand side is Oars. These are the fourth varsity. Rowing very, very nice.
And again, it's Winter Park and Sarasota Crew out in front of the field, showing the depths of those two programs. Again, Winter Park High School being a scholastic high school. All those athletes that represent Winter Park go to the same high school physically. So that's not the case with Sarasota Crew. They're a club team. They draw from all the area high schools.
And same thing with Oars.
Same thing with Oars. You know, Winter Park, the women from Winter Park have had this light blue accent color forever. The traditional colors of Winter Park High School are black and orange, and typically the men stick to that to some extent. but it's always been very cool. I thought that the women have decided to add this light blue accent color, kind of made it really their own. And you can see they're starting to move away from Sarasota Crew now.
They certainly are moving away. And we're right on top of Winter Park, so we can watch them very carefully. If you look out, you'll see their outboard arm, which is the one on the end of the oar, really straightens out. And when they do that straightening out of that outboard arm, it provides an opportunity for them to align their bodies as they come up and to the catch, which is when they place the blade in the water, and having that shoulder high that's holding that outboard arm. And then when they press with the oar handle, they hang on to that outboard arm, which gives them a tremendous leverage. And it's really biomechanically very efficient because they're actually hanging their body weight off the end of that oar, which really makes them use gravity and really helps them get long and strong, which is what they're doing. This is a fourth boat. They are not rowing like any fourth boat I've ever seen.
Rowing very well, and I had both crews at 35 strokes a minute, so Winter Park and Sarasota Crew are striking at the same rate, which obviously means that Winter Park is just flat out moving their boat faster. So they're doing it with technique, they're doing it with power, and they have too much, it appears, of both of those for Sarasota Crew to handle as they come into the last 300 meters as Winter Park to try to win a gold medal and a state championship in the girls' 4th varsity 8 boat class.
Yeah, just some very, very nice rowing as they're now crossing into the last 250 meters where the buoys now become red, and they know that they've got about 35 or so strokes left. But what's really remarkable is even though as tired as these ladies are, they're really maintaining their technique, which talks to their core strength, their core stability, work they may have been doing, and the fact that they have worked hard. And this is not something new. You know, you don't row harder or faster and all of a sudden find pace or speed at a race. You have to get it during practice, and it looks like the practices at Winter Park have really been excellent for these young ladies.
Quite the year here, 2023, for Winter Park High School women, as they're going to win another state championship, this time in the 4th varsity 8 grand final, and you can see they've done it in style, 25 open meters ahead of second place Sarasota Crew and third place Orlando Area Rowing Society Oars. That was your girls' 4th varsity 8. We also have the same 3 programs competing in the boys' 4th varsity 8, and looking down the race course, they are on the race course. Let me set it up for you. I'm actually going to go left to right this time on your screen. We won't read Hebrew anymore, at least not this time.
Oy vey.
On your left is Winter Park. In the center is Sarasota Crew. On the right is Oars.
Wow, this is quite a race. All overlapped, which means nobody's fallen off open water. But as we're seeing here, Winter Park men are opening up a little bit of a lead, almost 3/4 of a length over Orlando and Sarasota Crew that are right beside each other with no separation between the two.
Yeah, this is a really good race early on because they're almost at 500 meters, and you can see that all 3 boats may be separated by 15 total feet in terms of where their bows sit at the moment. Sarasota Crew in 3rd place, Oars in 2nd place, Winter Park in 1st place, but everybody's still right there. There's plenty of race left, 1,000 meters left in this boys' 4th varsity 8 grand final.
Now, it looks to me like Winter Park is about 3 beats above Sarasota Crew and Oars. Sarasota Crew and Oars are seeing, I think, around 32 or 3. Winter Park's, I think, is up around 36.
37 for Winter Park. 33 for Sarasota Crew. So you're pretty much spot on with your eyes there, Joe.
Yeah, after 34 years, you figure I might be able to figure it out.
And Oars is also at 33. So you do have Winter Park. They went out hard and fast. They have held a higher stroke rating. Will that matter? It does look like Sarasota Crew may be the fastest mover. They moved away from Oars a bit. As they come through the halfway point, you see that black and yellow sign. That's the halfway point in our 1,500-meter race course. Is Sarasota Crew going to be able to start tracking down Winter Park? And then is Winter Park going to be able to fend off Sarasota Crew, assuming that Sarasota Crew has the ability to take up the stroke rating from their current 33?
Yeah, I would be rather anxious over there in Winter Park, and I've seen a couple of their rowers kind of take a glimpse must be some other word, a glimpse over to see Sarasota Crew, and they seem to be holding them at about 3/4 of the length. And maybe the fact that they are out there is giving them the impetus to just keep on pushing Sarasota Crew away. But the question is, can they maintain this 36-37 as opposed to Sarasota Crew's 33? And if Sarasota Crew goes, will Winter Park have any place to go? Do they have that extra gear?
I mean, Winter Park is definitely hanging on. They have this whole way that Sarasota Crew really hasn't chipped away like we thought they might. But will that change if Sarasota Crew does find a higher strike rate? They haven't gone yet. It doesn't appear now. They're maybe starting to go.
There they go. Now, what I like about Winter Park is they are very, very disciplined as far as their blade work. They are really going directly to the water very nicely. But the question is, will the larger crew from Sarasota Crew be able to overtake them? This is definitely in doubt.
Not as pretty in the Sarasota Crew boat. The bodies are moving a little bit better together in the Winter Park boat, and they really have ramped up the stroke rating as Winter Park. I bet they're about at 40. Let's see exactly where they are. Yeah, 40 strokes a minute for Winter Park. And they're going to try to hang on to it. 15 strokes from the line. They're going to try to win a boys' 4th varsity 8 title. And it does look like they probably are going to hang on, Joe.
Yeah, I love that headgear on that stroke. Woohoo! Look at them go. It's Winter Park over Sarasota Crew in a battle royale in the 4th varsity 8 for boys. Well done, gentlemen. Nicely rowed.
Winter Park, half a length state title ahead of Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew, a length and a half of open water ahead of Oars. Those are your 3 boats that contested the boys' 4th varsity 8 grand final. The next race that we're going to have on the race course will be the girls' 2nd freshman 8 grand final. So 2nd freshman 8s, Joe. So even at the freshman level, being able to put out 2 8s at the state championship are the 4 programs that you're looking at on your screen. Furthest from the camera is Oars, then it's Miami Beach, Sarasota Crew, and Team Tampa.
Cool beans. That's interesting. Team Tampa has passed down a good luck shake of the hands. That's always kind of nice to hold things together. There you go.
A lot of camaraderie in this sport. I don't want to hate on baseball, but you compare it to like a field of baseball players, and certainly it's quite a different situation because all 8 of these rowers plus a coxswain really have to be in sync in order to win a race. You're standing out there in the outfield with 2 other guys, and it's not quite the same situation as you see with rowing. There's just so much camaraderie. So you're talking about the handshakes all the way down the boat. You see a lot of that in rowing. Here they come, 4 boats across. Who wants the lead early on in this girls' 2nd freshman 8 grand final?
Looks like Miami Beach caught a flyer on the start and has opened up. Yep, like I said, Miami Beach has caught a flyer on the start, and they and Orlando Oars, rather, have moved out a little bit. Team Tampa is right in as well, and Sarasota Crew is in 4th. It's still early, though. It's still in the first 250 meters. but Miami Beach is really connecting very nicely with the water. Not a lot of flying, not a lot of splashing, and they're really moving their boat nicely. Put the oar in the water, and when you row, you really don't pull the oar through the water. You put the oar in, and that becomes a leverage point, and then you push the boat by that post. It's like you're coming up on a post. You hook your oar over the post, and then you push the boat out from underneath you. And wow, the crew from Miami Beach is just really what we call locked on.
Yeah, connected with Miami Beach is oars. They do have some overlap there. Not a lot of it, but a little bit of overlap. You can see the bow ball of the oars boat is somewhere in the stern deck laterally of that boat from Miami Beach, but Miami Beach definitely in control. And then you've got a good little match race going on here for the bronze medal of this girls' second freshman 8. It's back and forth between Sarasota Crew and the blue boat on the right side of the screen and the boat just to its right, which is Team Tampa. And you can see just how close those two are for what would be a bronze medal in this girls' second freshman 8 category.
This is really a lot of fun. Cool.
Yeah, we're going to have a boys' second freshman 8 after this one. It'll be 5 boats instead of 4. And this is really a cool event because it shows the depths, like we said, of the freshman events. Got to be a freshman or younger to even qualify to be in one of these boats, and these are certainly the futures of these programs. So even at the second freshman level, some of these athletes are going to find themselves probably in a varsity 8 by the time they're seniors as they progress through their relative programs. But it's still Miami Beach. You can tell they're out in front. They've got about a length, maybe slight bit of open water now ahead of oars.
And Team Tampa is really swinging very nicely and has moved out over Sarasota Crew, who is currently occupying 3rd place.
Definitely some open water now from Miami Beach. And I'm just looking, I'm training my eye on the stern, the tip of the stern of Miami Beach relative to the tip of the bow of oars, and Miami Beach continues to kind of move away a couple inches every stroke.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of placing the oar in the water and hanging on it, using their body weight and gravity. Because the way the footboards are connected, they're on an angle, and when you push, you actually can start to lift your butt off the seat a little bit, and then you bring in the component of gravity. And when you can hang on and use your legs effectively, like Steve Gladstone recently said in a video, where do you get the power? Legs. And if you use those legs like the crew from Miami Beach is doing, you're going to move, and they are certainly moving quite nicely.
Team Tampa having some issues there. It looks like they're sort of crabbing a little bit, and they had a pretty good advantage there on Sarasota Crew, who I think also had a bobble. Now Sarasota Crew seems to, I think, have moved past Team Tampa, and if you look down the race course, Team Tampa is actually perpendicular to the race course at the moment, so hopefully it's not an equipment issue. They can get back going, can Team Tampa. But it's still Miami Beach. This is a very spaced out one, not quite as close as some of the ones that we have seen so far this afternoon. It's Miami Beach ahead of Oars, who is ahead of Sarasota Crew, who is ahead of Team Tampa. And not much is in doubt at the moment, but again, second freshman 8s, anything can happen. We just saw that Team Tampa had some issues that led to at least the boat not being straight down the race course. They're now back up to speed, it appears.
Yeah, unfortunate. But when you're rowing hard and you're inexperienced, some bad mojo can happen really fast. Okay, well, looks like Miami Beach is holding on, but
Oars is pushing. Oars
really
definitely has
pushing
more speed than they did about 100 meters ago.
Yeah. Hang on there, Miami Beach. Here comes Oars.
So Miami Beach about 7 strokes from the line to win a state championship in the girls' second freshman 8 boat category at our 2023 FSRA Sweep Championships. from Nathan Benderson Park. It's going to be Miami Beach winning the state title in that boat class, about a half a length of open water ahead of oars. And then Sarasota Crew with quite the advantage on Team Tampa, largely because of whatever those bobbles were that occurred in the Team Tampa boat. We just didn't have a camera on them, so couldn't tell you exactly what happened, but they were at a dead stop there for quite a bit of time. So it's going to be Sarasota Crew, it looks like, coming across the line in third place ahead of Team Tampa. That was the girls' second freshman 8, and we already have the camera trained at the start line. Why don't you set up the field, Joe, for the boys' second freshman 8?
It would be my pleasure and honor. Up top is Treasure Coast, followed by Plant High School with the yellow oars, followed by Sarasota Crew in the blue boat that could be called the Mike Taft, followed by Belen Jesuit in the bright yellow boat, and all the way on our left will be Orlando Area Rowing Society oars. It's a 5-boat race. And we have our drone overhead just a little bit down the course, get a good idea. Now the wind is starting to blow from the far shores. There's definitely starting to get some east in it, which means that they're going to have to keep on pointing their bow around. No hands are up. Looks like they're ready to go. Oh, one person's rowing a little bit in the oars boat. These are second freshman 8s. Looks like they're pointed. We might be able to see the starter raise the red flag.
One of the things I'm going to look at here, Joe, I'm going to try to get stroke ratings early on. I think it's going to be kind of fascinating to me, at least, as a nerd who has watched thousands of races, how high these second freshman 8s are going to go off the line in terms of strike rate, because you're talking about fairly inexperienced athletes in these boats. But I bet you we're still going to see, I mean, we've seen such high quality racing throughout every event that I bet we're still going to see some pretty high stroke ratings that are going to wow us here.
Here we go. Looks like our early leader is oars. They were very clean in their start because they were in and out of the water cleanly, didn't splash and dash. Second place looks like it's going to be Sarasota Crew and then Treasure Coast on the far side. Our two crews are down a little bit, our Plant High School and Belen. So it is now Sarasota Crew moving into the lead.
Yeah, Joe, oars was at 40 strokes a minute off the line. Sarasota Crew almost immediately went to 35-36. And so I think when oars kind of took it down just a little bit, that's when they started to lose some speed.
Yeah, oars is having some steering issue. They're moved into the same lane as Belen Jesuit. Correction, Orlando has moved into Belen Jesuit's lane, but has come out of there. And that's going to really slow them down. But in the meantime, with a perfectly straight course and some really nice body control, Sarasota Crew has broken this field. They have at least a length of open water at 500 meters.
Yeah, that's a pretty big lead early on in this race for Sarasota Crew. And to my eye, it did look like a little bit of clashing of blades between oars and Belen Jesuit, with oars in front of Belen Jesuit and being the crew that went into Belen Jesuit's lane. I don't know that that's going to become an issue It really only becomes an issue if there's a medal exchange that might end up happening.
Or a protest at the finish.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Is if for some reason Belen maybe finishes fourth and Ors finishes third, and maybe they want to protest it. It really only occurred to my eye because I was watching it for maybe 2 or 3 strokes, and it was only a couple of blades that hit each other. So realistically, it's probably not going to be an issue. But as you see, Sarasota Crew just dominating this race so far as they come through the halfway point. This is the boys' second freshman 8. So we assume that means athletes 10 through 18 on the freshman programs for these teams. And that is a huge lead. Second place is Treasure Coast. You can see them on the right side of the screen. And they even have open water then on Ors, who's sitting in third place. Water's still very calm, relatively speaking. And as you said, Joe, it's essentially, at least at the finish line here, it's essentially a straight tailwind. If you look up at about 250 meters to go, it's a little bit more of a cross tailwind where it's coming out of the southwest a little bit. Again, really immaterial at this point. You can see from the drone shot just how calm it is all the way down the race course for all of these athletes. So it's really not coming into play. And the only time that you really are going to know as a spectator that the wind has come into play for some reason is if they start changing the lane assignments. And without that happening, it's nice and fair all the way across the race course, as it is, 98% of the time here at Nathan Benderson Park. The only time that it would ever be there would ever be really a question as to whether there's a favored lane that is not any one of the lanes out here is if there is a straight crosswind, which very rarely happens. So it's Sarasota Crew dominating the boys' second freshman 8 grand final. This 5-boat race, it continues to be Treasure Coast trying to hang on ahead of Ors for second and third. And then hard to say between Belen Jesuit and Plant High School. We'll see what happens as they get closer to the finish line. But Sarasota Crew, hard to imagine that this is a second freshman 8 for what they have done to this field and how good the rowing looks 7 strokes from the line. So Sarasota Crew is going to, in style, win the state championship in the boys' second freshman 8. And then we're going to wait a fair amount of time here to see who the other medalists are. It continues to be Treasure Coast, it appears. They do have open water on Ors. Ors looks like they have open water on connected Plant High School and Belen Jesuit. So it's Sarasota Crew with the state championship, boys' second freshman 8. Treasure Coast is going to hang on for the silver medal. Ors is going to hang on for the bronze. And then it's going to come right down to it. It looks like Plant has the advantage right now on Belen Jesuit for 4th place. And they are going to maintain that through the finish line. It does look like for Plant High School, they're going to finish with about a length advantage on Belen Jesuit. That was your boys' second freshman 8 grand final at the 2023 FSRA Sweep Championships. The next race that will be on the race course is we're going back to 7 boats across. And it's the girls' second varsity 4 grand final. We did not see a heat of this event. So this is, again, another one of these races where, because of the condensed schedule, this is the race for these athletes. And 7 boats across to contest a state championship in the girls' second varsity 4 boat class. You can see all of these boats trying to make sure that they find their points. You can see Oftentimes the coxswains are holding up their arms. That means that what they're doing in their boat is to try to find a straight course down the lane. And usually, although technically in the rules of rowing, arms are no longer recognized, they used to be at all times in the rules of rowing. I'm pretty sure they changed that rule from when I was competing. But most of the time, a starter is most certainly going to look at an arm up and probably not going to start a race. Again, the starter is there to start the race as fairly and as safely as possible. And that's their job. That's what they do. And so if they see an arm up, they know that that crew is really not ready to go. And you can see the adjustments that are being made. Usually it's what's called, even though this is sweep rowing, it's what's called sculling the bow around, which is where the pair partner takes the oar from the person behind them and taps the water with it. It moves the boat laterally, but does not move the boat forward. And so it makes it easier to get alignment or keep alignment rather than if a bow person or a two person is trying to take strokes or half strokes or even quarter strokes through the water, because inevitably that's going to actually move the shell toward the finish line and away from the stake boat holder volunteer. So looks like with the exception of a little bit of alignment, we're ready to go. Here they come. 7 boats across. This is the girls' second varsity 4 grand final. Looks like trying to get the lead early is Episcopal School of Jacksonville in that dark boat. Presumably for most of these teams, they had a varsity 4 as well. So these are athletes 6 through 10, including coxswain, for these respective programs, trying to win a state championship for 2023 in this boat class. Very competitive early on, but you can see the 2 boats that have pushed out from the field are that dark boat in color from Jacksonville Episcopal, as well as Miami Beach just to the left of them in this shot from behind. This is for medals and a trophy. This is for the girls' second varsity 4 state championship title. And it's very close up front. It's now Miami Beach that has moved away from Episcopal School of Jacksonville just a little bit. You can see as the drone pans around, they've got about a half a length now in that blue boat, maybe even more. Really big move there relative to Episcopal School of Jacksonville for Miami Beach. Has them now a full length ahead of the rest of the field. So Miami Beach sitting in first place now with open water. Episcopal School of Jacksonville still sitting in second place. A comfortable second place, but it is still early on in this race. If I had to guess, looks like the third place boat is the boat from Gainesville. It's either Gainesville or the Bowles School. They are neck and neck on the right side of the screen, sort of stroke for stroke.
Yeah, we're starting to see, David, that the wind is starting to pick up because we can watch the different organizational flags in front of the tents really starting to whip. And what's going to happen, because the wind starts in the southern part, the waves are really, really small there, but the longer the wind blows over the waves, the bigger the waves can get, and that's called fetch. So by the time that these 4s come into the last 350, 250 meters, the waves will be as big as they could be, which provides a real opportunity for some interesting catches and stuff like that. I expect that there's a possibility that they may bounce around. I see one of the launches kind of headed out into the middle of the race course, which is not good. They'll get out of the way, I guess. So the leader is Miami Beach.
Yep, Miami Beach, you can see they've got a few lengths of open water. Second place continues to be Episcopal School of Jacksonville, who was your early leader probably for the first 20 or so strokes, maybe about 300 meters before Miami Beach got ahead of them. And then we've had this connected race for the bronze medal for a long time now between Gainesville and the Bowl School, with Gainesville leading that race, but certainly in doubt in terms of they do not have a massive advantage for the bronze medal. It's only about a half a length up there at the top of the race course, so to speak. So bronze medal very much in doubt. Currently the gold medal not in doubt. That's Miami Beach as they come into the last 500 meters. And Episcopal School of Jacksonville still with some open water for the silver medal. So what I'm looking at, Joe, is Gainesville going to be able to easily hold off the boat from the Bowl School?
Yeah, well, the Bowl School has the best water that there is out there because it's protected, and the longer that wind is a little bit of on their port quarter keeps on blowing, the more chance that the crew from Gainesville can get their oar stuck. But it's interesting to see what happens, whether or not the Bowl School will be able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, it looks like Gainesville has moved away from bowls since we've been sort of talking for the last 200 or so meters. So does look like Miami Beach is going to be pretty much impossible to catch at this point with about 30 open meters. Episcopal School of Jacksonville also with an open water lead for that second place position. And now Gainesville with a pretty considerable open water advantage for the bronze medal ahead of the Bowl School. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if Bowls has some sort of magic up their sleeve or whether those top three are going to remain the top three in the girls' second varsity 4 grand final.
Wow, nice rowing there, Miami Beach.
Yeah, that bow woman is definitely giving it her all. She's throwing her entire body into every single stroke from Miami Beach.
Yep. Well, they do a very nice job of all coming out of the water together. And that good timing really sends the boat very nicely. Well done, Miami Beach. State champions in the girls' second varsity 4.
Episcopal School of Jacksonville is going to take the silver medal ahead of Gainesville. Gainesville with open water then ahead of the boat from the Bowl School. Then it looks like it's going to be pretty close between Edgewater and Pinecrest. And then Melbourne High School trailing the field just a little bit. So that was the girls' second varsity 4 grand final. The boys' second varsity 4 grand final is our next race. And you can see them all lined up, 8 boats across. So we're using all the lanes again here, or not actually all the lanes, but we're going 8 across, which you don't see anywhere else in America other than Nathan Benderson Park. You want to set the field, Joe?
Berkeley Prep is at the top, followed by Miami Rowing Club, Edgewater High School. Our top-ranked crew is Episcopal School and Treasure Coast, followed by South Orlando, Miami Beach, and Melbourne. And if you look at the wave pattern, it looks like it's almost straight down the race course. But I'm seeing that occasionally they have to kind of tap it around by using oar on the starboard side, which kind of tells me that there's a little bit of wind which is blowing them around. And some of the crews are kind of pointing at each other, which can be challenging. You don't want to do that, especially when you have 8 of them. It can go bad really quick. It looks like we're almost ready. And there's the start. So who is the cleanest? And it looks like coming out of the gun is our two outside lanes of Mel High and Miami Beach. They caught a runner. We'll see whether or not Treasure Coast and Episcopal can start closing them. But Miami Beach and Mel High really jumped out to a really good early lead. Now in the middle, in lane 3, Episcopal School is doing a very nice job. And on either side of Episcopal School, we have Edgewater High School and Treasure Coast. Off the pace a little bit is South Orlando. And now Berkeley Prep and MRC are also starting to get off the pace. Our early leader continues to be Miami Beach Rowing Club.
Yeah, to my eye, it looks like maybe Episcopal School of Jacksonville, sort of on the right center of the screen, may have the lead now. But this one very much up for grabs at this point in the race. Almost just coming through 500 meters in. Quite a race.
Yeah. What worries me about that Episcopal School of Jacksonville, they were really strong, but they're dragging their oars on recovery, and that's going to slow them down, whereas Miami Beach is rowing a little bit cleaner, and that's going to give them a little bit more run per stroke. So it's starting to settle out. Looks like Miami Beach has at least half a length on Episcopal School, and then close to the Episcopal School is Treasure Coast and Edgewater fighting it out for third.
Rowing's a little cleaner in the Miami Beach boat, but I'm not seeing a half a length right now. It looks pretty even between the two. It does look like it's also fairly even now between Edgewater High School and the boat from Treasure Coast. Again, this is a championship race. This is the boys' second varsity 4 grand final. And this is for medals. And it's really up for grabs. You can see these 4 boats almost all connected in front of the field, and only 3 podium positions that are available. So we'll see what happens. Maybe Episcopal even moving away a little bit from Miami Beach now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Episcopal put in a move right there, possibly called a power 10 or something like that. And Episcopal is way over strict. Well, they're about the same. Episcopal and Miami Beach about the same. But Episcopal seems to be a little bit more vigorous on their drive.
Yeah, Episcopal is higher than Miami Beach by a few beats, but not so much that it's, terribly noticeable, as now Miami Beach seems to be making a move. Miami Beach now taking the lead, it appears, from Episcopal. So this has been a nice back and forth. Third place now sort of asserting themselves pretty well into third place is Treasure Coast ahead of Edgewater.
Yeah, well, as we get further down the course, the wind waves will get bigger, and you have to lower your hands holding onto the oar handles much more in order to clear the bigger waves. And if you have a lot of confidence, even at this second varsity level, varsity 4, and you are able to lower your hands and get over these waves, you're going to really reap the benefit. But it looks like right now that Episcopal School is starting to make a move.
They are. It looks like Miami Beach still slightly ahead, but this could get closer as they get to the finish line. This is one of those races, Joe, there's races at all these regattas where I wish I was an athlete and I was in one of these boats, and this is one of them. These 2 boats have been back and forth all the way down the race course. For sure, in my opinion, as an ex-coxswain, a coxswain could totally make a difference in a race like this. And so
I don't think the Miami Beach coxswain knows. Oh, there they go. They got a little bit rough in there. You got to look over. There they go.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, here we go. It's right down the line. I don't know. It's Miami Beach and Episcopal School. Looks like Miami Beach is a little bit cleaner. And it's Miami Beach for about a half a length over the Episcopal School.
For
And
this,
in third place in lane 4 is Treasure Coast. Edgewater in 5th.
MRC in 6th.
Yep. And then it's too close to call. Looks like Sora may squeeze out just ahead of lane 0, which is Berkeley Prep.
Sora in a stern Cox boat, interestingly.
That's right. A real boat, not one of them they're fake ones.
And Melbourne High School also finishing up now in a stern Cox 4. So that was the boys' second varsity 4 grand final. Unofficially the state title going to Miami Beach in that event. We have 2 more 8s races of our day. Then it's just going to be 4s and pairs. And we're going to start with the petite final or B final of the boys' first freshman 8. We did have a progression here. We did have heats in this event, this hotly contested event of the boys' first freshman 8. And these are the boats that did not make the A final, but are here in the B final to try to win a race at our FSRA State Sweep Championships.
Now, we're definitely seeing that there's a wind which is on their port side or the top of our screen that's pushing the bows around to the right, which is the reason why you may be seeing that the bow person hands their oar to 2, which means that that person can go ahead and put their oar right beside the boat and move the boat sideways, whereas if the bow person just by themselves rowed, they could pull the boat off the starting platform. So just by doing that 2 grabbing bow, what's called sculling it around, you can bring the oar around and then be ready to move the oar back. But again, these are first freshmen. Conditions are starting to get a little bit more challenging. I'm starting to see some dark wind waves at about the end of the island for about 200 meters. So that means that's that place where there's a little opening on the far shore where the wind could go through the place where the foliage is only about 20 feet high as opposed to 40 or 50 with the bigger trees. So that's the reason why there's that opening where you're seeing a lot of wind. So as push comes to shove and everything else is fair, the crew that is in the top, which is on the most sheltered side where the wind can't blow that far across, may have an advantage. That's on the windward shore. So we will see. And I'll go ahead and set it up for you. Again, it's oars on the top, Melbourne, Team Tampa in the yellow boat, Capital in the black boat, Halifax in another black boat, and Vero Beach fishing out the field in the bottom with the orange uniforms.
So it's 6 boats across. Excuse me, for places 9 through 14. Yep, I did the math right. 9 through 14 in the state of Florida. Here they come, boys, freshman 8s, B final. Right now, the heats are holding up at least early on as you have that gold boat from Team Tampa and the boat just adjacent to them from Capital City that are leading the field. Team Tampa slightly ahead. You can see that gold and black sign they just came through is 250 meters into the 1,500-meter race course. Or to confuse you, 750 meters into our 2,000-meter race course here at Nathan Benderson Park as Team Tampa starts to move away from everyone else a little bit more as Halifax maybe now getting past the boat from Capital City slightly. But also they are connected, even connected with Team Tampa who's leading this race is that white boat there from Melbourne High School, sort of top center of the screen.
So if you look very carefully at what the picture we're showing you on the Jumbotron, you'll see that some of these crews have very, very short strokes. In other words, their oars don't go through a very big arc, whereas others can have a little bit more confidence and can put their oar in much further away from their bodies and much further out from the side of the boat. And quite often, especially at this level, the crew that has the confidence to really row long has an advantage over a crew that may be less confident in rowing a stroke that's a little closer to a half slide. Now, half slide, full slide. What the heck are you talking about, Joe? Well, when you row half slide, that means you're only compressing halfway. You aren't really getting out there, and it's very easy to row half slide because it happens so fast that you don't have time for everything to go in a hick. But if you row longer, there's a greater chance that as you go out there to try to get a longer stroke that you'll become tipsy or you lose something. So this is the reason why now all of a sudden we're seeing the crew from Halifax start making a big move on Team Tampa. They were down, and Tampa was out there right from the get-go, but it looks like Halifax is the fastest crew on the water. Whether or not they'll be able to handle it as they go through this really dark water, which has a connotation of being really choppy, and whether or not they're able to handle it. So the crew that handles the water best is going to carry more speed rather than get their oar stuck in the water and bounce around. And if you watch carefully, you'll see all of a sudden a lot of spray start taking place. And if you get water splashing around, that's not a good thing. It looks like Team Tampa is hanging on very nicely. Halifax is trying to make a big move.
Yeah, Halifax has closed the gap a bit, but it does look like Team Tampa is still out in front.
Yeah, Team Tampa's doing a very nice job. I'm watching their blades, and when they're feathered, that means they're parallel to the water. You can't see them, but they are very, very confident in turning their blades early, and they can actually act like a sail with a tailwind like this. Okay, now Halifax is really starting to make a big move. There they go. Halifax is going to try to take Team Tampa in the last 250 meters right now.
So can Halifax do it? Can they track down Team Tampa? Can they win this race and finish ninth in the state of Florida? I'm watching the Team Tampa coxswain. He just put up his arms. He's obviously asking for something from his crew. He's saying probably, hey, we've been winning this thing the whole way. We're going to win this thing to the line. You're going to give it to me. You're going to empty the tank. And we're going to finish ninth in the state of Florida and win a race here at the 2023 FSRA Sweep Championships. And it does look like they are going to hang on because they're starting to move away, Joe.
They certainly are. Whatever that coxswain says, I want some of that because it sure picked them up and they are moving away. Just don't let go of those rudders. And it is Team Tampa with almost a half a length of open water to be state champions. I'm sorry, petite final winners.
They'll do it ahead of Halifax, Capital City. Then behind Capital City, it's going to be Melbourne High School finishing ahead of Oars and Vero Beach in that order. That was the petite final, B final, the boys' first freshman 8 at our state championships. And get ready because we have the A final of the boys' freshman 8 coming next. And again, as I said, it's the last of our 8s races here at the regatta. And then we're going to move to 4s and then pairs to finish our day as we see 8 boats across. Let me set the field for you. Furthest from the camera, lane 1 is Miami Rowing Club. Lane 2 is Treasure Coast. Lane 3 is Winter Park. Lane 4, Sarasota Crew. Lane 5, Belen Jesuit. Lane 6, the Bowles School. Lane 7, Plant High School. Lane 8, Miami Beach. To be perfectly frank, oftentimes, Joe, I have noticed at this regatta in particular that the freshman event gets more spectators, more cheering, and more enthusiasm sometimes even than the varsity 8 races. Here they come, 8 boats across for a state championship in the freshman 8 boat class for the boys. Who wants the lead early? Looks like Sarasota Crew and Belen Jesuit are trying to move to the front.
Yeah, they definitely are. and they're really handling this relatively good water in the first 250 meters quite nicely. Great overhead shot by our drone pilot, Jake. Looks like the crew on the left of our screen had to use their rudder a little bit. And it looks like Sarasota crew is starting to eke out a little bit of advantage over Berlin, possibly about a deck.
Yep, so we've seen it throughout this regatta. Sarasota crew and Belen Jesuit in the boys' eights. They have traded places quite a bit. We've seen Belen Jesuit win the varsity 8. We saw them win, I think it was the third varsity 8. We've seen Sarasota crew, I think, win the others. And it looks like we've got another grudge match down the race course between the two, right down the center of this race course. Right now, it's Sarasota crew by half a length over Belen Jesuit. And then look at the race we got going on for the bronze medal, Joe. Right now, it's at Blue Boat at sort of the right side of the screen. That's Treasure Coast. That's got about a third of a length maybe on Winter Park High School. But those two boats, certainly not much in it between them. As they come through the halfway point, either of those boats could easily win the bronze medal based upon their positioning right now. It's Treasure Coast trying to hang on to it and stay in front of Winter Park as Sarasota crew extends their lead to almost a full length now over Belen Jesuit.
Yeah, Sarasota crew appears to be handling the water that's a little bit rough better than the other crews. And the fact that they are able to really balance the boat with their bodies as they go up on the slide from the release where the oar comes out of the water up to the catch is really allowing them to carry a lot of speed and not have to worry about bouncing off the water and have the boat careen from one side to the other. And that is really starting to pay some great dividends for them.
Freshman boats, Joe.
It's scary how good these kids are.
That Sarasota crew boat is clinical right now. I mean, it's just really good rowing. Same with the Belen Jesuit boat. It may just be that Sarasota crew's got slightly more power than Belen Jesuit. Maybe just simply the difference here. But you've got Sarasota crew with a couple seats of open water ahead of Belen Jesuit. And look how they are dominating the rest of the field. But look at this race going on for the bronze medal. Bottom right side of the screen is Treasure Coast. Just above them in the dark boat is Winter Park, starting to lose them a little bit. You can see Winter Park still in the picture there. But also just above Belen Jesuit, or one lane closer to the beach as they come down, is the Bowl School. And the Bowl School is right there for the bronze medal too.
They certainly are. Well, this is really great rowing. Now we're starting to get even bigger waves as we're right down here at the end of the fetch. And it looks like the crew from Sarasota crew is very, very confident. They're pressing their oars way down to get plenty of clearance for their blades and are really carrying a lot of speed. All it takes is just one oar to bounce off and it'll kill your run. And they're doing a very nice job. Belen is right in there as well.
Not taking anything away from what's going on up front. It looks like Sarasota crew is going to win another state championship, this time in the boys' freshman 8. Belen Jesuit's going to take the silver medal, but look what's going on for the bronze medal.
Race.
What a race.
Here we go.
You have those fedoras that we talked about from Treasure Coast up there in that blue boat. It's between Treasure Coast and the Bowl School. Who's going to be able to squeeze it out in the last 7 or 8 strokes to the line? Is Treasure Coast going to be able to hang on and finish ahead of the Bowl School? It could be a photo finish at the finish line for the bronze medal. Oh, what a finish. Photo finish, literally can't call that one. I literally cannot call that one. That's the closest finish we've had of this entire regatta between those crews. It seems like the boat from Treasure Coast thinks they won the bronze medal, but I wouldn't be so sure. That was, I mean, literally maybe there was 6 inches in it between those two boats at the finish line. But again, a state championship to Sarasota crew in the boys' freshman 8, Belen Jesuit with the silver medal. They look a little bit dejected with that silver, but that's nothing to shake a hat at. It's silver medal at the state championships is quite an accomplishment. And then you're going to have to check the results for the bronze medal. What a race. in our last eights race of the regatta. That was the boys' first freshman 8 grand final.
Fantastic. Our next race will be the girls' Junior 4 Petite Final. And included in this is Sarasota Scholars, Ransom Everglades, Cape Coral, Capital City. We have an open lane in lane 5, Pinecrest, Berkeley Prep, and the Academy of the Holy Names. And our wind is continuing to pick up, get a little bit more stronger and stronger, and it's coming a little bit more out of the east. So we're now seeing that they're going to have to be doing more of what's called sculling, and that's what we're seeing, where they have to keep on pulling the boat away from us. Okay, we've had a start, and it looks like we had 2 crews that didn't show up, lane 5 and lane 6. So that would be Boone and Pinecrest appear to be no-shows. Looks like our early leader is lane 7, Berkeley Prep. And it looks like they caught a flyer. That's very, very nice for them. Whether or not they can maintain it remains to be seen. This is the girls' Junior 4 Petite Final. I'll give you another lineup for you. At the top of our course is Sarasota Scholars in the dark boat. Then Ransom Everglades in the white one. Next to them is Cape Coral. Then Capital City. 2 open lanes. And then our leader, which is Berkeley Prep, but not by much. And the Academy of the Holy Names a little bit off the pace in our bottom left-hand corner of our screen. It's really starting to tighten up right now. It looks like you can throw a line straight across the course from Scholars all the way over to Berkeley Prep. Our early leader may, in fact, be lane 4, Capital City, or lane 2, Ransom Everglades.
Such a good race, though. Look at these 5 boats. I mean, the only one at all off the pace is the boat at the bottom of the screen, Academy of the Holy Names. It looks like they're just having some problems keeping the blades off the water is kind of the thing that jumps out at me. But look at these 5 boats. They're all connected. And it does get a little weird, Joe, when you've got 2 vacant lanes like that. Just in terms of sometimes it's much easier to hold a pace or to be competitive if you have a fast boat in an adjacent lane as opposed to, 2 vacant lanes and then the fast boat. So is that going to matter? Who knows? But this is the B final or Petite Final of the girls' Junior 4. Again, these junior categories are very well attended at this regatta, and they are categories that are national championship categories that these boats can qualify for and go to the national championship if they want to and race in this boat category. You just can't be a senior, but everybody else is eligible. Your leader there continues to be the boat in lane 4 from Capital City. And then probably second place is the boat from Berkeley Prep in lane 7. They had the lead kind of early on. Looks like Capital City has gotten past them. And it looks like Berkeley Prep is going to have to maintain some speed in order to stay ahead of those boats that are kind of fighting with each other on the outside, which is Ransom Everglades and Sarasota Scholars.
Yeah, the wind is really starting to pick up. I'm watching how fast the flags are snapping. It's telling me that we're starting to get probably around 12 to 15. This is about 2 hours or 3 hours later than it was projected to really start building. So it's going to be interesting as the races go on and we start getting into the smaller and smaller boats, how they handle this wind.
Yeah, those pairs are going to be going to war at the end of this regatta. if the wind continues to build from here.
Well, it's water. We race in water. Bring it on. So our lead crew from Capital City is really doing a very nice job of handling this water. Very, very brave in that they continue to square up their blades early, which a lot of people feel is a little scary because you can get the blade, the bottom part of the blade can catch the water. But if you do that early and your hands are low enough, you can really use that to your best advantage. And they seem to be doing that very nicely. They're the only crew out there that has that blade work and the confidence, and that is really paying great dividends.
Yeah, what Joe's talking about is consciously lowering the hands a little bit from where you would be as you're going up to take your next stroke, and keeping the blades off the water when there's a bit of a ripple or some waves. Not every crew is super proficient in rowing in water that gets like this often, so sometimes they just don't have the ability skill-wise to be able to do it. Obviously, Capital City is doing a nice job of it because I'm not seeing really any white water. They're keeping the blades off the water. Does look like continued second place is that boat from Berkeley Prep. They're still hanging on to it. And then looks very close between Ransom and Cape Coral now, as Cape Coral really got back into the mix. At one point, it looked like they were pretty well behind both Ransom Everglades and Sarasota Scullers, but they are right there. And if anything, maybe sitting in third place.
They certainly are. Okay, so now we're starting to get into the roughest part of the course, and you've got to really focus and have big confidence in order to lower your hands. Oops, see, they're starting to splash and dash a little bit. But in the meantime, our lead crew from Capital City is really handling this water beautifully, and it's paying tremendous dividends as they row to a first place in the petite final.
9th place in the state of Florida for Capital City. They'll finish ahead of Berkeley Prep. Berkeley Prep will finish ahead of Cape Coral. Cape Coral ahead of Ransom Everglades. And then it does look like right in front of us, Academy of the Holy Names is going to finish ahead of Sarasota Scullers. So that's going to do it for our girls' Junior 4 Petite Final. The A or Grand Final is next. Same event, and they are already on the water, about 250 meters in. Now, furthest from the start line camera, or if it's a drone picture from the front, on the far right is going to be in lane 0, Rocks. In lane 1, North Palm Beach. Lane 2, St. Thomas Aquinas. Lane 3, Miami. Lane 4, Vero Beach. Lane 5, Sebastian River. Lane 6, First Coast. Lane 7, Plant High School. And in lane 8, Hillsborough High School.
Wow, 8 boats across. That's awesome.
Looks like to
9
me,
boats.
lane 3, Miami Rowing Club out in front.
This is actually a 9-boat race. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yep, 9 boats.
Cool. Only at Nathan Benderson Park can you have a 9-boat race, which is fair. Every single lane has the same depth of water. We have the built-in protection of the wave attenuator for when the winds are out of the west. Correction, out of the east. We have all the trees that protect us from the west. Beautiful racing here at Nathan Benderson Park.
Yeah, so 9 boats across, contesting the state championship in the girls' Junior 4. And just like the boats are dealing with the wind, so is our drone. So that's part of the reason why you're seeing the picture here from the finish line. But definitely Miami is out in front, and you can see it's a commanding lead for Miami. But all the other medals are really up for grabs. To my eye, Joe, it looks like the 3 boats on the right side of the race course, the right side of this shot. So we're talking about St. Thomas Aquinas, North Palm Beach, and Rocks are all out there, as well as the boat just to the left of Miami on the screen, which is the boat from Vero Beach. Those appear to be the 5 boats that are currently contesting the 3 medals in the girls' Junior 4 Grand Final. And you can see, based upon the positioning they've come through 500. They've come through the halfway point now, and they are approaching the last 500 meters. But it's going to be awful hard to track down Miami.
Yeah, it certainly is. Great shot from our drone pilot, Jake. Thank you, Jake.
So second place very well might be Vero Beach now. Vero Beach, I think, sitting in second place. It's either Vero Beach or that blue boat right side of the screen, which is North Palm Beach. So those, so Miami, Vero Beach, and North Palm Beach are in medal positions right now as they come through 500 meters to go. What's going to happen in the last 500 meters? Doubt anyone's going to track down Miami, but what's going to happen for the other medals is kind of what I'm looking at, as it does look like the boats from Vero Beach as well as North Palm Beach are kind of moving away. But when they get a little bit closer, we'll be able to tell exactly. But this is, again, a championship race. This is for the medals. This is Girls Junior 4 at our 2023 FSRA Sweep Championships. And you can see it's actually closer than I even imagined, as Miami is way out in front. And then that second place boat is a boat from Vero Beach. And those are really the only two that make much sense to call at this point, because you have that blue boat left side of the screen, that's North Palm Beach. And then you've got the white boat over there from from First Coast, that are neck and neck for the bronze medal, Joe.
Yeah, definitely are. It's going to be quite a good race. They're really going through the rough water right now. Really dark. Wow, this is really something. Vero Beach is hanging on, but here comes First Coast. They are really thundering. First Coast looks like they're going to have a chance to get in there for third place. Plants on the outside. They're trying to overtake First Coast, but First Coast holding on. First Coast is really carrying a lot of speed. Will they be able to catch up on Sebastian? I don't know, but they are just really rowing very nicely. And then on the outside, it's North Palm. But it is First Coast that's trying to sneak in there for second place.
Yeah, Vero Beach is just trying not to make mistakes, and unfortunately, they're going to relinquish second place. First Coast is going to take the silver medal, it looks like, to my eye, at the finish line, taking the silver medal in the last 250. First Coast right away from Vero Beach, who was sitting in second place the entire way. But your state champion easily here, as they would say at Henley, is Miami Rowing Club. That was the Girls Junior 4 Grand Final. The next race that we will watch and we will bring to you live on YouTube will be the Boys Junior 4 B Final, or Petite Final. And look at this one, Joe. 9 boats across in a Petite Final.
Awesome. Isn't this just amazing? Oh, look at the name of that boat in lane 8. Usain Bolt. Usain Boat. That is so cool.
They better hope they go as fast as Usain Bolt.
Well, they won the naming contest, that's for sure. All right, so there's
actually some really good names now that I'm looking at them. You got Soylent Green, you got Pony Express, you got Outrageous. Some pretty good boat names in this one. 9 boats across. Let me set the field. Furthest from the camera, lane 0, Gainesville. Lane 1, Plant High School. Lane 2, Tampa Catholic. Lane 3, South Orlando. Lane 4, Lake Brantley. Lane 5, First Coast. Lane 6, Capital City. Lane 7, Berkeley Prep. Lane 8, Ransom Everglades.
Here we go. It's going to be fun. Looks like Soylent Green's still trying to get his point.
Yeah, I think Casey Galvanic's pretty proud of the name Soylent Green. I think that's a Sarasota crew boat. Either that or they have relinquished it to Capital City. So
yeah, Capital City, you're right. All right, looks like our crew up there in South Orlando caught a flyer. They are rocking out there, as is Lake Brantley right with them. we'll know a little better once our drone pilot changes his battery and gets back up there. But there's a lot of bouncing of water on some of these crews, which is really going to wear them out. But if you're clean, you can go really fast. Now the wind is continuing to pick up. We're about 20 miles per hour wind, and it's starting to really starting to rip out here. Now those crews that have that confidence, as I said, they have to pull in high in order to keep their blade in the water, but then they have to really press down that oar handle to get the blade clear of the water and hold that oar handle down. Some of the crews I work with, I have them try to have their oar handle only an inch off their knees as they go by. It makes a big difference. All right, well, it looks like Lane 8, Ransom Everglades, and South Orlando are really handling this very, very well and have moved out to a little bit of space on the field. Going with South Orlando is Tampa Catholic on one side and Lake Brantley on the other.
9 boats across.
Awesome.
Doesn't get any better than this. And it's quite the race out there. I mean, everybody just going after it. It's the last race of the regatta for all of these 9 boats. And they're going to leave it out there. And you've got these gold hats right now. The gold hats of South Orlando out in front. They're ahead of that boat just to the right, Tampa Catholic. Or excuse me, to the rowers. Yeah, to the rowers right, to the coxswain's left. But on the screen to the right. And then look at this nice little match race going on in adjacent lanes. Just to the left of those two I just mentioned, Lake Brantley and First Coast. They're separated by maybe half a length.
There you go. Wow, look at this beautiful picture. Now, if you look carefully, you'll see that the waves are becoming more and more defined. And again, they're going to reach maximum height in probably about 200 meters or so. And those crews that can really be brave and not have to feel afraid of really lowering their hands on recovery are going to really be able to enjoy it. Those ones that aren't as well schooled or as confident are going to have more problems.
South Orlando definitely holding it down and making this water not an issue, as
yeah,
it always looks much calmer from above, Joe, than it does sort of when we look down the race course. But
yeah.
It's South Orlando, and now quite the push, it appears, from First Coast.
Definitely.
Maybe has them at least level now with Tampa Catholic.
Yep, I'm actually seeing them a little bit ahead of them. And First Coast, it really seems to be sending that boat really cleanly, very, very aggressive. See whether or not that allows them to get into and overtake South Orlando. But as I'm looking down here from my eye in the sky up here on the 4th floor, it's starting to look really, really close between First Coast and South Orlando. The South Orlando is really sitting up very tall, and because they are really sitting up tall, they're carrying a lot of speed. So it is definitely South Orlando in first, First Coast in second, and then it's pretty clear that it is Tampa Catholic in third. Now, who's really moving along very nicely is Ransom Everglades. Yes, Ransom Everglades over here in lane 8.
They are. They're showing some speed out of lane 8.
Okay, here we go. It's starting to get really interesting because First Coast is carrying a lot of speed. There goes First Coast. Will they be able to get into South Orlando? And they are really locking on to that water and pulling it through. They're carrying some speed. This is going to get interesting really fast. Will South Orlando see them? First Coast is really prying. They're going for it. They may run out of water, but man, this is a lot faster. First Coast is the fastest boat on the water right now. Oh, what a great race there between First Coast and South Orlando. I give First Coast just about 2 feet back from South Orlando. Coming across is lane 2, and that will be Tampa Catholic for third place.
Then Ransom Everglades is going to finish ahead of Lake Brantley.
Okay.
Then it's going to be, it looks like a photo finish between Plant High School and Capital City. And then it's going to be Berkeley Prep ahead of Gainesville. So that was the Petite Final of the Boys Junior 4. We're already on the race course with the A Final. Set it up, Joe.
Okay, from right to left, we have Pinecrest School. Episcopal School's back a little bit. In the blue boat is Sebastian River, and they're right up in it. Hillsborough High School and Tampa Prep. And then our leader, Miami Rowing Club. Back a little bit is Halifax, and then Vero Beach and Palm River on the left side. So right now it is MRC, Miami Rowing Club, starting to exert their will on the field, but not falling off of it is lane 3, Sebastian River, in a solid second place. And here comes Tampa Prep and Harrodsboro trying to get into the medal paces.
So this is a medal race. This is for the Junior 4 title at the FSRA State Championships from Nathan Benderson Park. And you can see that the lead that the boat from Miami has is not a terribly comfortable one at this juncture in the race, about 650, almost 700 meters in, as they're getting pushed quite a bit by that blue boat over there. That's Sebastian River. Sebastian River, though, does have about a length on the current bronze medalist, which is Hillsborough High School, who's got about a half a length on Tampa Prep. Those are your top 4, and those 4 do have open water on the rest of the field. Just looking at the screen and on the left, the 2 lanes closest to the beach, Vero Beach and Palm River, they are stroke for stroke. Well, as soon as I say that, now I'm seeing Palm River get ahead of Vero Beach, but they were stroke for stroke. So even within the race, you're seeing these grudge matches. You're seeing these kind of match races between very similarly matched boats. But right now, moving away from the field is Miami. They must have heard me say that their lead was uncomfortable, because now it's much more comfortable.
Yeah, they are doing an excellent job of being very patient at what's called the catch when you place the oar in the water. They're waiting for that oar to be completely covered, so that when they apply the pressure with their legs, it really moves the boat by you, and there's no slippage of the oar in the water. And that is an extremely efficient way of rowing, particularly as the weather conditions get more and more challenging.
So second place continues to be Sebastian River. They have now almost a full length on third place Hillsborough High School. Hillsborough High School has now pushed their advantage on Tampa Prep to about a full length. So it is starting to space out, but anything can go in these last 450 meters between those 3 boats that are going for 2 medals behind Miami Rowing Club, who seems to be pretty well, pretty much have this one in hand. As they start to finish up, they start to see those red buoys. They start to know this is it, last race of our regatta, and we're about to win a state championship.
Yep. Yep, some really brave blade work, even though they've got all this rough water. There they go. They're going their sprint, even though they don't have to. And they're really confident, and they're rolling up their blades, squaring their blades vertical, so when they place them in the water, they can really connect with the water and hold it, and that's what's happening. They are really swinging it out. There goes MRC.
Really putting it on right now is Hillsborough High School. They really had closed the gap a little bit there on Sebastian River, who's been sitting in second place. And going with them is Tampa Prep, those two red boats. One of them's going to win a bronze medal, and it may come right down to a photo again, Joe, between those two. It does look like Sebastian Rivers probably going to hang on for the silver medal. It's going to be a state championship for Miami Rowing Club as a quote-unquote let it fly at the finish line. And it is going to be Tampa Prep in the last 20 strokes is going to take that medal right away from Hillsborough High School and win the bronze medal.
So one really happy crew. That's fabulous.
Really, that all happened in the last 20 strokes. That's as good as racing gets. As you see the rest of the field coming across the line, that was the boys junior 4 grand final. The next boat class we're going to have on the race course is going to be the girls freshman 4s. We'll start with a 4-boat petite final. Then we will have an 8-boat grand final.
Well, it looks like they aren't quite ready to put the boats on the stake boats as yet.
Yeah, it looks like they're just switching out the stake boat holders. Probably the last switch of the day.
Right.
As we have only 8 races left in our regatta. So they're going to get some fresh volunteers on those stake boat platforms. And we will be back with you as soon as there is a race to call. But that first race, assuming we're following the schedule, is going to be the petite final of the girls freshman 4. All right, we're on the race course. It was purported to be a 4-boat race. It's actually 3 boats. The blue boat there and the picture is Academy of the Holy Names. Just above them in the red unisuits is Hillsborough High School. And just to the left of Hillsborough High School is Vero Beach. So it's a 3-boat race for the petite final, the girls freshman 4. No Treasure Coast, if you're keeping score at home. And this is for places 9 through 11 in the state of Florida in the girls freshman 4 boat class.
Well, I just went down to get a little refreshment from our wonderful volunteer tent area. And I was really amazed once I came out of the elevator at the bottom here of the Benderson family finish line tower, and the wind is howling. I mean, I tell you, it is really moving along. So this is going to be a challenge for all these boats going through this wind. Now, the only saving grace is if you can balance a boat, you can really move along very nicely. But if you are not very confident, it could be kind of a torturous ride. But it's a heck of a lot better going downwind than into the wind.
Yeah, well, it's definitely a shorter race than into the wind. Sometimes into the wind can be somewhat of an advantage in terms of keeping the boat steady. It's definitely going to be a little bit more unstable in this type of tailwind, cross tailwind, than it would be in a headwind. But, yeah, I mean, the race is definitely not going to be significantly longer, which it certainly would be if the wind was coming out of the north right now.
Oh, it would be a beating. But, you know, what's wonderful about Nathan Benderson Park, it continues to be so. We have all these natural capabilities, all these trees around here, which gives us a tremendous cover from the wind. Certainly, if the wind is ever coming out of the east, the wave attenuator is there. You know, the wave attenuator, that's where waves go to die. And we're seeing a heck of a good race here in this girls freshman 4 petite final, where the Academy of the Holy Vero Beach has a lead, but only maybe 3/4 the length over Hillsborough High School and the Academy of the Holy Names, which are stroke by stroke right beside each other.
Yeah, one of the things that Vero Beach is doing that's pretty fundamental here is they're going straight. They're going straighter than the other 2 boats. I'm seeing Hillsborough High School constantly pushing over to their port side. And it's not from it doesn't appear to be from like a blade getting stuck in the water on the port side. It's just the conditions, and the coxswain's just having trouble keeping the boat straight, quite frankly.
It may also be that the 2-person is a lot stronger than the bow person. That could be the case. But the coxswain definitely has got her work cut out for her. Whereas, as we were saying, the crew from Vero Beach is really unimpeded on the recovery. And their boat is really continuing to move. And they're almost broken. The other crew almost got in open water.
Yeah, so they're approaching 500 meters to go in our 1,500-meter race course. You can see the advantage for Vero Beach over Hillsborough is not even a full length. There is some overlap there. And then there is a similar amount of overlap between Academy of the Holy Names and Hillsborough High School. So it really, in 500 meters, any of these boats could actually cross the finish line and finish in 9th and win this race, finish 9th place in the state of Florida. But Vero Beach does appear to have potentially the best blade work as well as the straightest course. So those 2 things are going to help them. But, again, anything can happen. It's a freshman race. It's a B final of the girls freshman 4.
And the wind is, again, as I came out of the elevator to make my way over to the volunteer area where we have sodas and whatever, I could not believe how the wind was howling around the bottom half of the finish line tower. And then I looked out and saw a ton of whitecaps. So this is pretty challenging conditions. And the fact that our rowers are handling this as well as they are is just remarkable. I don't know that I would want to be out in this even in a master's quad.
I don't know what that green flag was. It might have been the aligners flag for the next race, which is going to be the A final of the girls freshman 4. But right now it continues to be Vero Beach, and they've actually moved away now. You saw that the last time I called sort of the margins, there was some overlap between Hillsborough High School and Vero Beach. That is long gone. There is now at least a length of open water between Vero Beach and Hillsborough is starting to maybe get tracked down just a little bit by Academy of the Holy Names as they get into the red buoys, and the coxswains start saying, look, this is it, time to empty the tank, last race of the regatta. And for these athletes, potentially the last race of the season as well. And so everybody's sitting up, everybody's trying to put max effort in, and what's going to happen at the finish line, particularly between Hillsborough High School, they're going to be able to hold off Academy of the Holy Names, who is trying to put a charge into it, but it's going to be Vero Beach, it appears, 15 strokes from the line to win the petite final of the girls freshman 4 and finish 9th in the state of Florida.
Yeah, a lot of splashing by our crews from Hillsborough and the Academy of the Holy Names. But it looks like Hillsborough has got them by about a length.
Vero Beach finishing ahead of Hillsborough High School and Academy of the Holy Names in the B final of the girls freshman 4. The A final is next for a state championship in the girls freshman 4, and it's slated to be 8 boats across. So we will see when we get a shot down at the start line if it truly is 8 boats across. It likely is.
Oh, that's so beautiful. Oh, boy. I'll tell you what's really interesting is they're sitting on the stake boats, but if you look carefully, particularly to the left of the screen, you can see the wakes of the water going off the bows of these boats because the wind is blowing the water past them. That crew that has the cleanest start and is able to handle the water the best has the best chance in this final. Our 3 highest rated crews are Capital City, First Coast, Sebastian River, and Plant. Those are the crews that are in the middle. So we'll see who's who in the zoo here very shortly. Here we go. Very clean, prying, now lengthening, longer strokes, and this is where they let it go. As fast as they can go. Looks like our early leader is Capital City, and then over a couple lanes is Plant High School. And in the middle is lane 5, which is Sebastian River. Sebastian River is really moving out very cleanly on the field. So Sebastian River is right about a half length up on Capital City and Palm River. All right, so Sebastian River in the Blue Hall is continuing to press their advantage. Really smooth, rhythmic rowing, not very frantic. Very, very nicely done. This is the girls' freshman 4 final. They're about 1 minute and 30 seconds into it. And Sebastian River has opened up on the field, open water.
All these boats going very straight, Joe, in the A final of the girls' freshman 4. Again, 8 boats across. In fact, there's a 9th boat up there in lane 00, which may have been the Treasure Coast boat that was meant to be in the B final, rowing an exhibition up there in lane 00, and doing pretty well. They're actually ahead of a couple of the boats if they started at the same time and straight across at the same meter distance as the rest of the field but it is that boat from Sebastian River continuing to be out in front and, in fact, opening up water now. Second place is First Coast. First Coast now has open water. It looks like on maybe third place, which I think is Plant High School.
Exactly. Now, these water conditions look really benign. They almost look flat, but trust me, it is not. It is rougher than a cob. They're out there bouncing around. The boat is, fortunately, the wind is directly on the stern, so there isn't any movement of rolling off of a wave going left or right. But it's a situation where you have to really balance your body as you go up and down in the boat and be very, very accurate with your oar handle height, how you handle the blades going in and out of the water. And Sebastian River is just continuing to press their advantage. They're almost out to a length of open water over the second place crew from First Coast.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the water, and it doesn't seem to be a quartering tailwind anymore. It looks like a straight tailwind now. And that's actually really supported by what's going on in the action, because technically if there was a quartering tailwind that was coming out of the southwest, which is sort of how it was even a few minutes ago, then the lanes at the top of the race course or right side of the screen as the drone pans around would potentially be slightly better than the other lanes. But you're seeing out of lane 5, right in the center of the race course, Sebastian River finding tons of speed in that lane. So that tells me it really has kind of shifted around, and it's really just a straight tailwind. So it's just the boat feels a little bit lighter. It's going a little bit faster than it typically would, and you're trying to keep the blades off of any white water that they might contend with as you go up to take your next stroke. But right now it's Sebastian River really in command. Also in command of second place is First Coast. And then just a great race going on again for the bronze medal. That red boat of Edgewater High School, Capital City, one lane to their left. And then also there, I think, is the boat from Plant High School. You don't see them in the picture, but I believe they're in the mix for that bronze medal as well.
Okay, our lead crew, Sebastian River, is just about ready to go through a big wave right now. And when these waves really get big, they can actually come over the side of a boat. So you have to be careful and keep your body weight from letting the boat go up and down. Keep your body weight up, and it will keep the higher freeboard, which is what they're doing. Very nicely handled by Sebastian River in this rough conditions. And they probably are used to rowing a little bit rougher conditions over there on the Indian Creek, over there on the eastern shore.
Sebastian River going start to finish. Looks like they're going to win the girls' freshman 4 at the state championships. They're going to win the state title for 2023 in that boat class. And they're going to do it by about 20 open meters ahead of First Coast. First Coast with about the same advantage now. It's between Plant High School and that boat from Capital City. Maybe Plant High School now has the advantage. Looks like a really good last 500 meters from Plant. Maybe has them in the bronze medal position. It's going to come down to it, though.
Yeah, Plant is very, very relaxed. They're not carrying any stress, and if their oars do bounce off the water, they can absorb it. And Plant High School moves in to take third place by half a length.
Capital City coming across line in fourth place ahead of Edgewater High School. Edgewater High School ahead of Gainesville area rowing. And then it's Palm River that's going to finish ahead of – no, excuse me. It is Pinecrest finishing ahead of Palm River. And then that exhibition, that is, I can tell now, Treasure Coast, who didn't make it to the line for the B final. That's going to finish up there in lane 00 rowing exhibition. So the next boat class is the boys freshman 4, and we're going to start with the petite final. You want to set it up, Joe?
Yes, I do. On the very top, and thank you for the green uniforms, is rowing organization at Citrus County. And then with the orange hats, it is North Palm. Lake Brantley with the black and white in perfect swing. And in lane 5, Cape Coral In lane 6, rowing in Tokyo Drift, is First Coast. In lane 7, in E.C. Smith, is Hillsborough. And finish out the field is Berkeley Prep, which will be on the left side of our screen. Early leader is First Coast.
First Coast really taking a lead there early, but it's so early that they're already starting to be tracked down. This is very competitive in the first 15 strokes, though. Everybody right there.
Yeah, looks like First Coast needed to do some steering, and that may have slowed them down. 2 lanes over from them is Lake Brantley, and they are right even with them. And in the middle, Cape Coral is kind of rounding out the field, but over on the far side, Rocks is also in it. This is a very tight race where we haven't had anybody fall off the back quite yet.
No, Hillsborough the only one that may start falling off just a little bit on the left side of the screen. Everybody else very much in it. Again, this is a race at the state championship level. These are boys, freshman rowers. They don't know any better except to empty the tank and go fast, Joe.
That's good.
They're going to give it everything that they have. Your leader right now early on is Lake Brantley, but you can see that the lead is not a very comfortable one. And it looks like maybe that boat that had the quick first 7 strokes First Coast maybe sitting in second place. Rock's really right there with them.
I agree. It's going to be very, very tight racing. Now, once they get into they've already done their starting sequence, which is like a half, lengthen, length strokes, and then a high 20 or so in order to really get the boat at big speed. Then the most important thing that they're doing, which is right now, is establishing that rhythm, that swing, where they know that they can repeat one stroke after another and really have confidence. Lake Brantley is really moving out very nicely, but here comes First Coast back again. First Coast is trying to move into Lake Brantley and is rowing very, very nicely. They're really sending the boat at the end of every release and getting a lot of run or glide between strokes.
More very proficient freshmen rowing. A lot of these teams, these are the top 5 freshman athletes in this boys freshman 4 petite final. And hopefully it remains competitive all the way down the race course where we have overlap amongst several boats.
Yeah, it looks like we're having a good race between the crew from Lake Brantley in lane 4, which we can see right in the middle of our screen. And then over on the right-hand side is First Coast. Now, they're getting into the really bad water right about now where the wave height is going to be peaking. That's where it's going to get max height from here all the way down to the end of the race course. And it's whether or not they have a lot of confidence and they can recover without tipping their blades, and that'll make a big difference. Looks a little close, wouldn't you say, David?
Yep, it's getting a little closer. First Coast finding some speed. They're starting to track down that boat from Lake Brantley just a little bit, more than maybe 200 meters ago. Rock's still staying in the mix there on the right side of the screen, still sitting in 3rd place. They've moved away a little bit from the boat from Cape Coral. So the field's starting to space out now, Joe, but we do still have overlap up front for 9th place in the state of Florida and a win here at the 2023 FSRA Sweep Championships. Yeah. And it looks like they're probably going to continue that battle all the way through because First Coast is definitely not giving an inch.
They definitely aren't. And First Coast is going through a really rough patch of water that I can see here from our perspective on the 4th floor. It's a little bit different than looking down with the drone, and they are really handling it well. And I think every time they go through that rough conditions, it gives them more and more confidence. So then the question becomes one of who is going to have the courage to go fast, maybe bring up the rating, and now we're into the last 250 meters, and we've got ourselves a battle royale between First Coast and Lake Brantley. First Coast closest to us, Lake Brantley out in the middle, and they are thundering to the finish line. And First Coast is sitting up really tall. They're looking good. Lake Brantley's big and swing. This is going to be great. It's First Coast and Lake Brantley. First Coast and Lake Brantley coming down to the finish line. Brantley has found another gear. Here comes First Coast. They don't know it. They aren't afraid. First Coast is hanging in there. It's Brantley and First Coast. Brantley and First Coast. Brantley is really reaching out there, staying long. First Coast is really pressing. This is a heck of a boat race. And this is our petite final of the boys freshman 4.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the tape. There's a lot of run in that boat from First Coast. There's more strike rate from Brantley. It's going to come right down to it. It's going to be a photo finish. What a great race between these two boats in the petite final of the boys freshman 4.
You hear that? Beep, beep. That's racing, ladies and gentlemen. When you hear that beep, beep, that means there's nobody knows who won. I certainly don't. Check online on Regatta Central or Crew Timer to get the up-to-date information. But we certainly can give to you. Our next race is the boys freshman 4 final. And they do not appear to be on the stake boats yet. So
I think some of them might be. So when we get a shot, we'll see exactly how they're set up so far. But it's going to be the last fours race of our regatta. And it is 8 boats across. 7 currently across. Not seeing currently North Orlando in lane 1 in their lane. So we'll see if they end up pulling in or not. Either way, we're going to have a minimum of 7 boats going for a state championship in the boys freshman 4. That coxswain closest to us in lane 8, South Orlando, wearing that Volt hat backwards. It's going to be awful hard for her to put her head on that rest with that backwards hat. So we'll see if she switches it around or if maybe she just doesn't lay down and use the headrest. Let me set the field for you, at least for who's here. Lane 2 in that burgundy boat is Episcopal School of Jacksonville. Lane 3, Miami Rowing Club. Lane 4 is Gainesville. Lane 5, Vero Beach. Lane 6, Sebastian River High School. Lane 7, Lake County. And in Lane 8 is South Orlando. And we're pretty close to alignment, so really wondering if we're going to get North Orlando in Lane 1 into the stake boat and to contest this medal race or not.
I think it's interesting that the coxswain over there in lane 8 from South Orlando isn't using a head neck holder for the her Cox box microphone. She's holding it in her right hand. That could be a bit of a challenge as you're going down the course. So the question is North Orlando an Episcopal school, or is North Orlando going to show up? I have time. Yep.
Yeah, we're a little past event time, but that doesn't mean that they still won't be included if the referee decides to include them, if they are going to row into this one. We will see. We don't see any of these boats sitting ready, so perhaps they've been informed that maybe North Orlando is on the way and just not there yet, because nobody is sitting ready like they're ready to race yet. This is the gold medal race, the championship race of the boys freshman 4. And we get that shot of what's going on behind these stake boats, and I'm not seeing any crew coming up on that right side of the screen.
Right, I agree. So they'll probably wait until race time and then go. But this is really, really hard on those rowers that are sitting on those stake boats. But at least there's no advantage to anybody showing up late, be warmed up when everybody else has gotten cold and their muscles are all stiff. Okay, so we see that they're using a little bit of the bow person or two grabbing bows or to keep pointing their boats into the wind.
Here's a good shot of the starter up on the platform.
Oh,
Does look like there's a 4 there.
Yeah, but
And based upon the schedule, that would be the 4 that we're missing. There's also a bow number 1 I can see on that boat. So that is North Orlando. Are they going to be included? That's going to be completely up to the starter. Typically, if they are included, they are going to be assessed at a minimum a warning. What does that mean? Well, if you get 2 warnings, you can be excluded from a race. It still actually is the discretion of the referee technically as to whether you're excluded even if you get 2 warnings. Typically you will be, but not always. And especially at a state championship regatta, and particularly with a freshman event, unlikely.
yeah, I'm wondering why that crew is just sitting there.
I mean, it could be an equipment issue. They could be waiting on some sort of fix for equipment.
That's true.
That might be what's going on.
Well, sometimes if that's going to be the case, what they may do in the past is they would take all of the rowers and put them off to the side and run the next race. And if memory serves me, I think that's Rachel Bowman from my parent club, Sarasota County Rowing Club, up there in the starting area, doing all the coordination, trying to figure out what's going to happen next. And with her looks like Jorge Salas from Miami. Some great judge referees up there in the starting tower.
Longtime referee. I've seen Jorge out here. I think he was even a referee when I was in high school. Not to date him, more to date me, but
and his wonderful
but that
wife.
was a while ago.
His wonderful wife Zori. What a great couple, and their service to rowing here in Florida and U.S. rowing is just epic. We're just so happy to have them as part of our rowing community.
If I had to guess, Joe, it's got to be an equipment issue. By now, they would have certainly pulled in. So,
yeah, but how long do you wait? How are you going to get the equipment out there? It's just a really difficult thing for everybody involved.
what do you think those pairs are thinking? We got 4 pairs races after this. They're sitting out there thinking, man, I would really not like to be in these conditions any longer than I need to be.
Well, I guarantee you, they are sitting out there with their oars flat on the water, maybe talking, resting a little bit. I've been there in that position in pairs quite a few years, and it's very, very intimate out there, maybe calling over to another pair and wishing them good luck or whatever, just kind of stay loose. So it looks like that 4 has come along fairly close to the starting platform. And I believe it's definitely a North Orlando boat based upon the colors of their unities, the black and whites. I think that the wind has actually come down a little bit. I'm not seeing quite as many whitecaps, and there are a lot of the flags that aren't flapping as much or have been taken down. Looks like there's a huge group of people right down there by the Sarasota crew tent. I don't know if they're awarding medals or what's going on, but there's a large group of people down there. One of the things which is really nice about here at Nathan Benderson Park is the access and the proximity to the racing. We have Regatta Beach, which is a beautiful white sand beach, just like it's straight out of Siesta Key. And you can sit at a picnic table and watch a race go by, and they're only maybe 50 yards away from you. A lot of other race courses, you have trees and other things, and you only can come at certain places. I know on the Occoquan River in Northern Virginia, there's only a very, very limited area that you can go to view a race. The Schuylkill River up in Philadelphia, my old home course, you can't hardly see the first 700 meters until you get underneath Strawberry Mansion Bridge, and then there is an area where you can watch. But,
Yeah, we could go down the list, Joe. I mean, every race course I can think of, any race course I've ever been to or announced rowing from, has some dead spot.
Well, what's it like at Oak Ridge? Because I think that's where they have the Scholastics this year.
Right, so Oak Ridge for the first 1,500 or so meters, you can follow the race. There's a path that pretty much that whole way. It's pretty much unimpeded. But the last 500 meters, the path stops. And then there's sort of is like almost like what amounts to an island, and the finish line is essentially unconnected completely from those first 1,500 meters. So you can enjoy yourself for about 1,500 meters if you're a coach, and then you got to figure out how to navigate your way to the finish line as quickly as the boats are going, and it's pretty much impossible.
Yeah, I know. When I was coaching on the Occoquan River, when I saw a start, I had to run along with the boats, and then there was this little inlet. There wasn't a bridge, so I had to run around the inlet and then finally catch up to see the finish. And
I mean, it's the same thing. Even one of the race courses that gets used quite a bit for championship races is the race course out in California, in Folsom, California.
Natoma?
Natoma, and even at Natoma, I think there technically is a path, but not only are there snakes and trees,
okay,
and you get impeded for a lot of it by being able to see what's going on. And it looks like, I guess we're starting this race, and it looks like weirdly, and maybe I shouldn't use that word, but North Orlando is up there, and they were basically just floating into the start up there in lane 0 or 00, because there was a Ford that just kind of floated into the mix, and you could see them. Maybe they just decided that there was some sort of problem that the officials weren't going to be able to fix in a timely fashion. But here we go, 7 boats across for the championship in the boys freshman 4. The only boat that's not contesting it, that's up there in 00, that is not at race pace, is North Orlando. So let me set the field one more time from right to left. It's Episcopal School of Jacksonville. It's Miami Rowing Club. It's Gainesville Area Rowing. It's Vero Beach Rowing. It's Sebastian River. It's Lake County, and it's South Orlando. And it looks like early on you've got Vero Beach out there in the blue boat, and the boat just to their right is Gainesville. Those are your top 2 so far early on here in this race.
Yeah, it sure is. So our top 3 is, again, it looks like the seating really worked out very nicely. Vero Beach on the point of the arrow, Sebastian River on their starboard side in the white boat, and then on the left-hand side is GAR, or Gainesville Area Rowing. And nobody's walking away with this. This is extremely competitive, where GAR is staying right with Vero Beach.
Yep, so Vero Beach, maybe about a half a length there on GAR. You can see the top decks of that GAR boat are green. And then they're rowing in their trademark sort of light blue unisuits with the light blue and black blades. Sitting in third place is a boat just to the left of the blue boat of Vero Beach. That is a boat from Sebastian River High School. And so those are your top 3, and you can see there's open water back. This is a championship race, but you've got 3 medal contenders that have pushed away from the field by open water. even at this juncture, as they come at about 650 meters in, almost 700 meters, it's going to be hard for somebody to get back into the mix for the medals unless one of these top three crews really starts to lose a significant amount of speed. But you still have a connection up front for first and second place. It's Vero Beach. They can't quite seem to open up water or quote-unquote drop Gainesville. Gainesville is right there.
Yeah, I agree. Gainesville put on a big move, and they closed it down to a little bit less than a half a length about 20 strokes ago. But then their blade work started getting a little rough, and they started bouncing off the water. And they were about 3 strokes a minute. Let's say they were 35, and Vero Beach is like at around 32. And Vero Beach just sat there and let them do their thing. And then Vero Beach is rowing a lot longer, is holding on. So here comes Gainesville again. They're starting to close and make a big move and see whether or not they can hold them off. Meanwhile, Vero Beach is just cruising. And what's really nice is that when you're just cruising, it's just like an electric engine. The more that you stay at a steady state, the more efficient you are, and the less power you need. You burn up less fuel. Now, Gainesville keeps on moving back and forth. They throw out a move, but Vero Beach keeps on holding on. So Vero Beach is almost a length, and they're coming up in the end of the island right now, and Vero Beach has about 3/4 of the length over Gainesville that just keeps on. They just won't go away.
Yep, Sebastian River's still a solid third place, still plenty of open water separating them from whoever's in fourth place at this point, which is pretty contested. But you're right, Joe. The moves that Gainesville is making, by the way, the stroke ratings were very similar between the two boats. I think Vero Beach was 1 beat lower than Gainesville, so really negligible difference
there. Okay, there goes Vero Beach.
Yep, they're starting to wind it up. They're starting to strike more, and they're starting to pull away a little bit from Gainesville. But you're right. They countered every move that Gainesville made. So Gainesville made some power moves, and they started to close the gap, and every single time that happened, Vero Beach moved back out.
So the question is, will Vero Beach handle it? No, they just had a bobble. Their oar got stuck in the wire. They're really trying to go at it really aggressively, and they're right on the very edge of their ability to maintain their technique. And now they're back in the swing again. Will they be able to hold on? They've got another 5 strokes, and who knows what can happen. This is the boys' freshman 4 final at the Florida Scholastic Rowing Association Sweep Final, and our winner is Vero Beach. Gainesville in second place, and here comes lane 6, which is Sebastian River High School.
Sebastian River is going to finish ahead of fourth place South Orlando. South Orlando is going to finish just ahead of Miami Rowing Club, it appears. And then it's going to be the boat from Lake County that will finish then ahead of Episcopal School of Jacksonville. I think that was all of the boats. As we look down the race course and we see on our last page of the schedule, we see the first of the 4 remaining races, which are the pairs races. This is the petite final of the girls pair. And Joe, you're right. Looking out there, it looks like it's calmed down just a little bit, which is very welcome for these pairs. As we finish up our regatta with pairs rowing, it's going to be the girls B final, A final, then the boys B final, and the boys A final. 4 races left. And this one is a B final, the girls pair.
Well, it's supposed to have 6 entries, but it looks like we only have 3 as we pan around. And our leader right now is the crew from Palm Beach and First Coast. They're stroke for stroke. We've got ourselves a boat race. And then back off a bit is the crew from Ransom Everglades, I believe. I'm just kind of guessing. But it looks like, yes, it is First Coast in lane 5, if I'm seeing things correctly, has the lead in this petite final of the girls pair.
I mean, I think you are. That's how I would call it, too. It looks like First Coast is out in front. Does look like the unisuits and the blades match up with First Coast. So it's First Coast winning at the moment. They've got, you can see just about a length on that other blue boat, which we believe is the boat from Palm Beach. It could be the boat from Boone, a little bit hard to tell, although typically the Boone blades would be orange, so it probably is Palm Beach. And then that other boat that is in the picture, I do believe you're correct, is Ransom Everglades School in lane 6.
Well, I rode quite a bit in pairs, but not quite. Well, I've rowed a couple times in this kind of conditions, and the stress of rowing with all these waves in a pair and trying to go straight and add on top of that trying to race is really quite remarkable. They are going to sleep very well tonight if they don't have nightmares.
Well, I'll tell you, Joe, I'm going to sleep well tonight if the Lightning win. So I'm crossing my fingers for that. But right now it's First Coast. They are definitely out in front, and they are leading Palm Beach. That is, to my eye, definitely Palm Beach.
Yeah, great unis.
And then that other boat in the race, we still believe is Ransom Everglades. This is the B final of the girls' pair at our 2023 FSRA Sweep Championships from Nathan Benderson Park. Finishing up our day with the pairs racing. And I think it could have been pretty precarious, but it definitely has calmed down, so it's not probably as precarious as maybe we thought if we were looking at the water about 30 minutes ago and wondering what was going to happen with these pairs. So you know what? That delay that we had, Joe, may have actually worked to the advantage of making sure that these races are a little bit safer in the pairs.
Definitely. Now we can watch the blades of our lead crew, which is First Coast. We can watch those blades kind of bounce as they come off the water. But, that may not be all that bad of a thing. Watch the starboard blade hit the waves. But they're patient enough where they just relaxed and let them happen. If you're really stiff and you're rowing in this rough conditions, your body won't give and you won't absorb the shock of bouncing off these waves, rather.
Don't have quite the excitement that we typically have seen this afternoon and really all day, just because the field here of these three boats is pretty spaced out. But a nice row going on from all three in these more challenging conditions than they rode their heats, that's for sure, in these girls' pairs. It does look like First Coast is going to try to minimize mistakes and get across the line first and finish 9th in the state of Florida, assuming all 8 boats show up for the A final. And our spaced out 3 boats still getting a lot of cheers down here, as they should in these pairs. Again, the most difficult boat to row of any of the boat classes that we see in this sweep regatta. It's going to be First Coast, start to finish. They're going to finish ahead of Palm Beach, and Palm Beach is going to finish ahead of Ransom Everglades School. Those are your 3 boats contesting the petite final of the girls' pair. And the A final appears to already be on the race course. So we'll see if all 8 boats arrived at the line for the A final and where they shake out as we get a picture on them. This is the last girls' race of our regatta. The girls' pair grand final. Trophies and medals up for grabs. State championship title in the girls' pair. And as we get into the mix here with the drone, let me set the stage for this race right to left based upon this picture. Far right is South Orlando. I'm just counting the boats, and there are all 8 boats. So it's South Orlando, North Orlando, Palm River, Miami Beach, Sarasota Crew, Edgewater, Vero Beach, and Melbourne High School. And you can see it's the boat from Miami Beach that's out in front. They are in front of Sarasota Crew sitting in second place to their left. So those two white boats that are out in front, the one on the right side of center is your leader. That's Miami Beach. The one left side of center is your current silver medal position, Sarasota Crew. And then that gold boat is Palm River. They're in lane 3. They're sitting in the bronze medal position. You can tell relative, looks like fourth place is the boat in lane 7 from Vero Beach, but you can tell that relative to Vero Beach, Palm River's got at least a length, maybe a little bit of open water. So this is for a state championship in the girls pair. As we've said, with this boat class, anything can happen. As I told you, the best race I have ever seen in my entire life with my own eyes, and that I called with, I guess, my mouth and lungs, was the men's version at the 2017 World Championships, where Italy just went absolutely crazy to 45 strokes a minute for the last 400 or so meters and went through 2 boats to win the gold medal. Anything can happen in the pair. We'll see if the boat from Miami Beach can hold off Sarasota Crew and Palm River.
Bring me a medium. Thanks.
This is the last girls' race, and there's 2 more boys' races. Joe, it's getting really close up front. They're in the last 500 meters, getting closer between Sarasota Crew and the boat from Miami Beach. Miami Beach has been winning this thing all the way down. Sarasota Crew now is finding a push. And as soon as I said that, Miami Beach realized that the push was coming from Sarasota Crew. They started to move back out. There's a lot of jockeying that can happen in these pairs. They start to put down the pressure or start to take up the stroke rating, and they can really find a different gear that they haven't found, is the moral of the story. If you haven't heard my Italy story twice now today, that anything can happen when you really start to wind it up and go. And this is the last race of the regatta for these women's pairs. This is a state championship race. It is Miami Beach now that really pulled away from Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew made it very close and really started to challenge and got it to about a half a length. And now Miami Beach has just decided, forget it. We're putting on the afterburners. We've pressed the nitrous button in our boat, and we're going.
It's amazing how long a strokes they are taking in these rough conditions. Really, the Miami Beach crew is just really reaching on out there and taking such courageous strokes. I mean, as the water conditions get worse, everybody has a tendency to get shorter. But man, oh, Manischewitz, they are doing a fantastic job of staying long and really reaching out there. Look at that stroke, how she leans out there and gets her arms so far away from her body. That long stroke pays dividends and means victory for Miami Beach.
Yeah, that was 2 just very proficient crews there, finishing 1-2. I mean, just great rowing at the end of this race. As Palm River comes across and wins the bronze medal, they're going to finish ahead of Vero Beach. Vero Beach, it looks like it's going to finish ahead of Edgewater High School. Then it appears to my eye to be North Orlando, who's going to finish ahead of South Orlando, and then Melbourne High School, probably in that order, as we're already getting a picture of what's next, which is the boys' pair petite final. And it looks to me like there are 8 boats across, 9 boats across.
Yeah, it looks like they're running them all together.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, Joe. So this is going to be 9 boats across, and this is going to be all of the boys' pairs that are going for a state championship, covering every lane here at Nathan Benderson Park.
Cool. To
finish our day. So this is going to be quite the finish to our day, with everybody here with a chance to make make waves and win a state championship, including the boats that technically did not make it even into the A final. This is kind of whoever showed up. We're gonna put them all out there, and we're gonna give everybody a fair shot.
Survival of the fittest. So it looks like from the previous heat, it was supposed to be the semi, is our crew up there in 0, which was lane 5 of the previous one. It looks like Cape Coral and Tampa Catholic didn't show for the petite, and lane 5 in Ransom Everglades is now over in lane 0. Wow, look at that. Rough conditions, 9 lanes. It only happens at Nathan Benderson Park.
Yep, can't wait for this one to end our day. This is 9 boats across, as good as it gets for a state championship that's on the line. I think you're exactly right, Joe. I think that's Ransom Everglades that they have positioned in lane 0. And otherwise, it is the 8 boats that had qualified for the A final.
You know, it's going to be interesting. Let's see if Ransom Everglades, who was supposed to be in the petite, let's see if they could beat anybody in the grand. That would really be cool. It looks like the boats are not going around Regatta Island, and they are recovering here at the dock.
Yep, trying to just get the boats out of the water pretty quickly, assuming that we may have some more turbulent weather coming through, and particularly the pairs. If you actually look over on the warm-up side of the wave attenuator, it's even rougher than it is out on the race course. Here we go, last race of the day, last race of the regatta. It's a boys pair. It's a grand final. It's 9 boats across, and here they come. What a big-time lead already by the boat from Pinecrest.
0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exactly. Yeah, Pinecrest really went off hard, as trying to establish themselves real early, and then going with them 2 lanes over is Boone High School. Pinecrest, then 2 lanes over from them is Halifax. So Halifax, Pinecrest, and Boone High School. These water conditions are really intimidating to some of these rowers. Particularly, it looked like the crew from South Orlando was really in a big chop. So we'll see how that goes.
So you can see the lead for Pinecrest. What we know is that they are way out in front. Really, anybody's race behind them, as far as I'm concerned, at this point in the race, even though you do see some spacing. Again, the speeds of these pairs can change so drastically, either negatively or positively, that it's almost not worth calling, because I feel like anybody behind Pinecrest right now could get into the medal picture. But Pinecrest has decided that they are going to try to commandingly win this race, and right now they are doing it with 25 open meters on the rest of the field.
Yeah. Well, I use your vernacular, David. I think Pinecrest is doing what they can to make the competition look smaller and smaller as they drift back.
They are, and the other thing about these boats that I don't think we've mentioned today is they don't have coxswains. So you don't have somebody in there motivating you. You just have your partner for motivation. And sometimes, you know, one of the 2 rowers, or even both in some situations, will be verbal during a race. But typically no, typically not, and really only in situations where they need to maybe change course because they're going off course, or if there is a particular move that they're trying to make where they want to go together with that move. But it's good rowing right now from Pinecrest, has them way out in front of the field. And then what's going to happen with the other medals, it does look like, to me, Halifax may be sitting in second place in those blue jerseys on the right side of the screen. But again, it's almost a fool's task to call anything behind what's going on with Pinecrest right now, because there are 650 meters left for most of these crews, and in 650 meters in a pair, things can change.
It can happen in 1 meter. Great zone. Hello. Great drone piloting by our pilot Jake and our producer Chase, giving us a really good perspective of how far ahead Pinecrest is on the rest of the field. And as you said, David, it looks like Halifax is out there, as well as Boone High School, for really vying for that second and third place. So, Regatta Island, 350 meters to go. A beautiful shot of the venue here at Nathan Benderson Park. You can see Regatta Island with all of the sand that was brought over here from Siesta Key, all of the team tents, the lay-down area for all of our boats, the huge canopy that used to be for the circus, which is now where our target boats are, our crew boats for here, and the recovery docks here at Nathan Benderson Park on the south end of our 33-acre Regatta Island, which was developed over the years as they dredged this area, and they took about an acre and expanded into 33 acres for this wonderful venue at Nathan Benderson Park. So a great shot of our lead crew from Pinecrest finishing up a great day of racing. You guys from the Florida Scholastic Rowing Association did a masterful job, along with our judge referees, making this all happen in advance of some really possibly bad weather. And we did it safely, we did it well, and everybody had a great time. So as our wonderful crew from Pinecrest, in their nice new checkered uniforms on their expansion, thunders their way to the finish line, we finish up our day of racing here at Nathan Benderson Park at the Florida Scholastic Rowing Association 2023 Sweep Championships.
Just a little high five there. That was some serious speed at the finish line from Pinecrest. They unloaded it in the last 10 strokes, and they were moving as Halifax wins the silver medal ahead of Boone High School's bronze medal. And Boone High School is going to finish then ahead of, it looks like, Plant High School, that's trying to throw us off by rowing in a blue boat. And then it's South Orlando right in front of us in the Volt hats that appear to, look at all these blue boats, that appear to want to finish ahead here of First Coast. First Coast is going to finish just ahead, it looks like, of North Palm Beach, slightly ahead of Sebastian River, and then it's going to be Ransom Everglades. Finishing up our regatta, it's been a pleasure to bring you all of the racing at the 2023 FSRA Sweep Championships from Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. My name's David Wyan. I've been joined by my wonderful partner, Joe Dobson, both for these championships and the Sculling Championships 2 weeks ago. We hope that you enjoyed yourself, particularly if you were watching at home. You were seeing the same things that we were, but hopefully we were giving you some good commentary on what was occurring as these races came down the race course. Any final words, Joe?
It's been a lot of fun. As Betsy Mitchell raises up the flag that signifies we have a finish, our racing is over here at beautiful Nathan Benderson Park. We hope that everybody is extremely safe going home. Let's make sure that you stop to get that cup of coffee or really take it easy and really enjoy the rest of your year. I hope that you all do well at the Scholastic Nationals and Youth Nationals, and we look forward to another great year of racing here at one of the best venues in the world, Nathan Benderson Park.